Tales of the Forbidden City Crystal Rose. Book 1, Clan. This book was written by Onur Diler in 2016. Prelude. It was snowing, declaring to every mortal on the 3 islands and in the surrounding ocean that winter was still going on. An aircraft carrier, an transatlantic tour ship and an oil freighter, that were anchored among the cliffs at the entrance to the islands known as the Three Sisters, looked like ancient tombstones of the ended modern era. Most of the buildings that make up the city were battered by the Winter Age, which was eventually ending. Despite all the terrible memories, moments and blows, they survived just like the islanders. The young man looked timidly at the dark, shady roads and streets between them, checking out his pocket watch. The bazaar was as crowded as ever, the products brought from underground greenhouses and submarine systems being sold here under the reign of the Golden Throne. At the market, the city guards of the Golden Throne were patrolling the streets in unhurried steps, while sellers were calling customers with performances that would make actors jealous of. The guards wore ski masks as usual. They wore Kevlar assault vests on thin ash-colored chain armors, and carrying machine guns manufactured on the islands. The man who was walking in a hurry heard someone selling spicy seaweed beer, and licked his lips that were dry and cracked from the cold, with an appetite, but he didn't stop. His appointment was important. He couldn't be late or give up. Next to the brewer, a master sorcerer was selling the items he had enchanted. Cloaks that protect you from the cold, belts that lighten you, healing potions, candies that restore your strength. Whatever the city senate's trade guild authorized for sale. It is rumored that the sorcerers, who now have their own guild, will soon establish an academy on the islands, making the islands an even bigger attraction. The man passed a crowd formed by gypsies performing with a few instruments and 2 attractive young dancers and finally made it to Benjamin Franklin Boulevard and 15th Street Junction. The 5 Wolves Monument was at this junction. The monument was built as a memorial for 5 warriors and a baby they had saved, and the baby rumored to be General Genghis, the famous commander who captured Boston, Portland, and Old New York. He had met him once. It was hard to believe that he was a baby once, which might sound strange but true. At the end of the 15th Street, he entered the road opposite it. This was the Hunters' Bazaar. The hunters, that hunted the monsters which had started to be seen on the world after the terrible destruction of the old world, sold their products here, and hunters could find the equipments they needed for new hunts in this bazaar. On the stalls you could find everything the Senate allowed to sell: armored skins of sea and sky dragons, table ornaments made from Hangolan pieces, jackets from Kevada fur, dinnerware from Ndongun teeth. All that has been inherited from the Winter Age to the world, and strange heirlooms made from them. The end of the Hunters' Bazaar was as dark as ever. This was the part that magicians, enchanters and healers visited. Thick tarps with various colors glided from buildings to buildings in strips, cloaking the sky along the street. Where the street became too dim, alchemists' chemical compounds and technocrats' electric lamps illuminated the street with asymmetric, sometimes serene, sometimes eye-tiring lights. Here there were shops selling rarer pieces, like spell materials. Most were selling internal organs and rare parts of prey. Almost every shop, every counter, burned a few spicy, flavored incenses to cover the heavy smells that the products brought with them, and the street disappeared behind its unique misty curtain as the awnings on the street kept the smokes of the incenses trapped. The man who walked between stalls and curious buyers, looked behind for a few times to see if he was being followed. Then he disappeared into the narrow, dark gap between the 2 shops. This alley would lead him to the back of the block, to the path that ended on the hills that faced the city. They were standing on the highest point of the island where they were located. The sky was covered with thick gray clouds, and the ocean was covered with ice. They could see the mainland at the distant horizon, right behind of them the other islands, the petrol platforms and the transatlantic ships which stuck in thick ice cap could be seen. A man with a long fleece coat and a hat with broad brim watched the young man approaching with his one eye behind his thick scarf. His long face was covered with deep scars from the past. He had a black, leather eye patch over his left eye. Next to it stood a bench and a frozen tree, set against the ocean view. The fat young man looked like he was about to freeze despite his thick coat. He had his beret, made of grizzled wool and with a large pom-pom at its tip, lowered to his eyebrows. His flushed cheeks and wide sullen worried face can be seen behind his scarf. Ice particles were formed where his breath came out. While reaching out to the taller man to shake hands with his fingerless gloved hand, he gasped out, "Thank you for agreeing to meet me." The tall man looked upside down at the outstretched hand. It was then that the young man realized that the tall old man did not have his right arm and shamefully pulled his hand. The one-eyed man said, "You went to so much trouble to get to me, why?" "They told me you could tell the whole story." The young man said, breathing on his fingerless gloved hands, and almost bouncing where he stands to warm up a little more. The one-eyed man glanced at her from head to toe, saying, "It's hard to tell the whole story. And it takes courage to write. Can you do this?" he asked. Actually, he knew the answer, and that's why he agreed to meet with him. The young man was the most widely read journalist of the three islands. He has passed many difficult trials to this day. These trials brought him right to this point, in front of the one-eyed man. "To this day, I have never run away from a story," the young man said with a sincere smile. There was no pride or arrogance in his voice. The one-eyed man who noticed this turned his gaze to the city, shaking his head vaguely to express his understanding. "Then I think it's best to start from the very beginning," he grumbled, looking at the building that was once a university. The very beginning. Belgrave University was the island's only institution of higher education. The stone-built building looked like an old castle when viewed from the outside. At least that's what Beatrice always thought. His father said the plan for the building was taken from a university building in Edinburgh. Building decorations made of sandstone shaped the 10-year-old building look like it was at least a few centuries old. The elaborate campus courtyard had gleefully welcomed one of the hottest days of spring. Students sitting under the blooming branches of fruit trees in the courtyard were studying or taken into joyful conversations. Some students were making music, others were sunbathing on the grass. Belgrave University was located north of the island of the same name. More than 130,000 people lived on the island, which was at least half a day away from the nearest land. The elite of these people competed to get their children into this university. "I'm also very curious about him," Beatrice said, looking at Tina with a smile that left even the daylight pale as her long black hair shone in the daylight. The tall girl was almost glowing in the courtyard of the campus in her light blue fabric pants, white tight t-shirt and pink cardigan, which revealed her shapely physique. The blue headband, which was the same color as the trousers she wore, was oddly matching her dark blue eyes. Looking around as she curiously gnawed at her plump lips, she said, "So, when I least expect it, I find a letter or a rose. The things he writes are so touching," said the young girl. She had the history department books on her lap which she was studying at the university. She smiled at a few people who greeted her as she looked around with her blue almond-shaped eyes. Walking beside her, Tina Maincroft had her golden blonde hair tied behind her head with a pencil. She was studying in the history department, just like the Beatrice. She was always carrying her books in her backpack. A little shorter than Beatrice, the girl straightened the collar of the blue shirt she was wearing, saying, "Baby, I'm stuck in his handwriting. He writes just like in the movies. I mean, who would try so hard for a half-page letter?" And she sighed, looking at the ass of a young man from the school team who was playing football in the courtyard. The girl with the sharp face features had sunglasses on her tiny and shaped nose. While shaking her head side to side, she said to Beatrice as usual, "Aren't you afraid that your mysterious lover is a pervert?" she asked. "He could be a madman." Beatrice thought for a short moment, without looking at Tina. "I don't think so. Everything he writes is very kind. I think he's too shy. He's afraid I'll reject him," she said, smiling. "He's so ugly then," she grumbled, distorting her face in a way that caused her freckles to ripple over her white skin that made her oddly more attractive. The leggy girl wore a short skirt. Her long socks ended above her knees, in the middle of her calves. She always wore something tight to make his breasts visible, which would be considered well-rounded. Beatrice knew she always had an aesthetic concern. But above all, Tina was a good and realistic friend. So she attached the idea that her mysterious lover, who had managed to deliver her letters and roses for a year, could actually be scary to one side of his head. However, she liked to find love verses written with lithe letters inside her notebook, and to encounter a rose that was not bought from a florist, but was still carefully cut and thorns blunted. Beatrice Holborn was among the school's most admired girls. Her boyfriend was the star player of the football team, but she was still liking these surprises very much. She could not stop wondering where those lines and roses would drag her. "Look at this," she said, passing the paper folded in her pocket to Tina. Tina was going to read one of the mysterious letters to Beatrice for the first time. Curiously, she opened layers of thick paper. The handwriting was not written as taught in schools. It was more like the scripts at a classic pirate movie. "Daylight lost by little touches. Every time I pass by you, my heart trembles like a thin, crystal leaf wrapped in moonlight touching the water. How strange is the life, disappearing in the ash gray of every day, suddenly the colors return. It's like seeing a lighthouse on the horizon in a dark sea where you're lost, just when your hopes are gone. My light when I was lost. My furthest hope. It's mysterious," said the young woman, who looked at the paper one last time, folded it back and handed it back to Beatrice. Beatrice saw the face she was looking for in the courtyard as she put the paper back in her pocket. The tall, blond man looked like a lighthouse in his usual tight jeans pant and t-shirt that revealed his body. James M. Howard was arguably the most handsome man in all of Belgroff Island. He has sharp, handsome facial features, and his cheerful smile on his shaped lips were never missing. His thick, neat brows and blue eyes were designed to melt away those who looked at him. Beatrice felt like she is easing as she approached him. The girl, who had barely restrained herself from running and hugging him, sighed involuntarily when James turned to her and smiled. For some reason, the dimples that appeared on the cheeks of the smiling young man was drawing Beatrice mad. The young man was with the other members of the football team as usual. When Beatrice reached him, she rose at his fingertips and leaned her lips against the young man's lips. As they kissed each other fiery as ever, Beatrice felt her heart accelerate, her fingers numb. Looking at the ocean-colored eyes locked on her, she thought, this is love. At the same moment, George, who approached them, said, "Hey, either break or find yourself a room or someplace." Trying to sound serious but failing. Beatrice struck George on the shoulder with a shy expression. After smiling at Beatrice's expression, Tina looked at the big man approaching to them, and asked, "What's up, George?" With a total confidence in himself, young man said, "Not bad, Tina. When are we going to meet?" he asked with a smile. Tina put her hand around her waist and said, "I have a boyfriend, remember?" As she asked, she noticed George was staring at her breasts like an hungry young wolf looking to fresh meat. The big guy, who didn't mind getting caught, said, "What's your boyfriend got to do with us, darling? We can just have taste of each other," George said, as he glanced at Tina from head to toe and raised his eyebrows in series with a look that implied something. The brunette man's light green eyes under her thick brows were full of joy and mischief. His big hands were hanging in the pockets of his pants. "And if you like it, I'll get you something free every night," he said. Tina, shaking her head and giving the finger to George, began walking to the west building. George sighed for the girl he was watching from behind, and moaned, "She's crazy about me." Meanwhile, the team's cornerback, David Connery, threw the ball in his hand to James and pointed someone walking in the yard while the ball was in the air. It was a joke that the team often made. Throwing the ball at weird-looking students who passed near them. They would laugh at their dismay and then apologize, since no one would like to mess with 5 to 10 large guys who played on the school's football team with average height of 6 feet. The apologies always accepted. Just as James was about to throw the ball, George caught his wrist and prevented the shot. James looked curiously at the defender, whom was even bigger than him. George had a serious expression rarely seen on his face. "It's not going to happen, bro," he said, looking at the young man walking to the main building of the campus. James asked, "Why not?" "He's from the clan," George said, pointing at the young man with his head. James lowered his arm as if this short answer meant something weighing tons. Beatrice was both relieved and curious. He was in love with James, and all the kids who were his friends were actually good people. But when they got together, they were becoming idiots. Beatrice found their jokes to be mostly disturbing. But on the one hand, this was a symbol of power, and she was inwardly desiring this power. James and his friends were the lords of campus. Which makes her the queen, and the queen wondered who the king should avoid. The young man who would not be considered tall was a freshman. She'd seen her a few times in his class records. He had a bob-cutted short brown hair, and brown eyes. He didn't wear jewelry or earrings. The young man was carrying a military-style bag, and he was wearing khaki-green baggy cargo pants and ash-colored t-shirt. He was athletic, of course, incomparable to James and his friends. The young girl turned to the duo and said, "What's a clan?" she asked. James and George looked at each other for a brief moment. "It's kind of a gang," George said, smiling. He pointed to the young man's backpack and said, "Look, see the coat of arms on his bag? It's the coat of arms of their clan," he said, but Beatrice could only see a stain on the bag of the young man, who had already gone too far. James threw the ball back to David Connery, grabbed Beatrice by her waist, and lifted her up and said, "Never mind the clan. Let's get something to eat. I'm very hungry," he said. As everyone's carefree laughter flowed into the day, the clan turned into an ash-colored memory in Beatrice's mind. Clan. The sun almost went down when Beatrice arrived at their mansion in Barrow Hill. As summer approached, the weather had now warmed up to spend the day at Silver Beach, the island's largest beach. The large 2-story manor house was built with the Victorian era in mind. Driving around the pool in the middle of the wide front garden in her Porsche, Beatrice left her car in the parking lot to the left of the stairs in front of the main door. Looking at the gardeners working on the wall that set the boundary of the large front garden as she entered the house, all the young girl had in mind was taking a shower. The house was furnished in a balance of white and burgundy. Beatrice's father was an executive who worked for the world's largest oil company. This house was just one of the facilities the company provided them. The white wall and furnitures made the space looks, which was already vast, much wider, endless, even a little inaccessible and cold, and the occasionally used maroon-colored objects was distracting the person. Selection of many modern paintings were hung on the high-ceilinged walls of the house. Beatrice looked at them long enough to memorize every one of them. But as she walked past them now, none of their remarkable colors attracted her. She had a much worse day than he expected. Tina and Beatrice met in the morning and went to Silver Beach, swimming and sunbathing until noon. And in the afternoon, they caught James, who was normally supposed to be at practice, in the bar of a beach club. George, David and James were at the bar laughing and having fun with girls Beatrice had never seen before. Beatrice gritted her teeth as she remembered this. James was always the center of attention and he got used to it. There were always girls who hit on him, but Beatrice found him like this for the first time. It wasn't angering her that there were other girls around him or that they were approaching James, it was the James' surprise when he saw Beatrice. She went into the bathroom after Beatrice shook her head as if she wanted to wipe it off her head. As the hot shower touched her skin with searing blows, Beatrice realized that she had spent too much time in the sun. His burned shoulders wouldn't let him to sleep in this night. Or fighting with James in his head all the night long. Coming out of the shower, the young girl approached to her wardrobe to wear something comfortable on herself after drying out. Meanwhile, she saw the flashing light of her phone. She sighed and looked at the phone. There were over 50 missed calls and so many messages from James. Beatrice was just about to hang up, when she saw the message from her father, curiously opening it. According to the message, her father was waiting for her for dinner in about an hour. Marco was the most expensive restaurant on Berghoff Island. Reservations should have been made at least a month in advance. Of course, his father never needed something like this. This was another resource that the company provided. If one of the directors wanted something, all the doors would open for him. Beatrice turned back to her wardrobe and started to choose a suitable evening dress for Marco. At the port, dinner and wine at a table overlooking the ocean took James away from his own thoughts. And he hadn't seen his father for almost 2 months. Marco was a restaurant built on the interior of the large breakwater. The tall building, set on large poles, was designed to have a comfortable ocean view. Beatrice had come to Marco before, so she preferred a black, narrow, slit evening dress in accordance with the rules and traditions of the restaurant's clothing, and wore a graceful make-up. After wearing her long heels inside the car, she handed over her car to the valet. As she made her way to the restaurant door, which was covered in black marble, she saw a young man his age dealing with his phone in his hand at the door. They glanced for a brief moment with the young man, who seems like he wasn't belonged to there in a suit that was obviously cheap. His outfit was almost small for him. Some parts weren't ironed, and some parts were worn out. The cheap smartphone he had was at least a few years old. The young man was certainly not belonged to the restaurant which he was standing in front of. Beatrice was sure she saw the brown, short-haired young man somewhere. But somehow failed to remember where. She wasn't in a position to deal with it anyway. As she walked past the young man, she wondered how he could get into Marco with those clothes. And how he would pay the bill when he leave. As usual, Paul Rossetti greeted Beatrice at Marco's entrance. "Oh, Beatrice. The most beautiful flower on the island," he said, while giving the rose on the booking table to the young girl. Beatrice smiled and accepted the flower. As usual, the Italian-born man accompanied Beatrice with his smiling face and extravagant movements, taking her through the restaurant and to the balcony. Tables were lightly lit by soft LED lamps, covered with black tablecloths. Usually 2 people were sitting on the black chairs next to the tables. At the other end of the balcony, a viola and cello were playing something suitable for dinner. Beatrice almost smiled seeing her father sitting at the table in the best spot for the ocean view, right before noticing the woman sitting next to her father. She knew the woman in a cream suit. The woman, who was about the same age as her father, who had her long hair tied on the back of her head with a bun, was named Anna Winter. She ran the public relations department at his father's company. Beatrice felt a sharp pain in her stomach. For some reason, the smile on both her father and Anna's face gave the young girl a chill. She knew Anna from a few corporate parties. She was a good woman, her red chestnut hair reflecting tiny glimmers from the candlelight on the table, and her green eyes was always looking with love and joy. "Welcome, baby," Beatrice's father, Jan Paul, said. Jan Paul Holborn was a handsome man in his late 40s with blue eyes, dark brown hair and sharp face features. With his broad-shouldered and still fit body he looks dashing in his tailored suit. Jan-Paul smiled and showed Beatrice the vacant spot opposite to him, which wasn't a good omen. Beatrice sat on the pointed chair tensely. Jan-Paul asked, "How was your day?" She smiled and answered, "It was okay, we were at the beach." At the same time the chair next to her was pulled out, and the brunette young man he saw at the entrance of the restaurant sat on the chair. "Beatrice, this young gentleman is Jack Winter, Anna's son," Jan-Paul said, without compromising his sincere smile. As Jack greeted Beatrice with a nervous smile and a vague nod, the young girl looked curiously at her father. When his father sighed and looked at Anna, Jack calmly said, "Ooh." When Beatrice returned to the young man, Jack, who had just grasped the situation, said, "Congratulations," with the closest expression to smiling at the duo sitting opposite him. Beatrice returned to her father again and to Anna, who began to smile. Jan-Paul, holding Anna's hand on the table, said, "Beatrice, Anna and me. We are getting married," he said. Beatrice didn't know what to say. Her father and mother divorced about 10 years ago. They were one of the rare couples who could still talk friendly. Her mother, who was a professor, lived in Paris. Although Beatrice accepted the divorce, deep inside her she always hoped that she could see her parents together again. But now these hopes were lost. All she could do was squeezing the handbag in his lap until his joints turned white and said, "Congratulations." "Thank you," Anna said, shaking her head with a demure gesture. "Your support is so important for us." Beatrice tried to smile in response. She didn't know how much she had achieved it, but she had to try. At least for his father. Jack, sitting next to her, seemed a little more prepared for the situation. At least he wasn't as withdrawn as Beatrice. Jan-Paul was both upset and resentful of the shock his daughter experienced. Acting to keep Anna from getting hurt, he said, "Jack, you're on the same campus as Beatrice, aren't you?" "Yes, sir," Jack said, quietly thanking the arriving waiter for the menu he handed over. "Jan-Paul is enough," Jan-Paul said, smiling. "Jan-Paul," Jack repeated, shaking his head. Beatrice curiously said, "Yeah?" Although the young man looked familiar, she still didn't recognize him. Jack nodded but didn't look at herself. He was interested in the food on the menu. Beatrice thought he probably couldn't read the French menu. "Yeah," Jack just said. It somehow made Beatrice even more uncomfortable, and she suddenly remembered where she saw him. With a smile, "Oh yes," she said. "You're from the clan." When she said this, she thought that the clan had always been a street gang, and that the idea of a gang would annoy Anna and her father. Accordingly, she adjusted her tone as if it were something cheap, low and simple. It also gave her a strange pleasure. As an icy wind blew at the table, everyone's nervous appearance said that she hit the bull's eye. His father looked anxiously at Jack as Anna leaned back. As Jack solemnly closed the menu and left it on the desk, Beatrice, in a mock astonishment, asked, "Didn't you know?" But Beatrice's father, Jan-Paul, gave a reaction that the young girl never expected, stared at Beatrice first and then Jack with an upset look. He clears his throat and apologizes, saying, "Jack, you know I had nothing to do with what happened in the mine." And Jack said, shaking his head, "Excuse me," and got up from the table. Beatrice didn't understand what was going on. What happened at the table wasn't exactly what she expected to happen. "Did I miss something?" she innocently asked. "The clan," Jan-Paul said, without suspecting the malice of his behavior. "A gang?" Beatrice asked. The concept of a gang could have saved her from her future stepbrother and Anna. "I'm from the clan too, honey," Anna said as she shook her head. Beatrice still didn't understand anything. Anna smiles, "The people of the island have been here for a long time, Beatrice. Most of them were whalers and their families. Then came the miners and others. I mean our ancestors. It was a small, bounded community. Which become a big family. Outsiders called us the clan." As Beatrice looked at her father with her mouth half open, she said, "What about that mine?" Anna held him by the hand while his father sighed regretfully. This somehow bothered Beatrice. When the company came here about 20 years ago, it did some pretty unpleasant things for the copper mines. His father said, taking a sip of wine in front of him. Unpleasant? There was no country claiming over the island. Therefore the company forced people for the mining rights. Beatrice was very uncomfortable with the situation. "What do you mean?" she asked. His father looked at Anna out of the corner of his eye. There was sadness, compassion and, most importantly, apology in his gaze. Anna approved of him, shaking her head vaguely. Jan-Paul looked at his daughter and said, "Honey, the company director at the time hired mercenaries on his own initiative. And Beatrice took her hand to her mouth in terror. Anna kept talking. Say wasn't smiling anymore. She was staring to the chalice in front of her. Jack's father and his friends were in the mine that day. Mercenaries came to the mine. No warning, no conversation. 140 people. And she took and swallowed a large sip of wine. What happened next was a bigger nightmare. There was a full-fledged war here. The soldiers were brutal. They killed women and children. Some islanders took the battle to the company's New York office. The American government is involved, she said in her trembling voice. Beatrice felt terrible. Her hands were cold as ice, and she was choking by emotions. And then what? She asked in a cracked voice. The FBI director's support for the company was revealed. After they forced the man to resign quietly, they arrested him again with the same silence. Jan Paul said, hugging Anna. Most of the soldiers were captured or killed. The company paid the island people a hefty compensation by building the city around us, he said, showing his surroundings. Beatrice had no idea of the island's unofficial history. When she learned about the charm of the island, which looked like a beautiful resort or a large university campus, suddenly turned dull. And the clan? She asked. Anna sighs. People survived from the islanders are called the clan. Memories of the days gone by made them more cautious, secretive and harsh. Jack, like every islander, prepared himself, thinking that one day he might face the ugly face of the company again. Jan Paul shook his head and smiled. Oh, come on, love, you know that these things will not happen anymore. Beatrice said, prepare yourself? She asked. Anna, after lovingly stroking Jan Paul's cheek, turns to Beatrice and said, the clan is still like a big family, Beatrice. Always one islander protects another. In addition, boys and some girls go to courses to protect themselves, or buy weapons that they can get. Beatrice raised a single eyebrow and said, will this stop the mercenaries? Anna smiled, no, honey. Of course not, but this will make them quite cautious, she said. Beatrice nodded to show she understood. She finally figured out why James and his friends didn't mess with the clan. Of course, the price was heavy. Whether she wanted or not, she had embarrassed her father, and she upset Anna and Jack with burning memories of the past. She thought to herself, what could happen to worsen this day? Feeling as a complete idiot. Maintenant, vous êtes à moi. Tina Maincroft angrily opened the door of her home. Her car broke down. The mechanic came in 3 hours, said her car's computer system was broken and he had to pull it out, and he asked for $80 for it. After all, Tina broke her nail, got caught in the rain, and when she was looking at her nail, she broke the heel of her shoe on the sidewalk. She thought to herself, what could happen to worsen this day? She noticed that the balcony door was ajar. She was reaching to her phone when she saw wet footprints entering through the balcony door. But the shadow behind her was faster than her. The big guy quickly grabbed the young girl by her hair, pulled her back and threw her to the ground. Tumbling on the ground, the girl tried to get up again, but a blow to her stomach bent her in two. Her attacker was dressed in black from head to toe. He was wearing a ski mask that left his mouth open. The big guy who grabbed Tina by the throat threw her on the couch. Tyne didn't stop fighting. She tried to scratch the man, receiving a harsh slap in response. The left side of her face was numb. But she still didn't stop. She attacked the man with a vase on the coffee table next to the couch. The man protected himself with his arm and threw a punch in return. Tina lost it. She fell into it and felt her clothes ripped. Maintenant, vous êtes à moi. The man whispered as he leaned over her with all his weight. Beatrice was walking nervously through the hospital. It was already past midnight. Under the white lights that light up the hospital corridor, her face looked much more tired than it was. Tina Maincroft, said the young girl, who encountered a nurse coming out from one of the rooms. Turn left, third room, the nurse answered, pointing to the end of the corridor. 2 uniformed police were waiting at the entrance to the third room. They looked curiously at the young girl who came running to them. You called me about Tina Maincroft, Beatrice said. The younger one of the cops nodded. Detective Carson will want to see you. Now he's inside taking your friend's statement, she said. The door to the room opened, and a man in his 40s wearing an old and wrinkled suit appeared from inside. He had a police badge in his breast pocket. His short hair was sloppily cut. Looking at the young girl, he said, Miss Holborn? As Beatrice shook her head, the police took a cigarette from a packet he had pulled out of his pocket. He looked around and at the sign on the wall and grumbled, shall we go outside? He asked. I have a few questions I want to ask you. From the small terrace in the attic, you could see the ocean. Beatrice remembered the phone call that caused her to come here. As she shook her head, she asked, "What happened to Tina?" Detective Carson took a deep breath from his cigarette, then released the gray smoke from his lungs into the wind. "Did Miss Maincroft have an enemy?" As he asked, he handed the package to Beatrice. As the young girl shook her head, he put the cigarette packet in the inner pocket of his jacket. "Tina is sharp-tongued, but not enough to make enemies," Beatrice said. "His family wasn't on the island." "Yes, his father was appointed manager of oil wells in Texas last year." "I understand," the detective said, choosing his words carefully. "Miss Maincroft doesn't remember much about the man who attacked her. Maybe she'll remember it in time. I ask you to pay attention to this while helping her." "Maybe she'd better not remember," Beatrice said, looking out over the ocean from the terrace. The detective approached the handrails of the terrace with his hands in his pocket and said, "Maybe. But some of the things Ms. Maincroft described coincide with some of the events that have happened before." Beatrice's eyes were squinted with horror. "So what? A serial rapist?" as she asked. "I'm afraid there's a monster out there," the man said, shaking his head slowly, without taking his eyes off the horizon. Then he stopped and looked at the young woman. "And there's something you need to know about Ms. Maincroft," the detective added. "She resisted the attacker. That's why the man did it to her," he said, taking his hand to his own face as he searched for words that could describe the situation. Beatrice looked at the detective in horror and said, "What did he do?" "He cut her face off," the detective said, grumbling. "He's a good kid." Beatrice found another letter in her name in the mail this morning. She had only received letters this summer in her life. The letter was no longer a type of communication used. Looking around, she opened the envelope, making sure no one saw her. As usual, the envelope smelled of roses. She bit her lower lip, smiling. She opened the thick paper, carefully folded as usual. And as usual, she read the short letter in a snap. Then again and slowly. It had become a ceremony repeated almost every day. She was going up to her room smiling, and the door rang. Beatrice paused in amazement when she opened the door. The marble entrance to the villa was completely covered with white flowers. James was standing next to the flowers. The young man was also dressed in white as flowers. Because Beatrice once told him that white suits James. He was carrying a bunch of white roses in his hand. As Beatrice handed out the roses, he said, "I just went to talk to George that day. The girls were his friends. When I saw them, George started acting like he didn't have any problems he told me about. And I thought he didn't want to look sad to his friends, or at least those girls, so I followed him. We were going to hang out and get out of there, and you came," he said. As she hurriedly put the letter in her pocket, she asked, "Why did you wait so long?" With a frown. James, with his most attractive smile, said, "Because when you're angry, you look so beautiful and you don't listen to anyone." Beatrice took the roses that were handed to her and smelled them. The roses were sprayed on them to shine and smell. There were no flower greenhouses on the island. Flowers came by ferry, arriving once a day. James must have paid a fortune for all these flowers. "I'm still mad at you, James Michael Howard," Beatrice said with a vaguely smiley face, tapping flowers on James' shoulder. "I'll make it up to you, my love," James said, smiling. The great thing about the young man was that he knew when to leave. In an old-fashioned act, he returned to his car, kissing Beatrice's hand first. As the young man drove away in his car, Beatrice sniffed the roses one last time and smiled, knowing that their scent was not real. About half an hour later, after James waited for the villa got small that he was looking at in the rear view mirror, he smiled and called George on the speed dial menu. "I think we made up, bro," he said cheerfully to George, who answered the phone. "If you buy me so many flowers, I will make peace with you," George said in a voice that was amused, as if imitating his joy. "I'm not crossed with you," James said, laughing. "This is a small detail. But I don't get why you're trying so hard. Are you in love?" "Don't be silly. I don't care about that bitch. I'm after her now because my father wants me to. Otherwise, I'd have fucked and left her already," James said in a cocky tone. "What does your father have to do with this?" "B's father is mine's boss. He's planning something about it, too." "Like what?" "A man's weakest point is his family, man. I'm going to do such things to be that her father will have to resign," James said with an amused expression. George laughed first, and then said, "You're not going to spend a long time in prison because of this stupid plan, are you, buddy?" James said, laughing, "Don't be silly, I'll do it as always, this time I will have a camera. At that time, George said in a horny tone, call me too. I'd like to taste her, his voice quite earnest. Beatrice, who had briefly watched James' car drive away, looked at the roses in her hand and put them in a pot she had taken from the kitchen. Then the letter she hurriedly threw in his pocket came to her mind and, fearing that she had wrinkled it, she pulled out the square-shaped paper cut out of a thick, painting paper. As usual, she would hide this letter next to the other letters. When she opened the door, her smile was suddenly erased from her face. Beatrice's room was the size of the hall of a middling house. The room, decorated in a modern style, was prepared without the use of white and burgundy shades, unlike the house itself. At the end of the room, Tina sat on the windowsill and was watching outside. His parents had been back in Texas for a week. Tina's been staying at the Beatrice's house ever since. Beatrice put her letter in her pocket. She went to Tina's side with a deep remorse for getting caught up in her mysterious letters while her friend was in this situation. There was fog outside, and the fog formed when the water temperature changed in the ocean was an unusual experience for the summer holiday. Out there, everything was disappearing in a soft gray. Beatrice put her hand on the shoulder of her friend, who began to regularly cut her hair short. As Tina sat on the sill, she pulled her knees to herself, wrapped her arms around her knees, and put her chin against her knees. An old pop track was on the radio. In the song, which she interpreted from an old poem, the singer told about the immortality and the impossibility of her love. Beatrice would just say something to comfort Tina, as she did almost every day. The young girl said, he whispered something in French in my ear. Beatrice didn't understand what Tina said. Then Tina continued. He said maintenant, vous êtes à moi. Now, you're mine. To me. His voice was so cynical. I didn't even care if it hurt me. When I saw the sarcasm in his blue eyes, in his voice. I had to do something, Beatrice. He raped me. I had to do something. I wasn't strong. He was so heavy I couldn't even move. So I humiliated him. I humiliated him in every way I could. So, he gave me this. She said, raising her head. Her face was unrecognizable. His left cheekbone and right jaw were broken and collapsed in slightly. She had deep wounds on her face that still hadn't healed. Her bruises almost disappeared. But these wasn't important. One of the best plastic surgeons in the world had been hired. Tina was getting ready for surgery. It was Tina's mood that mattered. Beatrice saw that the glow in her eyes had disappeared. She was about to say something that would soothe her, and the door was knocked. Jack came in with a tray. On the tray there was a porcelain tea set and 2 cups. Leaving the tray on a coffee table, the young man headed to the door of the room, ignoring the 2 girls who were looking at him. Don't chill the tea, he said as he closed the door. As the door closed, Tina said to Beatrice, he's a good boy. Beatrice said smiling, did you get it from the tea? To got rid of the depressing mood that puling them down. No. Tina said, pausing and thinking. Anna, your father, even my parents, were disgusted to look at me. That's why my father left early in a rush. Even you were controlling yourself until you got used to it. But, Jack. He's like nothing happened. I mean, his looks, his attitude, his movements. He measures and weighs everything he says so as not to upset me. Tina said. When I get used to it, I feel like nothing happened. Her voice was so grieving and sad that Beatrice felt her mental stamina was burnt out. Beatrice saw her talk so much for the first time since she got out of the hospital. George saw me last week and changed his way. Tina muttered, looking at the sycamore that disappeared behind the fog as she turned around and put the tea in the teapot in porcelain cups. Maybe he didn't see you. Beatrice said, smiling, but she knew Tina was probably right. Tina shook her head to sides. No, he saw me but I am no more attractive for him. It's just when I have a cut on my face like the Grand Canyon. And he paused and sighed and asked, did you and James make up? To change the subject. Beatrice hands Tina the cup full of tea, saying, after he brought me a carload of white flowers? I'm not angry anymore, but I don't mind him crawling a little bit. She said, recalling the events of 2 weeks ago. She wasn't ready to forgive him yet. Tina nodded and sipped her tea. Life is really weird. She said. Beatrice looked at the tea, shaking her head, and muttered, yes, it is. She had in her mind what Tina said about Jack. The cliff. Beatrice was holding 2 cups of filter coffee when she entered Tina's room. She was going to say something to meet the morning with joy. She realized that the room was empty. Tina was going to fly a seaplane to Washington this afternoon, and from there to New York. The insurance company agreed to cover the costs of plastic surgery for Tina's treatment. New York's top plastic surgeon would make the surgery. Beatrice headed for the window after nervously checked her surroundings. Tina's room had ocean view, just like hers. When she looked out of the window, she saw Tina. She was on the edge of the cliff at the end of the garden. She muttered, "Oh God," and putted the cups on the window sill. She rushed to the door. Tina was quietly watching the ocean. 100 feet below the cliff on which she sat, the waves of the ocean was hitting the rock wall in anger, and creating a booming sound coming from afar. Without looking back to the young woman said, "I know you're there," turning her head slightly. "Don't worry, I won't jump." "I know," said Jack from the shadows of the sycamore that he was standing under. Tina putted her hands in the pockets of her raincoat, said, "Then why are you here?" "I thought maybe you'd like to talk," the young man said, walking towards Tina with slow movements. "How did you know?" "That you won't jump?" Jack said in a still voice. "Frankly, I can see your power. I can see how angry you became when others look at you with pity. Looking at your own face in the mirror, I can see how you accepted them as details." Jack added, "You're beyond this, Tina Maincroft. You're beautiful, but you are who you are because you earned it." "Come on," Tina said with a sarcastic expression. "I'm just beautiful. I mean, I was beautiful, I have a nice body, and I know well what men like. Still, my father is a manager. Without these, they wouldn't take me in. Except Beatrice. B. doesn't mind any of this." She paused. "How strange," Tina said, staring at the horizon, with a half smile. "The person who knows me best is someone I never knew." "Sometimes this happens," Jack told, shrugging, then looked back and said, "Beatrice comes." Tina looked at the girl who came almost running, said, "She must have been worried when she couldn't find me." "It seems to me she got worried when she saw you on the edge of the cliff," Jack said, smiling. Looking at Beatrice, Tina asked, "Does she know you follow her to home every night?" Jack's smile suddenly went out, looked at Tina with eyes like slits. Indeed, he was following Beatrice almost every night after what happened to Tina. No sense in denying it. "Not every night," Jack said. "Only when she got late." He grumbled reluctantly. Tina guessed it was like this. "And how do you know about those times?" she asked with a smile. "She calls her dad," Jack said with a shrug. Tina squinted and said, "How do you find her?" she asked, curiously. "I've installed a program on her phone that shows her location," Jack whispered, turning his back to Beatrice, who was getting closer. Tina almost laughed. Instead, she held herself and putted her hand on Jack's shoulder and said, "I'm leaving here at ease. You will protect her." When Beatrice came to their side, they would talk about the weather and have a good afternoon. Secrets, promises, negotiations. Beatrice went down to the kitchen, holding the letter she received today. Papers always cut and folded into exact squares were coming out of their envelopes. The young woman smiled and read the paper again. "We're stuck in our own dreams. Our dreams are so distant from our destinies, our lost hopes twinkle at the sky. Of all my lost dreams, you were the most beautiful thing. Crystal rose in a stone cage. Equal to its own glow and free from any color. As far away as the mighty mountains, as close as my heartbeat. Will I ever hear your heartbeat? Can I feel your breath? Can I get lost in your eyes? You're in my every word that disappears like a wind from distant horizons. As my words disappear letter by letter, the rain falls on you somewhere drop by drop. Like wishes that never come true, lost hopes. They disappear so quickly that sometimes you forget they even exist." She had tied her hair by making a messy-looking bun with her pencil. A few loose rivets were pouring down the right side of her face. Her bone-rimmed glasses were on her face. She had his gray old sweater on her, her wide-collared sweater was falling down from her left shoulder. She wore long boot socks over her gray tights. A storm in the middle of summer had paralyzed life on the island for 3 days. Between lightning and thunder, the rain was falling non-stop. Every big drop that felt, was forming a song of quietly patter, like a desperate scream in the windows. Or at least that's what Beatrice thought as she sat in the kitchen. The yellow light from the hood dimly illuminated the spacious kitchen. She looked smiling at the linden-scented steam waves rising from the wide red cup in front of her. She had his favorite book in front of her. It's already past midnight, and the servants have already gone to bed. Somewhere in the middle of her favorite book, she paused on a sentence that had much different meanings for her. "Some loves overcomes all obstacles, and this ascends the love." The young girl who read this sentence many times swallowed and thought about 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Quickly prepared and organized, the wedding was quite simple. At least partly. Jan Paul and Anna didn't want anything fancy. The organizing firm had achieved the almost impossible in the short time that had been given. Watching the pair dancing in front of the podium, Beatrice sighed and looked around where guests sat to watch the wedding ceremony. Tables was almost half empty. Most of the people Anna called didn't come. Although she was very upset about it, she never showed it with great fortitude. Anna, standing next to him, Jack talked without looking to him. Why didn't they come? Jack in an emotionless tone. Jan Paul is from the company, he said. Beatrice for a moment didn't understand what this meant. Yeah, his father was a corporate executive. It was always like that. What did Jack mean? Suddenly, the young girl grasped the situation and turned to Jack. But we were in Paris when it happened. We had nothing to do with what happened. The clan sees this as betrayal. Jack said, shaking his head from side to side. My mother will never be accepted by the people of the island again. Beatrice looked anxiously at Anna. The woman had spoken to her at an after-dinner party, telling her that she was not trying to take her mother's place, that she could never do it. Somehow Beatrice knew she was sincere. Anna really loved Jan Paul. But it was still a very heavy price, a great injustice. She noticed that her palms were hurting, her nails were sinking into her palms because he was squeezing her hands because of anger. What about you? She asked Jack. Jack and Anna moved into the mansion a few weeks ago. Jack was never a talker. Beatrice had never seen Jack speak more than 3 words, as Jan Paul had specifically asked her to do. They were eating dinners together. Jack looks at the empty tables and said, Jan Paul is from the company. You're his daughter. Beatrice, feeling her anger rising from her stomach to her throat, her head became numb. She was going to give Jack a solid slap, when the young man turned to him and did something he rarely did. He looked right in her eye and said, at the same time Jan Paul married my mother. This makes us family and family comes first. He said. As long as they keep their distance, I will protect my family. Said Jack, who turned his gaze back into empty chairs as Beatrice looked at him in amazement. In time they will understand and compromise. He added. Beatrice, on the other hand, was looking at Anna and Jan Paul, who danced only to the song played by the orchestra. They were both very happy. Beatrice was startled by the sound of the kitchen door suddenly opening. When she turned to the door and looked, she held her breath in fear. She was faced with a long, large silhouette with lightning flashing behind him. The big man wore a cape that was wide and almost extended to his ankles, covering the hood of his cape. His cape fluttered ferociously in the wind. As Beatrice was about to scream, she realized it was a raincoat, not a cape. In addition, when the blinding effect of lightning passed, the kitchen light coming from behind allowed her to see the face under his hood. Wasn't that Jack? Jack? She said, stunned and gasping. Beatrice? What are you doing in that raincoat? She asked in one breath. Her voice was as hard and loud as scolding Jack. His heart was beating so fast that her face and ears were starting to burn. It's raining outside, said the young man, who did not understand what had happened or why Beatrice was afraid. As Jack closed the kitchen door, he took off his poncho-shaped forest-patterned raincoat. He was wearing a thin surf suit under his raincoat. The tight outfit from black and blue neoprene revealed the young man's not overly muscular athletic body. And what are you doing at this hour? Showing her book, the young girl said, I like to drink lime tea in weathers like this. And I didn't want to wake anyone. A new lightning bolt lit up the room, and almost simultaneously the sky thundered as if it had been a terrible explosion. And you were scared? Said Jack, who was already a few steps closer to her when Beatrice jumped out of her place in fear. His voice was not sarcastic or derogatory. He wasn't judging her in any way. However, as if Beatrice found this claim ridiculous, she said, Don't be ridiculous. Right then the second thunder erupted and the electricity went out. Beatrice hugged Jack in fear. She smelled the salty ocean odor coming from Jack. A strange excitement covered her, leaning her head against Jack's chest. All right, everything's fine. Jack whispered, gently stroking her head with his hand. The outside security lighting was connected to a separate system. As the cold, white light seeping into the kitchen hit them, Beatrice felt safe for the first time in a long time. She raised his head, swallowing, and saw the compassion on young man's face. He had a slight smile on his lips as his eyes shone with light from the outside. Beatrice feels like a dove in the hunter's palms as another lightning bolt lights up the kitchen. She wanted to run away, but she was stuck in the palm of Hunter's hand. She muttered helplessly. Jack left her without saying anything and slowly retreated. Beatrice had captured the instant change in his face, compassion, love and attention slowly disappearing as a hot metal cooled down. Jack hid behind his usual mask. They looked at each other for a few seconds before they knew what to say. "I'd better go to bed now," Jack said, breaking the silence. Here it came back, Jack's cold and distant mask. He had all his armor back on in an instant. All of a sudden, he became that cold and inaccessible man again. "Good night," he said as he walked around Beatrice. Beatrice wanted to say something to stop him. All she could think of at that moment was Jack's clothes. "What were you doing in these clothes in this weather?" she asked after Jack, who had almost reached the door of the kitchen. "We did some surfing," Jack said, pausing at the door. Beatrice looks out with enlarged eyes and said, "In this weather? In the middle of night?" She paused, squinting, "With the clan?" After Jack looked outside and said, "Yes," looked nervously into Beatrice's eyes and said, "Don't tell Mom that, okay?" Beatrice squinting her eyes with a sly expression. "After she said you want me to keep a secret?" She pretended to think. "About something like this," she said, and she put her hand on her chest and shook her head. "Sorry, I can't do that." Jack looked at Beatrice as if he had been betrayed and said, "What?" The young girl opened her hands to each side as if she were helpless, and said, "I can't keep a secret, Jack. Anna's married to my father, and she's your mother. She's worried about you, and she'll be mad at me if I keep this as a secret. To take this kind of a chance. How can I say? Not for free." Jack said, "Blackmail." In a contrived rage, which was clearly a role. "What do you want?" he asked. "You'll teach me, too," Beatrice said, grinning. "Teach you what?" Jack said, tilting his head to the side. "Surfing, of course," Beatrice said. "Or I will tell everyone." When Jack raised his hands in submission and said, "Okay, okay," Beatrice jumped on the spot with joy, saying, "I love winning." Jack looked at her and smiled, shook his head from side to side, and get out of the kitchen. It was the first time Beatrice had seen him smile like that. She reminded how he hugged her just a minute before. She looked at her hands, which are still wet because of hugging Jack, and bit her lower lip nervously. Gold Sand Beach. Gold Sand Beach was a hidden pocket away from the city center, among the high cliffs avoiding the north wind, not easily visible from the road that circled the island. So it was an ideal choice for college youth night parties. Beatrice wore sneakers, tight denim pants, a checkered shirt for the beach party, tied her hair in two tails. Her shirt was tied high enough to leave her muscular belly open. As she left her car in a small parking lot at the entrance to the beach, the car's headlights illuminated James. James came in with his usual smile and opened the car door for Beatrice to come down. Along with the wind blowing, the smell of the salty ocean and the sound of music echoing on the rocks from the beach filled up into the car. As Beatrice got out of her car, smiling, her eye caught on an old Jeep. The old car from the Second World War belonged to Jack. Although it had a new malfunction almost every week, Jack never stopped fixing his car. James misinterpreted Beatrice's view of the vehicle, said, "What a scrap, isn't it?" Beatrice looked at James. The young man had not yet met his stepbrother. The young girl, who can't be sure if it's right to mention him now, said, "Yes, it's very old, isn't it?" And her phone started ringing. "James asked your father?" Meaning the phone. Beatrice answered her phone, looking at the phone screen, saying, "No, Tina." "Hey, baby," said the young girl at the end of the slightly parasitic connection. Beatrice, who heard her usual confident voice, was relieved. "I got to New York," Tina said. Beatrice was still worried about her, but she didn't want to make it open, asked, "How was the trip?" instead of the thousands of questions that came to her mind. "It's long, it's painful, and it's boring," the sighing young girl said. "We could only made it to Boston by seaplane. There were terrorist incidents, and when the flight ban came, we landed in Boston. I came to New York in a car sent by the clinic that will perform the operation. This took a total of 6 hours. I've spent the last 2.5 hours sitting in a limo to see 2 of New York's most luxurious blocks through a fucking window. It's horrible," Beatrice said. Tina wasn't the kind of person who would stay still for hours in a closed place, no matter how luxurious it was. Sighing, Tina said, "Definitely, Han. You have to be crazy to live here. Any change in plan?" "No, baby, I'm going into surgery tomorrow." Beatrice nodded, knowing she wouldn't see her, and just said, "Okay, see you in the morning again." "Okay, baby, see you," she said before hanging up. Instead of continuing the conversation where he left off, James asked, "How's Tina?" He knew that Beatrice cared about her and that Tina was her center of attention right now. But it was the wrong choice. Because Beatrice remembers that neither James nor the others called after that incident. Just said, good. What happened to her was terrible. James said with a sour expression. I'd like to get that asshole and kick his butt. He said, showing off his fist, which he raised in the air. Beatrice nodded indolently. Shall we go down now? She asked. For some reason, she felt so alone. Then, looking back over her shoulder at the old military vehicle, she thought, maybe I'm not alone. The beach was full of teenagers. The headlights of a few all-terrain vehicles with wide tires that wouldn't get stuck in the sand on the beach lit them up. A big fire was lit in the middle. One of the cars had a door open. The vehicle's modified music system played the most popular musics of the year with a very loud sound, as if to deafen the ears. The joyful energy in the air affected Beatrice also. She looked around wondering if she could see Jack, but in the dark and the crowd, that wasn't possible. She followed him smiling as James grabbed her by her hands and pulled her to the side of those dancing by the fire. George, who passed by them, gave them 2 bottles of beer. Cold, light beer felt good. Everything was so beautiful, the hours passed in an instant. Beatrice didn't even remember how many beers she drank. She hadn't had fun in months. She had danced non-stop since he arrived, and James could not take away his eyes from her. He was so attractive that Beatrice couldn't stop looking at him. Those who ran out of energy gradually went to quieter places on the beach, and some went home. Of course, there were still those who danced. Most of them seemed ecstatic. After James smiled at someone who hit him, he grabbed Beatrice by the waist and pulled her towards him. The young girl felt the warmth of the young man's stiff body. It ignited something in her. James leaned over her ear and whispered, "Why don't we go somewhere quieter?" Beatrice looked at him and smiled, biting his lower lip. James, also smiling, grabbed her by the hand and pulled her out of the crowded dance circle. Beatrice hadn't noticed James winking at George as they passed by. Even she had seen it, she wouldn't have cared. She didn't drink that much, but her head was spinning a lot. Normally, that much beer wouldn't affect him that much, but dancing must have complicated things a little. The sounds of the party echoed through the long rocks, creating a strange hum, similar to the sound of the ocean. The red glare of the huge fire that was burned at the party was extending the shadows and disappearing among these rocks. When Beatrice looked around and naively asked, "Aren't we going to the car?" They were already entered into the rocks. James smiled and leaned her against the cliffs and put his hands around Beatrice's waist. "I thought we'd be more comfortable here," he said. Beatrice couldn't get herself together. She put his hands on James' chest and tried to push him, but she couldn't. He couldn't gather his strength or attention. Holding Beatrice's chin, James gently kissed her, laughing. When Beatrice felt James' lips on her lips, all she could think about was Jack. So he shook his head and tried to slap James, who was surprised. James caught the young girl's thin wrist in the air. There was a crazy twinkle in his eyes. A dangerous, crude grunt was hissing through his teeth, "You bitch." When a third voice said, "Oh, I told you so. Here's the real fun." The man, darkened by the light coming from behind, was quite large. Laughing at his friends coming after him almost as big as he was, and said, "Look at this beauty, right?" James turned to the men approaching, was saying, "Guys, we are talking about something private here." When he hurled to the ground. "Now we're going to talk, rich bastard." The man who threw a storm-like punch at him and knocked him to the side said, laughing. Beatrice caught a metallic twinkle in the man's hand. She couldn't remember the name of the brass thing that was around his fingers. She didn't care, either. All he wanted was to get out of there and get to his car. But the man who came to her wouldn't let her. He grabbed her by the hair and put her mouth to her mouth. When Beatrice felt the tongue in her mouth, all she wanted was to vomit. She wanted to get out of, but the guy holding her was too strong. She couldn't escape in no way. She wanted to cry when he felt his hands running over him and heard the laughter of the other men next to him, and wanted to scream when the man pulled his mouth out of his mouth. But on her first attempt, she got a hard slap and thousands of lightning bolts struck in the darkness. She fell to his knees, losing control. She tasted blood in her mouth. All she could hear as she begged the men were the sounds from the party and the laughter of the men. Someone grabbed him by the waist and lifted her hip into the air. Beatrice tried to fight back, screaming, but all she won was a new slap. One of the guys said something she couldn't understand when someone ripped her pants off. Because she was crying without holding herself, the tears prevented her from seeing around. Raising her head, Beatrice saw that James was not where he fell. She was caught by her hair again, and the first man raised Beatrice's head in his face, saying, "Your boyfriend got away, babe. Now that it's only us, you can be more at ease." As the man smiled, the light from the beach flashed his golden teeth in the dark. Beatrice angrily spat in the man's face. The last thing she remembered was the anger in Man's eyes. From the murky darkness that followed, she pulled out by Man's cry that froze the inside of a person. The screaming never stopped, the man was screaming in pain all the time. Besides, another male voice from below pleaded for mercy. Beatrice understood from the voice that he was one of the laughing men. But he couldn't understand why he was begging, why he was so afraid. And then she felt it take off. Someone, a familiar voice, was saying something to her ear that comforted her. She couldn't hear what he was saying, she couldn't figure out who he was, but he was someone she knew. She was safe. No one could hurt her anymore, no one could touch her. Her familiarity with the presence of the person who led her to the lights disappeared in a deep ambiguity. All that's left was a soft darkness. From darkness to nightmare. Beatrice grumbled angrily at the light that hurt her eyes. Her eyes were burning, her head was cracking. "Shh, the cops are here." Someone next to him quietly whispered. Beatrice realized that she recognized the soft female voice, but she couldn't figure out who she was. In blurry images, she listened to conversations coming from the door of her room. The hospital's own noise and announcements came from afar. Next to her, the sound of medical support and observation devices attached to her could be heard. Beatrice, however, turned her attention to the two men talking outside the door. "Like I said, Detective. Mrs. Halburn continues to be put to sleep under the supervision of a doctor." Beatrice knew this middle-aged male voice very well. She extracted faces and names from somewhere in the murky waters of his memory. The man was a lawyer, his name was Dennis, and he was one of his father's close friends. But the voice she did not recognize said, "I understand, when can we talk to your client? We need to get her statement." Beatrice frowned when she heard this. Dennis was an experienced lawyer. With the calmness of that experience, he said, "Her doctor will be here soon. I want to ask you the same thing. Did you find out anything about James Howard and his friend George?" he asked. Beatrice closed her eyes and tried to remember what had happened. She remembered the party, James and George. Dancing also. But then he disappeared into darkness and blur. The foreign voice addressed the lawyer, saying, "No, Mr. Glane. Howard and Connerly flew to the United States on the morning of the incident on one of the company's seaplanes without being notified to the police." The detective grumbled. "By the way, have you heard anything about Jack Winter?" he asked. "Jack, what does this have to do with Jack?" Beatrice thought. She opened her eyes again, but still her eyes couldn't get used to the light. There was someone in white leaning towards him in ambiguity. The young woman whispered, "I woke you up to be prepared. The cops want to question you," she said in French. Beatrice knew that voice. That was Nicole. She was her mother's best friend and she was a very good nurse. But she was in France. So what was she doing here? Beatrice turned her attention back to the speaking men. "I'm sorry, Detective," the lawyer said. "As I said, on the night of the incident, Jack left my client, the victim of the incident, at his home. And no one saw him afterwards. We are also concerned for him." Beatrice felt nauseous, and her heart trapped. His fingers were freezing. Jack brought her here? What about the victim? What was happening? At that moment, confused, she remembered that James wasn't there, but where exactly was he? The last thing she remembered was dancing at the beach party. "Shame," the lawyer said. "I'll sue them, too. A heavy dose of drugs was found in the drinks given to my client. Witnesses say the victim only took the beer she drank from the hands of James Howard and George Connerly. On the night of the incident, such poisoning did not happen to anyone else. Although it's not official, we'd appreciate it if you could file a lawsuit as the island's police department," the detective said in a distressed voice. "Recently this sex traps with drug has increased. If we find the source, we'll all breathe a sigh of relief." "I'm glad we're on the same side," Dennis said in a pleased tone. "I have 2 daughters, too." The detective sighed, calmly. "And the other 3 men?" the lawyer asked. "2 of them are still in comas. For the other, the doctor says that he will no longer be able to use his leg without a prosthesis, and he will need several more operations on his arm. If young Winter had let it go after he stopped those bastards, we wouldn't have had to go after him." The lawyer sighed. "Some events put a lot of pressure on the conscience, Detective. This is one of them. Jack Winter has been through bad things, he's a good man who grew up with them. What was done to my client must have unleashed the anger within him," he said in theatrical style. After all, Dennis Glane was a good lawyer and knew that by speaking, he could change the thoughts of the 12 people who would decide someone's death or life. But he was also an experienced police officer. The detective laughed and sarcastically said, "Sir, What happened to these three punks was not anger, but a natural disaster. I checked his criminal records. Actually, I'm an experienced cop, and I'm not shy about using a gun, but even I wouldn't want to be in a dark alley with these guys. Putting two in a coma and mutilating the other is not an underestimated event or outpouring emotions. He said. There was a bit of fear in his voice and a lot of respect. Beatrice bit helplessly on her lower lip and stared at Nicole. The woman, in her 30s, who had her blonde hair picked up in a ponytail, saw detectives walk away. Don't cry, little one. Everything is fine. She said in French. But the cops said. Beatrice said, oblivious to her sore throat and her pinched voice. Your stepbrother came before anyone could touch you. Nicole said, taking Beatrice's face between her hands with a caring look in her blue eyes, adding with a stern look in her eyes. He beat them so hard that all three of them are now in intensive care, with a look on her face promising that she endorsed the situation and would hug him in a way that shook him when she first met Jack. Jack? Where is he? Beatrice asked anxiously. Nicole sighed and shook her head. Jack brought you home. When Anna found out you were drugged, she took you to the hospital. She said, smiling. What a lovely woman. Jan Paul is very lucky. Anyway. When Jan found out the details of the incident, they immediately hid Jack. If these bastards stop suing, he'll come back. There will be no lawsuit. The lawyer said as he entered the room. He was a tall athletic man, as Beatrice recalled. He was a man in his late 40s, combed his hair sideways, side of his hair grizzled. He had a casual look in his angled glasses and vest suit. The sharp-faced man with a warm smile. The last time I saw you, you were sucking your finger on Jan Paul's lap. He said. Beatrice stood up slowly in her bed, trying to smile, and said, we met when I was in high school. Raising his eyebrows, Dennis said, yeah? I forgot, honey, I'm sorry. He said with a candid expression. Meanwhile, Nicole, who joined the conversation, said, what do you mean, no lawsuit? She asked while placing a pillow on Beatrice's back. Dennis looked at her and said, oh, a local group here, I think it's a gang. They had a brief conversation with the families of the attackers. Beatrice raised one eyebrow and asked, the clan? Dennis pointed the finger at her and said, yeah, that's the name. Do you know them? Is Jack a gang member? He asked. He wanted to know the problems he was going to face. Beatrice shaking her head. Not like in America. It's more like a big family made up of island natives. Beatrice said. The lawyer nodded. I understand that then we will sweeten the business with a small public case and enough money and a fine for public service to relax the conscience. He said in a comforting tone. Beatrice took her hand to her face and grimaced. How bad is it? She asked, taking her hand to her face. Nicole shrugged, you've been sleeping for 6 days. There's nothing the foundation can't close. As Beatrice frowns, in horror, 6 days? And Anna and Jan Paul came in. They both smiled when they saw Beatrice, who was straightened up on her bed. Finally. Jan Paul said, reaching out and hugging Beatrice. Anna stood behind him. Beatrice held out her arms and smiled at Anna, and Anna smiled at her and hugged Beatrice. When she said, you scared us so much. Beatrice felt better than she had in a long time. When they were separated, Beatrice curiously asked, Jack? Jan Paul sent him to New York. Anna said, looking around, worried that she would be hurt. Jan Paul smiled and said, he'll be safe there. And the whole world suddenly shook. At first, Beatrice thought she was dizzy because she had just woken up. But when Anna and Paul staggered, Dennis looked for a place to hold on, and Nicole closed in on her, she realized something was really going on. Jan Paul said, calm down, it's just an earthquake. Anna with a serious expression said, but this place isn't even on the fault line. It's not an earthquake. Dennis said, lifting up his phone, showing off the phone's turned off screen. Nicole noticed that the machines that Beatrice was connected to had also turned off. Beatrice murmured with fear, what's going on? Faith. Jan Paul was on the home phone. When his company Nisco gave him this house, they said the phone had the most advanced satellite communication system. These were perfectly normal needs for Jan Paul Holborn, who had to manage 3 oil platforms, stationary refineries and incoming freighters to transfer the resulting products. Jan Paul was a really experienced manager. It took him just 2 hours to prepare the necessary adjustments for the crisis situation. The man, who can be considered a legend in time and crisis management, spent the last hour and a half on this phone. Some of the cell phones were working. The others' processors were literally burned. I understand. Jan Paul said, looking anxiously at Anna. With their phones working, they found out there was a huge explosion in New York. No one knew exactly why. Jan Paul called almost all his acquaintances, reached out to very few. The information they received from what they reached was increasingly worrying them. Some said the bomb was nuclear, others said people suddenly went crazy and started attacking each other. Beatrice looked at her father in fear. Jan Paul, ready to face all her reaction, turned to Anna and said, "My love. Whatever happened downtown, no one's telling us anything that makes sense." Anna took a deep breath and looked to Beatrice, who began to eat her nails. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking from her gaze. Anna walked up to the young girl and winked, holding her hand, and said, "He's fine. But if you keep eating your nails, you won't be." Anxiously smiling, Beatrice asked, "Are you okay?" "I trust Jack," Anna said, pointing to Jan approaching Paul with her hand, hugging Jan and Beatrice, who approached her. "He did what he had to do for his family. If he's alive, he'll come back." As Beatrice held herself up to not cry, she suddenly heard the trembling hum of her phone standing on the coffee table. It's been 3 days since the explosion, and her phone never rang. "It could be Jack," Anna said, wiping her eyes. Beatrice walked to the phone, shaking her head. Her heart tightened when she saw Tina's name on her phone screen. She forgot Tina was in New York, too. It wasn't a call, it was a voicemail from a messaging program. Directed the sound to the speaker. In the chaos of parasitic sounds, Tina's voice was not clear. New York. Hell. Jack. He's coming." When the message ended with 3 beeps indicating that the recording had been interrupted, Beatrice hurriedly called Tina, but the phone network was still down. The short voice message was sent the day before. Looking at Anna and Jan and puzzled, she murmured, "Tina's alive, Jack's alive." "Live. I told you so," Anna said, smiling. "You should have some faith." "All you need is a little faith, brothers and sisters," said a Catholic priest whose voice was wobbly. The tall, thin man's upper parts of his hair were shed, while the rest were white and messy. His long nose was noticeably skewed and arched. By the light of the big lamp in his hand, his cheekbones looked very protruding. His black suit was lost in the dust. In the pitch blackness and constant cold of the subway tunnels, the steam emanating from his mouth hung awkwardly in the air. He preached to the crowd he had marched with for the last few stations. In the dark silence, the sound of water dripping from the roof of the round tunnel could be heard in short moments of silence. The white, pale light that had begun to be seen at the end of the winding tunnel signaled that they had arrived at a new station. The group consisted of 46 people. At the front, 2 cops were leading them. One of the cops had a broken ankle. He was helped by a physics teacher and a pizza delivery man. The Afro-American cop was as dust-covered as the priest, his clothes were ragged. "You're right, Father," he grumbled, with his teeth shining in darkness. The police, who normally never go to church, knew that morale was as important as light for people walking through a dark tunnel. New York was experiencing its scariest and worst disaster since 9/11. Just before the bomb went off, people started going crazy at various points at the same time. The governor's office, which said it was an epidemic and that people should not leave their homes, was too late to start managing the crisis. Now the sane survivors were looking for a place to hide, collectively or individually. Their group was such a community, too, people united by necessity, helpless and with only 8 hand lamps. Seeing someone coming towards them from the end of the tunnel, the priest said in a loud voice, "Come, brother, you can join us." He had a big smile on his face when he said. The uninjured police officer looked angrily with eyes like slits at the priest whose voice echoed. The young woman who graduated 2 years ago moved her hand at her pistol. "We no longer need to fear those above who have had their souls stolen because of their sins," the priest said with a smile. His eyes were glowing, and he had a giant smile on his face. Showing the young woman approaching them, he said, "None of us are soulless. You can join us." The woman, who was approaching with the station's lights behind her, began to run with a terrible scream. The young cop had his hand on her pistol, but the priest was startled and held her arm so tight that she couldn't draw her gun fast enough. The history teacher behind her held a pencil-shaped lamp in his hand for a moment in the face of the woman who attacked them. The woman, whose face was covered in blood, had one eye out and was hanging on her cheek. His nose was broken and his cheek was torn. The woman had her bloody hands out to the priest and the police. Just before she hit them, the police, named Gabriella, heard the wind whisper of something passing by her head. Almost at the same second, the woman hit her and they collapsed on the tracks. The group suddenly broke up screaming. There were those who screamed, ran back into the darkness in fear, and rolled to the ground. The cop with the broken leg was one of them. When those who held him escaped, He fell to the ground in pain. He pulled his pistol and hand light from where he felt. As he lit up his partner, he saw Gabriella pushing the attacking woman to the side. The assailant was already dead, with an arrow stuck in his head under his nose and out of his neck. At the end of the arrow was attached a hunting head shaped like a pyramid, used in deer hunting and as sharp as a razor. "She's dead," said a voice as cold as ice through the shouts. The cop turned his gun on him as a reflex and with fear. "Stop it," the young man in black grumbled, raising his hand to his face and preventing his face from being illuminated. "You're killing my night vision." He was wearing black denim pants and a shirt. He had black fingerless gloves on his hand. He carried a sports school bag and a quiver full of modern arrows on his back. He was holding a compound bow in his left hand. But the remarkable part was the black operational Kevlar vest the young man was wearing. 6 clips were attached to the vest. There was also a Glock in a holster on the right side of the young man's trousers. When the police realized the young man was right, he put his gun down. The young man in black had inarguably saved his partner's life. At the end of the 12 terrible hours they had spent outside, they realized that people soon went crazy when they were bitten by infected people. The priest was still praying where he lay as the young man in black reached out his hand and helped Gabriella get up. Some of those who fled had started to come back as police, and the young man helped the injured police. No one wanted to stay in eternal darkness. "Paul Vasquez," said the policeman, who had been moving with a broken leg for hours without painkillers. "Jack Winter," replied the young man, who shook his hand. "I didn't see you in the group, Jack," the policeman said as he handed his weight to the young man. "I was following you in the dark," Jack replied, looking timidly at the station's lights. "Why didn't you join us?" Gabriella asked, looking disgusted at the blood on her. As Jack handed over Paul's weight to a middle-aged man, showing the priest, some guy was screaming with a flashlight in his hand. "I didn't know if you were friends or enemies, but either way, you were going to the exit." "It's brilliant," Paul said. "I'm sorry, but if you go like this, you pull them out like a magnet," Jack said, shrugging off the body on the floor. Then he gently pulled the carbon fiber arrow out of her head. He wiped the blood, bones, and brain fragments on her clothes. He had a vague expression of disgust on his face. "Are you in the army or something?" Gabriella asked. The fact that a civilian acted so calm and cold-blooded made him nervous. The United States was known for its serial killers. "I couldn't get the honor, ma'am," Jack said, looking at the young woman. He knew she shouldn't let him ask any more questions. The cops were good, they were nice, but they had a strange habit of adhering to the law. He had to get out of here before she thought about arresting him. Showing the station, he said, "I'll take a look there. If anything goes wrong, I'll start running from 1 arm's distance from the opposite wall to the other side. If they're too crowded, don't shoot and keep your silence. But if there's no chase, I'll give you the signal, the station is clear. Is okay for you?" While Gabriella was trying to decide, Paul shook his head, saying, "It's okay for us, Jack. I'll be fine if I can get some rest," he said sluggishly. "Let's be quick, then," Jack said, looking at the police with a serious attitude, shaking his head. The station was quiet, looking for people lying on the ground. Jack thoroughly checked his surroundings. He didn't want a bad surprise coming out behind the columns. When he made sure no one was at the station, he lifted his bow into the dark tunnel. He knew his signal had been taken when he saw the lights of the hand lamp starting to light. The station's emergency generator was working, so there was light. As the group approached him, Jack went to a food locker that was still working. He opened his pocket knife, which he pulled out of his pocket. The lock, forced by the blade's mouth of thick steel, opened after several attempts. The young man who threw water and a few packets of biscuits into his bag also started throwing supplies at those who approached to him. Jack, who threw half a gallon of water at the police, who looked at him with frowned eyebrows, said, "The insurance of the food lockers cover the damage. We should give insurers an opportunity to stimulate the economy, right?" The young woman laughed, whether she wanted to or not. Jack, who stood up, pushed the automaton a little and found the outlet where the automaton was powered. By unplugging the machine, he plugged in the adapter of his own mobile phone. He smiled as the phone started charging. He turned and headed to the group to deal with the broken-legged cop. Paul was really in trouble. His leg was starting to swell. He was nauseous, dizzy. There were drips of sweat on his forehead. Jack broke through the crowd gathered around him and knelt next to the police. After checking his pulse and leg, he stood and showed metro benches to the big, pot-bellied man in the suit, who gazed nervously at him. "I can do something for his leg if you take their backrests off," he said. After telling the cop, "Don't worry, everything will be fine," the young man, who sent a couple of people to the toilet and fire locker at the end of the station, then went to the electrical control room. The control room door was locked. He fixed a wire that he took from his bag with a folding pliers that he took from his bag again. He bent the end of one at a short, 90-degree angle. As he gave the other wire the shape he wanted by zigzags, Gabriella, who came after him, looked at what he was doing. "Expensive brands," he said. The pliers in his hand were the latest products of the Leatherman brand. "It should be worth at least $200. The owner's annual salary is more than the entire police department." Jack grumbled, looking at the pliers, as he put the wires in the lock. Gabriella raised a single eyebrow and said, "And the owner wasn't mad that you took these?" she asked. Jack concentrated on what he was doing. He was pushing the zigzag wire forward and back quickly. Through his teeth, he said, "Did the bomb go off in Manhattan?" he asked, muttering. "I guess why?" Gabriella asked. "The owner was hosting me and he said to me, 'My house is your house.'" Jack shrugged. He was in his office in Manhattan in the morning, he said, leaving the rest to Gabriella. Most of what he said was true. The house he was staying in belonged to a man named Michael Richardson. He was an old friend of Jan Paul's, and he really had Jack as a guest. The lie was that Michael Richardson made a lot of money. He had no idea what he was doing, but when the explosion happened, he pulled a bunch of guns, bulletproof vests, and some of the materials he was using out of a room with a hidden door in the house, and gave it to Jack. But Gabriella was interested in making sense of the story. So she just said, "I get it." Jack heard the sound of the door unlocked and signaled to police to prepare before opening the door. Jack opened the door as Gabriella drew her gun. Contrary to what they expected, there was no one. At the end of the small room was a first aid box. Jack ripped the box out and went to Paul. The part that till now was the easy part. It took half an hour to take care of Paul. For this, he had received 6 months of rigorous training. But when he actually encountered an incident, the situation was getting different as usual. Clenching his teeth and suppressing the feeling of vomiting inside, the young man pulled the broken bone into place. He placed the pieces of support he wanted on either side of the leg and set up a mat as a crutch. He was done here. "Dude, you have to go all the way to the end of the tunnels," he said, looking at Paul. Paul squinted and asked, "Are you going up?" Jack just shook his head. "We're very close to the blast site," Paul said. "You have a mission," Paul said, smiling as Jack nodded again. Jack understood that they still thought of him as an official and smiled. There was no point in ruining it. Just shaking his head, he said, "The place called Griffin Tower is close to this station, isn't it?" "Yeah," Paul said, shaking his head. 2 blocks north. "Is someone there?" "VIP," Jack whispered, looking around and winking at Paul. At this moment there was nothing wrong acting like a spy. "We can wait for you," Paul said, looking around. Jack shook his head, saying, 2 blocks change a lot when New York is like this, officer. 45 people are your responsibility," he said. The police looked around and nodded with understanding. Jack took his phone and bag and headed for the stairs, where the generators didn't light up. His eyes were closed as he walked step by step on the long stairs. He was just listening to the darkness, waiting for his eyes to get used to the darkness again. All he needed, and what he'd depend on, was his faith in his heart. For a moment, he felt as stupid as the priest downstairs. About 12 hours ago. Semper Fi. The port quarter was lost in a cloud of dust. All the cars parked on the street had their windows blown out. Almost all of them had alarms working, and the sounds of various weapons, sirens, horns and people shouting were mixed into this noise. The sun had become a little gray ball in the sky. In the complex gray-brown dust, 5 people were making rapid strides on the sidewalk. All wore no-nose masks of the type used in winter sports to protect themselves from dust. Their mouths and noses were covered with handkerchiefs, bandanas or industrial dust masks. The guy at the front was pretty big. He was wearing an army uniform. He was wearing a Kevlar vest and holding an M4 assault rifle. He had his gun on his shoulder. He had a large camping bag on his back, an army-type gas mask on his face. It was a woman who came right after him. She wrapped the baby in her arms. A gas mask was placed on the baby's face that should have been on the woman's face. The woman had used a motorcycle mask and a scarf to protect herself. One hand of the woman was constantly on the shoulder of the soldier in front. She was also carrying a camping bag. The other 2 people who came after them were civilians. They were a middle-aged man and woman. They were not as prepared as the ones ahead. On their backs were school bags, on their faces were white powder masks, which sold for 30 cents. The man was holding a .38 in his hand. They also walked pretty close to those in front to avoid getting lost in this chaos. Jack was coming from the back. His black clothes turned to smoke colored in the dust. He covered his mouth and face with an industrial mask that he got at a construction materials market that he came across a few blocks ago. He had a flat glass motorcycle mask on his face. The butt of the 12-gauge shotgun he was holding was resting on his shoulder, just like the soldier in front. The group paused when they came to another corner. As the soldier controlled the corner, Jack was ripped from where he stood it with a heavy blow to his right side. When he was hit to a van on his left side, all the breath in his lungs was drained and white lights flashed in his eyes. People in his group ran screaming. The soldier first aimed to shoot, but the woman with the baby put her hand on her shoulder and shook her head. The gunfire was attracting them. The soldier looked at the woman and the baby, bowed his head down in shame, and turned the corner and disappeared from view. Jack knew he had no choice, so when gravity pulled him down he quickly threw himself backwards and survived a blow to the head. Jack stared at the man who attacked him in astonishment. The gray-haired man, who was in his late 50s, was wearing an expensive suit. He came out of a dry cleaner shop to his right. The air was so dirty, he had a big, bloody meat knife in his hand. At first, he thought about shooting the man, but because he threw himself back, his group remained behind the attacker. If he shot here, he'd kill them all. Swearing, Jack gave a strong kick to the knee of the man who was thrown at him. The young man, who heard the sound of the broken leg, rolled to the side and got rid of the man with the knife who leapt at him. He straightened on his knee and pulled his Glock. But the hands behind him pulled him into the darkness of the shop. Jack knew he didn't have much time. From where he fell on his back, he hurled his knee hard to his face level and dealt a heavy blow to the woman, whose face appeared in front of him. His second target was the man on his left side. He was thrown to bite his on the shoulder, but the Glock barrel that hit his in the face threw him back. The Glock was fired 2 times and the man collapsed where he was thrown. Meanwhile, the man to his right grabbed Jack's arm hard that was holding the pistol. Whatever the infectious disease was, it made its victims as strong as it drove them crazy. Jack could not save his right arm as he felt the fingers on his shoulder sinking into his skin. He quickly turned right where he was and buried his climbing boot in the man's face. With his hand free, Jack again lay on his back and fired 3 shots into the face of the young girl, who grabbed him by the shoulder. When his victim collapsed where she was, he came over the young girl he had killed by tumbled on his back and killed the man he had kicked in the face a moment before. There didn't seem to be anyone else in the dry cleaner shop. He quickly got out, took the shotgun he had dropped and hit the man on the head with the metal butt as he crawled towards him on the ground. He was in a blood storm and didn't want his enemy to come after him. The young man, who ran and caught up with his advancing group without waiting for him, eventually reached the beach. There were 12 of them when they left the mall to arrive at the beach. This chaos engulfed what was left. The man at the top and his wife said there was a ship waiting for them on the beach. Jack and the group were walking between the old warehouse buildings and when they reached the rocky shore, they saw that a 20-foot fishing boat was waiting for them. There were 6 people on the dock side of the boat facing the land. 2 were police, 4 were soldiers. When the large soldier raised his weapon and signaled to the others, the boat began to approach the beach. The big guy said with joy, "We did it, guys." Jack felt his mobile phone shiver as he shouted. A lot of people should have felt the same thing. Everyone put their hands in their pockets for a moment. Service providers of mobile phones worked for a short moment, delivering suspended messages to their destinations. While Jack looked at the incoming messages, the others climbed the rope ladder, which was hanging. When the last man came out, the Marine on deck reached out his hand to Jack, but Jack just shook his head. The soldier didn't understand what had happened. "Come on, buddy. We don't have much time." Jack pulled down his mask and picked up the phone and quoth, "Semper Fi." The soldier looked at him for a moment and slowly shook his head down to indicate that he understood. These 2 words meant more than thousands of pages of stories, explanations. The soldier changed the angle of the hand he extended. Recognizing this angle, Jack smiled and shook the soldier's hand and disappeared into a cloud of dust. 12 hours after. Approaching the exit of the subway, Jack placed the gas mask he had removed from the side pocket of his bag on his face. It was very different from the world before he plunged into the deep darkness of the subway. The massive rubble of collapsed buildings had shattered the stairs of the metro station. The day was about to meet the night, the sky turned red in a way Jack had never seen before. Like the snow, the particles of ash that fell, drawing slow spirals, seemed like to try to cover everything. Jack opened a map of the area which he took from a dead cop and checked his location. The pieces left over from the buildings looked like the fingers of stretched hands held out by people begging God. Jack began to walk through the ruins with full of caution, knowing that he had turned from hunter to prey. It was very hot, very quiet and very scary. The young man walking through the ruins left over from the city's most crowded street saw the asphalt turn glass from the heat, and he prayed that the mask would not let the smell in. Cars were burned, thrown into the 6th and 7th floors of buildings like tin toys. Jack paused in front of a wall of skyscraper. On the wall was a silhouette of a person turned to ashes. He stumbled trying to walk back and get away from this silhouette. When he returned to see what he was stuck in, he saw people buried in melted asphalt. There must have been dozens of lifeless bodies. His eye caught on the mother and daughter, who were wrapped in each other. Shaking his head from side to side, the young man began to run. All he wanted was to get out of there. By the end of the second block, the rubble and heat had lessened. And Jack finally stopped to breathe. Ashamed of losing control, he could barely hold himself to not cry. He reached for his cell phone without even realizing it. He looked at the last message. "I'm at Griffin Tower in New York. If anyone is nearby, I beg for your help." Taking a deep breath, the young man collected himself and putted his phone in his pocket. "First save the alive, then grieve," he murmured. "First save the living, then grieve." His voice was dry, confident and calm. New York's scariest night was beginning when the young man began to move forward with determined steps. Author's explanation in parentheses, Semper Fi, Semper Fidelis is the motto of the Marine Corps. It can always be translated as always faithful. The Council. Television, internet and radio came back, but no one was happy about it. The news was all horrifying. More than 60 countries were infected in 2 days, which is said to have spread from airports. That's why all international flights were cancelled. Beatric was watching the city council meeting. There was a great chaos in the city. The mayor managed to calm everyone down by giving a long and logical speech on local television and radio, and then convened the council. This meeting was quite different from the other council meetings because everyone who had a say in society, who has power, who was listened to was there. Jan Paul on behalf of NISCO, Chief of Police on behalf of the police department, leaders of local criminal gangs, important people of various communities, and even a spokesman for the Klan. Beatrice looked at the spokesman again. She was waiting for a retired general with broad shoulders, short white hair, and 6 feet tall, but instead she encountered an old woman in her 70s in a wheelchair. Anna was sitting next to Beatrice. From the balcony where they were located, they could comfortably see almost the entire hall. "Don't underestimate her," Anna said, leaning slowly towards the young girl. "Carolyn de Borgen is an iceberg. After what happened in the mines, Carolyn caused NISCO so much discomfort and damage for 10 years that NISCO eventually invested millions of dollars in Belgroff Island and turned the town into a city. The mayor, the city council, or the police chief can't sit in their seats without Carolyn pointing at them. They can't go to the bathroom." Beatrice curiously asks, "Then why is there a council?" Anna smiled and leaned back and said, "So you can feel free, my dear. If you believe that the decision made here is made freely, you will always be behind it. If you're going to defend the city, you're going to defend it to the last man, to the last breath, to the last drop of blood." It was the first time Beatrice had seen this side of Anna. "I don't think you like her very much," she said. Anna just smiled and sighed in response. Many people went to the old woman's side without drawing too much attention when the representative spoke, but not to be ignored. Most leaned over to the women and said something and waited for the woman's answer briefly. Showing one of them, Beatrice asks, "So what's going on there?" she asked. Anna smiles, "They're negotiating, dear." "When the world is under these conditions?" the young woman asked with a disgust in her voice. "You'll see more terrible things, dear," Anna said, looking at her with understanding. The council meetings were decamped for dinner. Anna and Beatrice went downstairs to see Jan Paul. The corridors were crowded and dark. The corridors of council were dim because of the emergency decisions taken. The island generated its own electricity with wind generators. But these generators would need maintenance, repair and material when necessary. For this reason, electricity savings began, and generators started to be operated part-time and in shifts. Beatrice realized how nervous Anna was walking next to her. She didn't even have to ask why. His son was in New York, and he went as an outlaw to protect himself. Anna hasn't heard from Jack since. Beatrice entered the woman's arm and rested her head on her shoulder. Anna greeted the young girl's childish move with a smile and put her cheek to her head. "Anna," said an elderly but confident voice in the crowd behind them as they approached the north gate, where Jan Paul was supposed to be. As the men and women who made up the crowd slowly avoided the corridor, the old woman, who approached them in her wheelchair, came near. Anna's face stiffened, her back, hunched with exhaustion, slowly erected. Beatrice realized that the woman she thought was nervous was now really tensed, even turned into a steel wire. The old woman was pretty, despite her wrinkled face. In many ways, she was also quite familiar to Beatrice, but the young woman couldn't figure out where she saw her. Her hair, which fell on her shoulder, was silver. "We haven't seen each other for a long time," the older woman said. Signaled to wait to the two men who, in suits and quite muscular, followed her behind. The two men, with their militarily styled hair, instantly stopped and began to watch the corridor. "You were so busy," Anna said, like a cold knife. "Yes, I deserved it." The old woman bowed her head with an expression of acceptance and smiled. Then she raised her head and added, "But I think there's a world we need to start over from now on." Beatrice knew she were listening ending of a long speech. She wasn't sure if she was really there or not. Anna didn't answer the woman. The young woman couldn't tell if she was doing it because she didn't have the answer or because she was angry. Meanwhile, the old woman turned to her. "So you're Jan Paul's daughter. You have your eyes from your father," she said in a warm expression. Beatrice, with a tense and calm manner, said, "Carolyn is enough, my child." Anna turned to Beatrice and said, "Beatrice, let me introduce you to Carolyn de Borgen." As if she were following a secret protocol. Beatrice was thinking about her last name when she looked at the old lady. As Carolyn shakes Beatrice's hand, said, "I'm glad to meet you, Beatrice. Any news from Jack?" Anna dropping her defense for a moment, shaking her head from side to side. The old woman took a strange deep breath. It's like she just got older and tired. Then she smiled, looking at Beatrice and Anna. Beatrice could understand that the woman had forced herself to do it. "He's like his father, Anna. And he's well trained. If anyone is going to come out of New York, that's going to be Jack," she said. Anna again just shook her head. This time, the old woman turned to Beatrice with a sincere smile and said, "Beatrice, has the council given you a task, my child?" she asked. The young woman was caught off guard. As she shook her head, she smiled and turned her electric chair back and said, "She shall come to me tomorrow morning, Anna." When Anna looked at Beatrice and said, "Okay, Mom," Beatrice's eyes grew in surprise. It was only then that Beatrice realized how much the two women looked alike. Just like a mother and daughter. Jan Paul looked at Anna and Beatrice in the kitchen in shock. They just had the opportunity to speak in the Hall of Parliament. "What's Beatrice going to do with your mother?" "She's waiting for her to do what I didn't do," Anna said with a stagnant expression as she looked at the coffee cup between her hands. As Beatrice looked at her curiously, she raised her head and said, "Someone has to take her place." "Why me?" the girl asked. Deep down, she was afraid of the old woman. "Your family now." Anna shrugged in a natural manner. Beatrice objected without thinking, and said, "But there's Jack. After all, he's Carolyn's grandson." And she saw her father bend his head down. "Jack may not come back," Anna muttered, gulping. Beatrice had a lump in her throat. "No," she murmured. "Nothing happened to him." "No." Jan Paul stared at Anna as Beatrice ran to her room upstairs crying. Not wanting to be seen crying, the woman with her eyes full turned around and watched the garden in darkness through the kitchen window. Alone in the dark. Tina was in the technician's room that took care of the equipment of the Griffin Tower. The young girl was tired and had her hands between her head. His face was covered in bandages. Tina could even think herself look like a mummy if everything wasn't so complicated. The young woman was wearing a skirt like tie pants. Maroon pants were stripped to the knees. She had his usual navy sneakers on his feet. Her black tight shirt left her muscular belly open. Her short denim jacket was covered in blood and dust. Her bag of thick black fabric was next her knees, crossed. The young woman looked for her scarf but couldn't find it. She guesses she had dropped it on the stairs. Around the bag were empty wrapping papers of junk food she collected from the vending machine on the 5th floor. Next to her phone, which had run out of battery, was the last two of the hand lamps that technicians used in power outages and repairs. One of them was on and it was about to run out of batteries. Her light began to dim, and the lamp began to blink. She was supposed to stay on the 17th floor of the Griffin Tower for 6 days after the surgery, but the explosion changed everything. Half the tower was destroyed. Tina was as lucky as ever. At least she wasn't in the destroyed half of the tower. A nurse on duty at the clinic helped her and took her down to the ground floor. When the nurse and Tina saw the brutality that was happening outside, they ran back inside. Because of the attackers who entered building, they went down to the parking lot and took refuge in this room. The side sliding door of the small room was solid and safe. But there was no food, no water. Also, the nurse was married and had 2 children. When the phone lines came back for a short time, there were consecutive messages from her husband and children. Soon after, she couldn't stand it and gone out. Tina begged her not to go. But the woman would not listen to her. The poor woman could only get to the end of the corridor connecting to the parking lot. As Tina swung back and forth, she thought about how she had shredded apart. That was it, she was going to die here. As if she had never lived. She had nothing of value. There was nothing of her own which she will left behind. He looked at the boxes of antibiotics and painkillers that stood next to her bag. Maybe it was better to give up here, gave up it like this. At least her end wouldn't be like the nurse. She pulled her keys out of her pocket and started scraping the wall. At first, she did it slowly. Then she accelerated. As she accelerated, the lines became clear and there was a lot of them. She was drawing and crying on the same time. Just then, a loud noise coming from the iron door made her bounce. Tina looked at the door with fearful eyes. 54 minutes ago. When Jack arrived in front of the Griffin Tower, he began to see small movements around him. He remembered what the priest said and repeated soulless ones. Soulless was well suited to the present definition. They definitely had no fear of death. All they wanted was pure violence. Their heads worked vaguely, they were strong and fast. Being stupid was probably the only thing that kept Jack alive. He knew he hadn't been seen by them yet. If he had been seen, they would have attacked him by now. Jack paid more attention to his target than to the shadows wandering around among the ruins. According to the folded map in his hand, this pile of steel rubble ascending to the sky like a strange and thin spear was the Griffin Tower. If Tina was here, he had little time and less hope to find her. Advancing to the still intact entrance of the tower, the young man paused there. Like all over the street, it was full of bodies, but one of them had caught his attention. He slowly went to it. The little guy was a soldier. The rank of lieutenant can be seen on the Kevlar vest on his chest. He was shot in the head and died instantly. What Jack was interested in was that he still had all his equipment on him. He grabbed the body by the collar of his vest and slowly pushed it through the entrance to the tower. Collecting all the material he could from the body, Jack was as alert as a deer, smelling of lions. Wearing the soldier's Kevlar vest with blood on it, the young man tied his own vest to his backpack and hung his new M4 assault rifle with its strap. He placed the soldier's M9 pistol behind his waist. When he found the night vision equipment in a box-shaped bag near his waist, he was delighted as child who find a drone under the Christmas tree. The young man who took all the supplies he could knew that the burden could kill him when the time came. Still, these materials could save him or others. He set up his new rifle, made sure its safety was on, and after setting the gun to single shot, he began walking into the building, holding the bottom of the gun against his shoulder. No expense was spared in the building's flamboyant lobby. Everything was extremely elegant and harmonious. The only problem was that it was also destroyed. In the middle of the cream and white marble floor was a steel structure beam that had fallen from the upper floors and was stuck with an upright angle to the floor. People who had been crushed by falling pieces or subsequently shredded, shot, burned were in the lobby. As Jack passed between them, someone jumped from behind the front desk. Jack turned to him with a lightning speed. It was a young woman in a valet's uniform, crouching on the reception desk with her back hunched like a cat, on her knees, ready to bounce again. She wasn't older than Jack. She had a wild look in her eyes. Her scattered hair had fallen on her face. As the darkness gradually took over the city, the last crumbs of light formed tiny red flashes in her eyes between these fallen hair on her face. Jack put his finger on the trigger. The young woman stretched her fingers slowly to scratch the floor of the table with her nails. Neither, however, attacked the other. Jack was going to look for Tina first at the clinic she said she was going to. So he slowly headed for the stairs. He had his eye on the hunter at the front desk. The hunter was watching him back. Every heartbeat, every step, every breath. It was already dark when Jack got to the stairs where he could go up the upper floor. He acted with a clear eagerness to use the night vision. When he put the equipment on and started it, he heard a little ringing, and the images came back in green and its shades. There were bodies even on the stairs. Some fell, were crushed by other escapees, and some were killed. When Jack reached the end of the stairs, he sighed. The stairs only reached as far as the 10th floor. He had to climb for the rest. He began to look at the route he was going to climb, cursing at his luck. His eye caught on the pattern right in front of him. He would recognize this big rose pattern wherever he saw it, even in shades of green. This was Tina's scarf. She painted the silk scarf herself. Jack took the scarf and looked around. Tina should have gone downstairs. He was going to start looking for her from here. He was still racing with time. 4 minutes ago. Before he got to the first floor of the parking lot, he was in the lobby again. The hunter wasn't in the lobby. Not being able to see her made Jack even more nervous. The parking lot was deserted. A Bentley was crashed to a column, its warning lights were flashing. Some car alarms were still going off, but as their batteries were about to run out, their voices were no more than a whisper. Jack saw a few shadows shifting at the end of the limited distance of night vision and put his finger on the trigger. The parking lot was his last hope of finding Tina. He thought about shouting and calling her out, but that would have almost the same effect as throwing fireworks in the open air. He knew there were soulless ones in the parking lot. The problem was how many. The younger man thought that the less he messed with them, the more likely he was to survive. He had to survive. He had to survive and go back home. He started wandering around the parking lot. He systematically walked the corridors and almost finished the floor. The last corridor was adjacent to the wall. As he was walking here, he saw the body of a woman in uniform and badly shredded. The woman was a nurse, wearing a uniform of a clinic called Estetica on her back. The place where the woman died was at the entrance of the corridor. There was a door at the end of the short corridor. Technical service was written on the door. Jack squinted and slowly entered this corridor. He didn't even see the guy running quietly behind him. Just suddenly heard a voice coming from behind him. He knew he'd been caught. Now he had lost all his advantage. It was all over. Maybe it wasn't as bad as he thought. 19-year-old Jack Winter was very well trained. The young man, who collapsed on one knee, planned to slow down the person who attacked him from behind. But it wasn't his luckiest day. The attacker was Harold Dornfield, who had played football in Texas for years. Harold, like the others, was infected with the virus. So he took off his shoes, shirt and jacket. The half-naked, incredibly muscular man done the traditional catch-up leap of footballers as he took the final few steps to his prey. But his prey suddenly bent down and knocked him off balance, pushing him with his arm. The big guy hit the door at the end of the corridor on his back, head down. Jack openly swore. He'd make less noise if he fired. He quickly removed his night vision and hurtled towards Dornfield. Dornfield was trying to pull himself together at that moment. He heard Jack attacking him. He jumped forward on his knees with anger, but Jack didn't have time to wrestle this grizzly bear. The young man suddenly knelt again, bowed his head down and almost became a ball. Dornfield jumped and pulled his feet up to avoid tripping over him. He quickly stopped where he landed and turned back, and his eyes grew in anger. Because Jack had his M4 pointed at him. 6 shots rang out in the parking lot. Dornfield had 3 holes in his head and chest as his lifeless body collapsed back like a tower. Jack immediately crunched into the shooting position on his one knee. He could hear footsteps of the engaging soulless ones from the car park, meaningless sounds coming from hoarse voices. The first to turn the corner was the building's security guard. He was holding a fire axe. Before he took a step into the hallway, he made a puking-like sound, taking 2 shots to the head, then he hit the wall opposite and fell to the ground. A woman who jumped over him before the man fell to the ground took 2 bullets in the chest and rolled to the ground. She didn't die, she grabbed Jack's ankle where she fell. Jack bent down his rifle and fired 2 more shots into the woman's head, but he didn't break his stance. This short-term waste of time worked for his enemies. There were 2 people at the mouth of the hall. Jack fired 3 shots at the one on the left and heard the familiar metallic sound coming from the gun. The gun was empty. He jumped back and pulled the Glock, but the woman who attacked him had already reached him. She grabbed Jack by the throat with one hand, quickly stabbing the long piece of glass, which she held despite cutting of her other hand, into the young man's stomach. At the same time, Jack fired 3 shots with the pistol he had drawn, and 3 holes were opened in the woman's back. However, the woman did not stop. She continued the stubbing movement with her hand, pushed Jack back. Jack hit the door hard. Angrily, he grabbed her by the hair, turned her around and hit the door. The woman simply snarled in response. Jack pointed the gun at the woman's face, fired the gun 3 times, and returned to the mouth of the hallway as gunshots echoed inside the parking lot. No one was coming anymore. The frowned young man took a few steps back and took his night vision from where he had thrown. He recalled the woman repeatedly hit at him in the stomach when he came to the door. Jack saw the scratches on the Kevlar and the pieces of glass between the magazine pockets. Holding his breath, trembling with thrill, he putted his hand under the Kevlar timidly, but when he couldn't find blood, he breathed out. He knocked the door on which he leaned, as if he were trying to talk to his angry girlfriend, and said, "Tina? Are you there?" Looking at the bodies in the hallway, he muttered to himself, "Please be there," and changed the empty clip of his rifle. As if the silence hanging in the air had lasted for years. Behind the door, in silence, when a weak and wobbly voice said, "Jack?" Jack laughed and leaned against the door. Tears flowed softly down his cheeks. Conciliator. Beatrice was quietly watching Carolyn de Bourgon's electric car. At 7 a.m., Carolyn sent her a car, picked Beatrice up from her house on the first day of her new job. The young girl was dressed in a black tight jacket, skirt suit, classic shoes with black laces and a white shirt. She tied her hair in a simple bun and made a simple makeup. All this was Anna's advice. Carolyn smiled when she saw her and said, "As it should be." Beatrice and Carolyn entered one of the small assembly rooms of the council. There were 10, maybe 12 people in the room. Most of them were in suits. They were settled on either side of a long mahogany table. The men sitting at one end of the table were unshaven and without ties. Their suits were neither new nor clean. The man sitting in the middle had his large fingers of his large hands crossed together and put his hands on the table like a dam. He had combed his greasy, thick-stringed sparse hair backwards. There was an amused expression in his blue eyes under his brows, which looked like thick brushes. He said to the young man in the suit sitting opposite him, "Why would we help you?" The young man had raised his finger to give him a harsh answer, perhaps an ultimatum, which Carolyn paused, "Because no help will come to us or to you from the outside. If we don't get a deal now, things will get so ugly by the end of the summer that you'll have to swim all the way to Ireland," she said. The big man sighed, leaned back. "Hey, Carolyn," he just said. Beatrice understood that the balance of the argument had changed, with the faces turning to her and Carolyn at the table. It was pure power. As the woman in the chair maneuvered her chair so that she could face the Irish man, the young lawyer gave her space by moving his chair. As the old woman approached the table, everyone clearly straightened in their seats. Beatrice passed by the secretaries and assistants at the edge of the wall, as Carolyn told her in the morning. Carolyn said in a lovely tone, "Hi David, how are Anton and Yvette?" She asked. "They're both very good," the man said with a smile that is certainly forced. "Yvette will be glad you remember her." "I don't forget anyone, David," said Carolyn. Although her expression and soft voice resembled a grandmother telling a story to her neighbor's granddaughter, every man at the table was swallowed up, whether he wanted to or not. After Carolyn let the silence and tension hang a little in the air, "Our topic, if I remember correctly, was maintenance and safety of power lines and emergency generators, wasn't it?" she said. After a few nods, the old woman smiled and said, "Let's get to work." Beatrice had watched how Carolyn managed the people around the table until the lunch break. She went after Carolyn again during the midday break. "What have you learned so far?" she asked, looking from over her shoulder to Beatrice as they were advancing in the long corridor. "You don't forget anyone," Beatrice told the woman, whom she described as a despot. The old woman asked with half a smile, "What else?" Beatrice shrugs, "You are scary. You threaten that man with his family," she said. The old woman laughed, "No, I reminded him that under his shell there are people that he cares about. We're all human, and we all have our weaknesses, kid. If you remind them, they'll be reasonable." "No one has to be reasonable," Beatrice objected. The woman was still smiling. He pointed to his bodyguards waiting for her at the end of the corridor to follow them and said, "They have to be, kid. They have to be. The people around you will tell you that I am cruel. Maybe I look tough, arrogant, compelling to you, too. You are going to see that I manipulate some, threaten some or convince some." Then she touched her temple with her wrinkled skin finger and told, "But when you think with your own mind and start watching with your own eyes, you will realize that I have only led them to compromise, my child. Actually, the truth is, all the ingredients on the island will only last us 6 months, Beatrice. What exactly do you think will happen at the end of 6 months? When mothers can't feed their children, and the elderly and the sick begin to die. Are they going to eat tree bark? No, honey, they're going to go after each other. For a pack of stale biscuits. I faced this in Stalingrad. My father butchered our neighbor's body to feed us." When Beatrice looked at her with a frozen expression, shrugging her shoulders, the old woman said, "It won't be hard to take that knife in your hand when you have children, my child. Now think about whether the real bullying is to force the Irishman to negotiate, or to negotiate with people without thinking about 6 months from now?" Beatrice paused when she said. Carolyn smiled and pointed to the large bodyguard next to her. "Think about it today. Thomas will drive you home," she said. Midnight dreams. Beatrice was absolutely overwhelmed. Her father and Anna had given her reports of almost every important business, owner or local name located on the 3 islands. These reports were given to him when Jan Paul was appointed regional director of Nexco's Berghoff Islands. The company was almost got the power of a state on the islands. Beatrice tried to read every name, every feature, and install in her memory, but now her brain was blocked. She went down to get coffee, as she did every time she worked a lesson. In the silence of the house, she heard strange noises coming from the hall. As she walked almost at her fingertips and looked into the hall, she saw Anna alone, hugging on a pillow and crying. Guilt squeezed her ribcage. She went to her stepmother with misty eyes. Anna didn't notice Beatrice until she got too close. She was startled when she saw her, tried to pull herself together, but when the young woman reached out and hugged her, she began to cry more violently. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "It was my fault. I shouldn't have been there at that late hour." Anna straightened up instantly. She had such anger in her eyes, red from crying, that Beatrice was afraid of her, whether she wanted to or not. "Don't," she said in a cracked voice. "Don't you dare think like this again. It was your right to be there and have fun. You don't have to apologize to anyone for something you're entitled to. Those bastards can't give you drugs. Other bastards can't rape you. The real injustice was that Jack had to run because he put them in a coma. Yes, he could eat death because of this. We can't know that. All we know is that he did the right thing willingly. And you, young woman, will honor his sacrifice. Jack didn't die in vain, you understood," she said, gulping. "He did not die in vain." Beatrice quickly shook her head like a little girl. It was so innocent that Anna suddenly grabbed her face and kissed her forehead. "Now make us hot chocolate," she muttered. Beatrice headed into the kitchen smiling. On her way to the kitchen, she found Jean Paul sitting on the stairs leading upstairs. The man was dressed on his robe de chambre, leaning against the wall. When he saw Beatrice, he wiped his eyes and smiled. "I'll make hot chocolate, and if you join us, we can hug you too," Beatrice said with a tiny smile on her face. "A warm hug might be good," Jean Paul said with a hearty smile. An hour later, Beatrice was back in her room. She looked at the hot chocolate in her mug with acrid smile on her face. Looking at the notes and sighing, the young woman searched for a notebook that had been left under the notes. She pulled out of a thick and square-cut painting paper between the pages of her notebook. She sighed and plunged into sentences that somehow comforted her. "A person understands how boring life is in daily routine when he gets caught up in the tears that disappear into the dreams. Was it too long? My life was so ordinary until I saw you and met you. It was like reliving the same gray day all over again. The worst part was that I didn't realize it. Now I'm looking forward to every day that I will see you, counting the seconds. Even though I just see you for a few seconds in a day. Most of the time, you walk past me without noticing that I'm looking at you. However, this does not stop me from being grateful for every dawn. It's like watching the ocean. Watching you from afar, like feeling yourself part of that eternity, when it's impossible not to fall in love with you in the face of your vastness. A little bitter. A little sweet. A little acrid." Last bullet. Jack wasn't in the room when Tina woke up morning. He left Tina a note saying he was coming soon. The girl, who was charging her phone with the batteries Jack brought, screamed of joy when she saw that the mobile line was working. But the lines were not working properly to make a call. Instead, she opened a messaging system based on the data service and sent a voice message first to her family and then to Beatrice. "I'm alive, baby. We're still in New York. This place is hell. But Jack found me. We're getting there, everything is fine," she said, then hung up. She's told enough. She just wanted Jack to come. And then she would chat and wait to be rescued. Almost 10 minutes later, Jack was back. He had a big sport bag in his hand. The dust mask was still on his face. In a muffled voice that was coming under the mask, "You can't leave the city in this outfit. I'm also very hungry," he said. Tina put her hands around her waist and said, "Why are we leaving the city? Help will come sooner or later. They're all crazy out there. It's safe here." She objected as she picked up the bag that Jack had handed over. There was canned food, water and clothes in the bag. Jack pulled down his mask and said, "There's no help coming, Tina. The sick people out there are almost all over the city," Jack said as Tina stared at him. "They think the bomb that went off here is radioactive. Everything out there is poisonous." Tina looked at Jack with terrified eyes and said, "What about you?" Jack pursed his lips and shrugged, "I don't know. I didn't stay long in the blast zone," he said. "But I have a habit of not taking any chances. We have to get out of here before someone decides to scorch the city like in a zombie movies." Tina squinted and said, "They can't do this," as Jack stretched his shoulders back tiredly and rubbed his aching neck. Then he looked at Tina and said, "Get undressed." Tiredly. Tina's eyes behind the bandages grew in horror and she said, What? He shaked his hands. I mean, it's not like that. Jack said hurriedly. You must change your clothes. You idiot. Tina muttered, smiling. Jack pulled 3 small bags out of his sport bag while Tina was getting dressed. All 3 were the same model and had NYPD Emergency Service Unit written on them. The young woman curiously asked, what are they? Jack said, night vision equipment. There was a NYPD ASU truck at the end of the road. I got these from there. Most of them are broken, but maybe if I put the pieces together, they will work. Why would I need this in the middle of the day? She asked him as she grumbled about her baggy denim pants. Jack had chosen all the clothes in smoked or gray tones. Because we're going to hide during the day. Jack said with a calm demeanor, it's going to take me at least 6 hours to teach you how to use a gun and walk with me anyway. He said as he made a night vision that worked with all the dismantled parts. Jack wasn't kidding. Indeed, he began to teach Tina to shoot, saying, open your feet as wide as your shoulders. Standing on Tina's back. The young woman was holding the M9 that Jack had brought with both hands, and the door to the room was open. There was an empty can on the car at the end of the hall. As Jack approached Tina and checked the gun's aim, it was like he was hugging her. Suddenly Tina made an intense effort not to push him. She knew that this defensive instinct was formed after the rape that happened to her. She tried to control herself about this. Don't tighten yourself too hard. Jack said, misinterpreting the situation. If you get tired, you shiver, if you shiver, you miss, if you miss, we die. Tina pulled the trigger and the can was lost in the dark. When Tina turned to Jack grinning, the young man squinted and stared at her. A natural talent. Tina said with a shrug, openly lying. Jack shook his head and said, all right, Miss Talent. If you don't need a lesson with the gun, we'll move on to the next topic. Tina couldn't understand why Jack insisted on moving at night. Until they left the parking lot. Jack gave her his own mask, and he used a t-shirt he made 2-3 layers to cover his mouth and nose. Even so, Tina could smell the burnt meat odor. The images of the night vision equipment in shades of green caused the young woman to tremble. She tripped on something soft, but she didn't fall. She didn't want to see what she had tackled. Images to get misted. She couldn't stop the tears in her eyes. Trying not to think about what she was stepping on, Tina's left hand was on Jack's shoulder, as Jack taught her. She was holding her pistol in her right hand. The gun was, like Jack said, always close to her chest, and the barrel was always outward. Eventually, she tripped over another body and fell. With the shaking, the night vision equipment was off her eye level. As Tina leveled the night vision, she had noticed that she was face to face to a small boy. The boy's eyes were white, half his face was fried. He was left with his mouth open with a silent scream. As Tina covered her mouth with her hand for not to scream, Jack lifted her up by grabbing her by the shoulder of her vest. Tina hugged Jack with sobs. There was nothing that could be said. She understood why Jack wanted to pass her by night. A normal person couldn't get from the room where she was hiding in the tower to the subway they were trying to reach without going crazy. Tina hugged Jack with all her might. He was the only port he could trust in the midst of this madness and the storm. Jack leaned slowly, looking around, and whispered in Tina's ear, we have to go now. Tina nodded that she understood. She never took her eyes off Jack again unless she had trouble walking. Jack stopped her a few times. The young woman did not understand why she was stopped despite night vision. Until she saw eyes shining among the green shadows. Clamped her teeth together in fear, the girl pointed her gun at the bodies wandering through the ruins of the buildings, but Jack turned and put his hand on the gun. Jack pointed out to Tina, who was looking to him, that the soulless could not see them. That was why they were stopping. They were wandered around the soulless. Tina's heart stopped in her chest 5 more times until the entrance to the subway. Every time she thought of the poor nurse at the end of the hall. As she came down the subway stairs, she looked at the gun in her hand. She vowed not to die like that woman if she was caught by the soulless. She was going to spare the last bullet for herself. Truth hurts. Beatrice awoke with her eyes aching. She frowned looking at the notes on her desk, and she smiled looking at the letters next to the bed. When she went down to the kitchen after showering and getting dressed, she found Thomas, Anna and Jan Paul drinking coffee in the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, Anna smiled at Beatrice, said, "Good morning." Beatrice nodded with a smile and gnawed at the sandwich her father had handed her. Meanwhile she was looking at Thomas. Thomas was Carolyn's bodyguard. The tall man had a deep and inverted Y-shaped wound on the left side of his face. Y-shaped was reaching to his eye. The man's left eye was white. Beatrice had never seen him speak. The big guy takes a sip of the coffee in his hand and said, "Have you heard from Jack?" he asked. His voice was thick and bossy. Beatrice thought his voice was matching with his look. Anna shook her head from side to side, and a sad expression settled on her face again, so Thomas made a sarcastic sound from his nose and shook his head from side to side. Both Beatrice and Anna looked at him in anger. "What?" said the big man. "You're an ox, it hasn't changed in years." Anna roared. "The years have changed a lot, but you were so blind you couldn't saw it." Thomas grumbled, putting his coffee on the kitchen table. "Is that so?" "It is. Your husband was a good man." He paused and said, "I'm sorry, Jan Paul." And continued to talk. "You adored him." "I liked him too. So did Antoine and my mother." Beatrice looked curiously at Anna and said, "My mother?" Then Anna said, "Thomas, my brother," pointing at the burly man. Thomas continued his speech, puckering his lips and shaking his head for a moment. "We were all very sad when he was killed. But you've locked yourself in his grave for years." Jack was alone. Anna was opening her mouth to appeal, but Thomas raised his hand and silenced her. "Me and Antoine tried to fill his father's void, but you were always at work. Tell me, what was Jack doing in junior high when he broke his arm?" "He had fallen off the bike," Anna said angrily. "No, he was hit by a car in front of a hamburger restaurant on Charles Street," Thomas said, shaking his head. "He cried for hours to us not to tell you," Thomas said, as Anna stared at her in amazement. "So why did he go to the hospital in high school?" "He have pneumonia?" "Yeah, but why?" "I don't know, his the flu turn into pneumonia." She thought how ridiculous what she said sounded. "Antoine put him in the ocean in winter," Thomas said calmly, taking his coffee. Anna's eyes opened with terror. Thomas shrugged, all he had to do was swim a mile and get to shore. "But he's your son, and he's as stubborn as you are. Do you know what he did? He came back to the boat. 2 miles. In the January. He was in middle school when he learned scouting enough to live a year alone on the northern cliffs. He was in high school when he was good enough at Krav Maga to stop me. Do you know that every day he runs 4 kilometers with weights and comes back? Or that he is a better archer than Antoine? I'm a SEAL who retired from the army because I was wounded, Anna, and he uses gun better than I do. Believe me, sister, if someone didn't drop that bomb on Jack Winter, Jack is on his way back." Anna was caught between smiling and crying. "Really?" she asked. Thomas just grumbled and shrugged. His move made him look like a really grumpy grizzly bear. Beatrice was almost smiled as Anna's pager, Jan Paul's satellite phone and Thomas' radio went on at the same time. "A seaplane has landed in the port," said the big man, touching the earpiece in his ear. Beatrice was in Thomas' car. After them, Anna and Jan Paul was coming in their own car. They were all hoping Jack would get off from that plane. Beatrice was tired of following this winding mountain road. "You don't look like Anna at all," she said, looking at Thomas. "My mother made him out of mountain goats. A person can't be this stubborn otherwise." He grumbled. Beatrice couldn't prevent herself laughing. "Were you serious about Jack?" "Yes," Thomas simply said. "So he could be on that plane?" the young woman said excitedly. "No," Thomas said straight and direct. "But." "No buts, it's math. If Jack's in New York at the time of the explosion, and he's trying to reach this girl named Tina, as you said, he should be somewhere on the way to Boston by now. If he do as Antoine told him, it'll take him a week to get to Boston." "Why?" "Antoine, our little brother, is a mercenary. Jack was a child who suffered alone. When Anna was buried in herself, we took care of him, and none of us were educated enough to raise a heartbroken child. I mean, we weren't equipped with proper training. After all, the Jack you know appeared careful, result-oriented, well-educated and cunning. In such cases, he told Jack to stay away from city centers, main roads, and homes." Beatrice gulped. "Did you tell him what to do in such situations?" She couldn't stop asking. "Honey, no offense, but our favorite people were buried in a mine by the company. At that time, we were alone and helpless. We made the company pay, but it was too late. The damage had been done. So we trained our children not to be easily killed." Beatrice looked at her sore hands. She was so nervous that she rubbed her hands and turned them crimson. Thomas looked at where she was looking and said, "Don't do this, Beatrice." "Don't do what?" "You must not show that you are nervous, angry, upset, and most importantly, afraid. These were luxurious acts of civilized times. Now you're going to make a lot of vile deals with a lot of vile men. Believe me, they can smell fear." When Beatrice looked at her hands and said, "Maybe I'm a very wrong choice to deal with vile men," a half smile appeared on Thomas' face and said, "If my mother chose you, there's a good reason for that. You may not have noticed this cause yet, but trust me, she has already noticed it, he said. Meanwhile they were approaching the port. From where they were, they could see the two-engine seaplane approaching the port. When their car reached the dock where the plane was docked, passengers from the plane began to disembark. They all looked very tired and battered. All of those who slowly moved to the security table either had a handbag or did not have any. The pilot didn't pick up the luggage to pick up more passengers. Thomas said. When Beatrice saw one of those coming down, her eyes were slitted in anger. She clenched her fists as she realized her nails had sunk into her palms. Somewhere in the middle of the landing pad, she recognized James at first sight, who was humping and trying to hide under his hood. Pitch darkness. Darkness penetrates into you. It's not just a lack of color that prevents your sight when you close your eyes. It has a unique presence, a discipline, a balance. When your eyesight doesn't work, your other senses frantically try to take its place. But if a person has trusted his eyesight all his life, also if not educated and prepared enough, he will fall into a large void in the dark. This emptiness whispers to him that he is helpless. Desperation drives him into fear and anger. And these two eventually make you do something stupid. Tina was struggling not to do anything stupid right now. They've been advancing for almost 6 hours. Occasionally they reached stations which were empty. In one, they took a break about 3 hours, and thanks to the generators that are still working, they charged almost all their electrical tools. Jack had emptied vending machines and first aid boxes prepared for emergencies. As Tina sipped juice from a can with her back on a bench, the station's lights vibrated several times, and suddenly the generator's humming stopped. Right after that, the lights went out. Tina stood up where she was sitting, timidly, like a gazelle who heard the hunter's voice. Jack, who was lying on a bank, sighed calmly and muttered, "We have to go now." His voice wasn't loud, but it was still echoing on the bare concrete walls. Tina looked around with her phone light until she made sure she hadn't forgotten anything. Meanwhile, Jack had also collected his stuff. He got close to Tina with quiet steps. Tina watched the young man who looked like a warrior under the pale white light of a phone and swallowed. Jack slowed down and didn't take his eyes off Tina's eyes. Tina held her breath for a moment. Jack reached down slowly, grabbed her hand and turned off the phone light. "Let's get used to the darkness," he said as he walked past Tina. His voice was no more than a whisper. As Tina prayed that her trembling hands were not visible, turned around realizing that if he had kissed her, she would have surrendered to him. She whispered, "You idiot," to the young man who she knew was there even though she couldn't see him in the dark. "Sorry? It's nothing." They couldn't even see the tip of their noses in the pitch darkness. Despite this, they always turned off their lights when they moved through the tunnels, waited for at least 10 minutes when they arrived in the dark parts of the tunnel. So their eyes were completely got used to the darkness. The moisture was taking away all their body heat in the wild darkness. As Tina got used to the darkness, she began to hear routine, often ongoing noises. The seeping water dripped from the ceiling, and echoed softly on the tunnel walls. By the end of the 2 hours they had moved by touching the walls, they started to feel a noticeable flow of air in the tunnel. Tina reached out and touched Jack's arm. When Jack stopped, she said, "I have to take my medicine." After the surgery, she had to take antibiotics and painkillers every 12 hours. She couldn't remember the last time she took her medication, but the surgical places on her face were starting to hurt. Jack broke the dark discipline and allowed light to come out of the phone screen. And they reduced the screen light down as much as possible. Tina took the drugs from her purse and then drank them, after she asked, "I'm a monster, right?" to Jack, who was watching her. Her eyes, shining with pale light, were locked in Jack's eyes. "Your bandages are very dirty," Jack said, looking at the bandages that completely cover the woman's face. "We have to change them at the first opportunity," he said. "That's not what I meant," Tina said, smiling. "I know what's under that mask," Jack said, slipping his eyes away from Tina. "Yes, you saw me before the operation." "That's not what I meant," Jack said. Then, focusing on a point in the dark, he said, "People are not just beautiful faces, attractive lines. You're not also." Then he hesitated. His eyes were squinted and he hissed, "Hang up the phone." As Jack suddenly leaned his M4 on his shoulder and pulled out his hump, Tina turned off her phone in fear. She also heard the sounds. Someone was running towards them. Jack knelt when the light of several hand lamps appeared at the turn of the tunnel. A subtle click came from Jack's rifle as Tina imitated him. The young man had turned on the safety of the gun. In front of the runners was a police. He was running for his life. He was chased by men who were screaming and laughing right behind him. There were 6 of them, constantly shouting, laughing and screaming. Their voices echoed on the walls, mingled with each other, and it was impossible to understand what they were saying. The man in front had a chain in his hand. The one right behind was carrying a baseball bat and the other a fire axe. The man with the chain throwed it. The chain flew in circles in the air and shot the policeman in the knees. When the police screamed and rolled on the floor, they knew it was a woman. Jack was hissing and cursing between his teeth. The first thing that came to mind was that she was the cop in the group he broke up with. The cop, who was rolling on the floor, didn't move. Others caught up with her. "No," Tina said as one of the men surrounded her began to untie her belt. Before Jack could stop her, Tina angrily said, "No." She jumped out of hiding and started shooting, pointing her M9 at the men. Meanwhile she was screaming and swearing. Jack looked at the young woman, stunned, and snorted, "Oh, damn it." The first of the haphazardly fired bullets hit the shoulder of the man who had unbuckled his belt. A cloud of blood and dust appeared in the light of the hand lamps. One of the bullets fired sparks from the train track, and the other ripped out parts of the wall with dust. The men were startled. One of them started to run without even looking back. His friend next to him looked where he ran, and then turned to swear at the one who shot them, but he was knocked to the ground by a stray bullet that hit him in the chest. Another had been shot in the leg, but when he saw his friend who had been shot in the chest, he began to run without feeling it out of fear. Tina's clip was already empty when they left the female cop and walked 5 or 6 feet away. But the young woman hadn't even calmed down. As she pulled her spare clip out of his back pocket and put it on, one of the guys slowed down and looked behind him to try his luck. This guy couldn't see Tina, but he caught a little flash further down the tunnel. He received a hard blow to the chest almost simultaneously. Because he hadn't stopped running yet, he lost his balance and rolled on the floor and stayed where he fell. Jack's M4 fired 2 more times and knocked down 2 more people who had stayed behind. The other 2 took advantage of the opportunity and turned the corner. Jack accepted that they could return at any moment, so he lowered and activated the night vision equipment. He began to walk with his rifle resting on his shoulder, the barrel turned into a corner. He walked with broken knees, as his uncles trained him, so that his barrel wouldn't shake. When he came to the police's side, he looked at the woman on the floor. The woman who had a small gap on her forehead was actually Gabriella. "Damn it." Jack grumbled again. There were 3 flashlights on the ground dropped by the fleeing men, lighting up enough for the duo, who were used to the darkness. Jack turned off his night vision and lifted it up. Tina thought Jack would be angry because she was acting out of anger that she couldn't control. As she looked at her trembling hands and putted her pistol back into her waist, she said, "I'm so sorry." And the groan of the Hispanic lying on the floor interrupted her words. It was a wet, painful voice trying to breath. Tina looked at him in horror. He raised his hand and tried to say something with his own blood filled inside his throat. Jack looked at the guy and the impact he made on Tina. She was really terrified. He pulled out the locked pocket knife behind his waist and opened it at the speed of a switchblade. The metallic clanging that came out made Tina jump. The young man handed Tina the knife that he had turned between his fingers and said, "Finish what you started." Tina's eyes got larger. Jack grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. He put the knife in her hand, his eyes locked in her eyes. "When you aim at someone, aim to kill. If you can't kill him, he'll either kill you or those who are with you," he said. Tina hesitantly moved on top of him. She knelt down and put the knife to his chest. She was still undecided. The man looked at her with pleading eyes, but he didn't have the strength to stop Tina. Tina thought if they got help, they could save him. If they could find a doctor. At that moment, Jack, who was kneeling next to the man, in front of Tina, grabbed her hands. Jack locked his eyes in Tina's eyes while Tina looked at him in fear. As Tina shook her head from side to side, Jack began to press his hand down. When Tina closed her eyes as if she were in physical pain, Jack said, "No." As Tina opened her eyes and looked at Jack, Jack lowered the knife hard. He could only see her eyes and lips. The frightening look in her eyes was gone. The blade entered the man's chest, through his heart, till to the end. The guy stopped moving and struggling in a few seconds. Tea and memories. Beatrice was outside the courthouse. In the clothes she was wearing for work, she was leaning on the car Carolyn had given her. She looked at her trembling hands and almost took her fingernail to his mouth to eat. Then Thomas handed her a packet of cigarettes he had pulled out of his pocket. As the young woman took a cigarette and took it to her lips, Thomas held out his lighter and lit the cigarette. "You handled it well there," said the tough-looking guard, leaning his back against the car just like Beatrice, and showing the court building. The girl blew the hot tobacco smoke out with a long breath that she had engulfed. James was caught in the ID check and taken to court the next morning. The young man had cried on the rostrum at his testimony, and told that he didn't know about the drugs mixed with beer. According to him, he was exposed to the same amount of drugs himself. The young man, who said he did not know who did the incident, had only indirectly pointed to George. The prosecution had no conclusive evidence to charge James. And since time had passed since the incident, the drug test would not give a definitive result. "What do you think of that?" the young woman asked. Thomas lit his cigarette and looked around. As the world scorched, the islanders seemed unimpressed. Thomas always found it strange. Life on the islands always seemed to flow somehow. Without looking at Beatrice, he shrugs, "He's a rich bastard. He's got a good lawyer. The lawyer woman can bend so much that I'm not even sure I can shoot her if I shoot." He grumbled. "You mean, nothing's going to happen?" Beatrice said sarcastically. "Justice is a lie, Beatrice. There's only revenge. If you want to take it, one night we can go and put 2 holes in his head," Thomas said, as if talking about planting flowers in the empty space of his garden. Beatrice rolled her eyes and said, "Don't try to tempt me. I'm not in the mood." Thomas said, looking at her, "What? Are you going to be angry with me?" Beatrice left the smoke she had just inhaled and said, "No. I can accept it." "Let's get out of here," Thomas said, laughing, pointing out that he appreciated the young woman. "The boss is waiting for you at home," she said. Carolyn lived in an old, 2-story house north of town, quite modest for her status. On the porch of the house with a garden, the woman seated in her wheelchair looked at Beatrice. The young woman continued to mess up her tea in a porcelain cup. The old woman said, "Did he apologize to you in front of everyone?" she asked. Beatrice shook her head without saying anything. "Did you accept his apology?" Beatrice nodded again. "James apologized in the courtroom for running away crying in front of everyone. He said he wasn't a coward, but he acted like this under the influence of drugs, and he only came to himself when he got off the plane." "And you bought it?" the old woman asked. Beatrice shook her head without saying anything. Sipping her tea, Carolyn asked, "Will you forgive her?" Beatrice looked at Carolyn with the angry twinkle in the eyes of a hungry wolf. "Beautiful," the old woman said with a smile that deepened the lines on her face. Then, looking at her empty cup on her blanket-covered legs, she said, "Pour yourself and me some hot tea from the inside. You've been mixing that tea for the last 10 minutes. Beatrice stopped mixing the tea in her hand and sighed and went in, taking the porcelain tea set Carolyn had handed out. The old woman looked after Beatrice and shook her head. Her cell phone started ringing at the same time. That was Stella Goldrin. Stella Goldrin was the island's most successful defense attorney. Carolyn had never met anyone so filthy, manipulative, and sordid in her entire life. Carolyn wouldn't even shake hands with this woman if it wasn't mandatory. The old woman who answered the phone just said, "Lawyer Goldrin?" said. The woman said with a cheerful cringe, "Happened as you wanted, Mrs. Winter. My client has been released on $10,000 bail until the next hearing. He'll go to the police station every morning to sign and will take a drug test every week." Carolyn said in a single straight tone, "That's good, Mrs. Goldrin. Thank you," and hung up without letting Stella to say anything. Stella Goldrin was the most lowly life form on the island. But she was also the lawyer for James Howard. She wanted to tie those 2 assholes named James and George in thick chains and throw them into the ocean. Normally, she got enough power for this, but now she needed them. Beatrice had not yet hardened enough for the real life. Carolyn had to keep James and George, if she could find him, around to harden and sharpen her. Beatrice had put tea back in the kitchen from the teapot, which was heated by a light fire. She passed through the entrance on her way to the porch. In the dim foyer, her walk slowed and eventually stopped. The young woman, standing there with a tray in her hand, slowly turned her head and looked at the paintings hanging on the wall. Slowly her eyes grew. All the paintings were square. They were made by a child. Some with felt-tip pen, some with crayons, some with watercolors. But they were all drawn on thick painting paper of the same type and size. Beatrice knew these papers very well. "Paintings of Jack," said Carolyn, who approached her in her electric chair, smiling. Beatrice asked with a dull expression, "Why are they all square?" "Heritage of my dear husband." Carolyn laughed, glad to have stumbled upon one of her old, fun memories. He had a print shop. One of his clients asked him for a square picture paper for a job. My husband brought the papers from the main continent and cut them down. I remember it just like yesterday. He was going to take the papers to the client, and the client canceled the job. So Jack had paper towers, a few times taller than his height, where he could draw pictures. She said. Beatrice smiled, forcing herself. "It must be really fun for a child," she said. Carolyn, looking at those pictures and shaking her head, said, "It was for us, too. I have raised 5 children to this day. And their children, of course, but Jack was different from all of them. He's smart, a quickly learner, and he's not afraid to apply. But he always hides himself in some way, continuing to look at the paintings. When you're in the crowd, you don't even realize he's there. Beatrice shook her head to express that she understood and muttered, but he's always out there somewhere. Revenge. Gabriella came to herself. The young female cop had her back against the wall, pulled her legs towards her and wrapped her legs with her arms. We met them in the tunnel, at a station entrance. At first everything was normal. It was even good, there were about 20 of them, and they were all in fighting shape. Then they realized they were strong, said Gabriella, whose voice was dry, tired and cracked. She had his eyes on the Hispanic who had just died. First, they killed Paul. Then Sam and George. I couldn't stop them. They took my gun. I ran away while they were raping Victoria. She said, starting to cry. Jack looked at the police, Tina and the dark tunnel in distress. Tina couldn't predict what the young man was thinking. All she could do was hug Gabriella. Jack looked at a point behind him and slitted his eyes. On the floor, he took one of the hand lamps, which he turned off so that the batteries wouldn't run out, and started moving in the direction in which they came. Tina was watching him with curiosity. Looking at a door about 50 yards away, Jack returned after a while. He knelt down next to Gabriella and said, "If you want to fight them, I can give you a shotgun. But if you want to go, you can use the emergency exit behind. There is no turning back on either option," he said. Tina was surprised. "Are we going to attack 20 people?" Jack shrugs, "I'm not a volunteer. But I don't want guys like that coming after me," he said. "But we will attack to win. There will be no honor, it will not be easy, and what we do here will remain here. Let's get started," Gabriella said, angrily standing up. Jack stood up slowly and smiled at Gabriella. The two had a maximum distance of 4 fingers between their faces, which was reason enough for Tina to shred and kill the woman. "Not now," Jack said. "Now they're waiting in the tunnel for the maniacs who attack them. Now they are superior in number, strong and ready. But 8 hours later, when their adrenaline level dropped and they subsided, that's when everything changes." Large shoulders, medium height, hair scraped, green eyes, his name was Nico. He was the leader of a gang called Nico Segoli. He was wearing an athlete revealing his muscular body, the man's cargo pants was navy blue. He had a gun in his waist. Nico Stefanos came lazily to the edge of the station with a cigarette between his lips. He unzipped, pulled out his dick and peed towards the dead cop lying on the tracks. 8 people were here when they encountered the group and then killed. They threw it on the tracks from the station. He turned his head towards the sound of the chains and the accompanying groan and said, "Shh." The priest, suspended from chains tied to camera elbows on 2 columns at the station entrance, groaned unconscious. He looked as if he had been crucified between stretched chains. Stefanos must have found this so amusing that he laughed by himself. He turned back as he zipped. He drank so much that he didn't even see the shadow moving behind him. The station was quite crowded. There were almost 60. 40 people huddled together in fear, waiting, thinking about when the 16 men around him would kill or rape them. Stefanos looked at them and spat on the floor. He hated the weak. These bastards were the kind of people who drove past him every day of the year in luxury cars and locked their car doors when they saw him. Now they were begging Nico for mercy. That was revenge. God bless them. Nico shook his head. They had to get rid of them all in the morning. There was no point in wasting food and drink stocks. The station was opening to a shopping center and grocery store. The explosion blocked the entrance to the mall and grocery store. They were stuck inside with a lot of supplies. They could have stayed at this station for years with these supplies. They didn't even need these losers. Right then Nico had eye contact with Martin, one of the 2 men on guard north of the station, and asked, "Anything? We should have gone out there and killed them both." Martin grumbled, shaking his head from side to side. About 8 hours ago, the female cop escaped their hands, and then the 6 people followed were attacked by someone else. The men they lost were worth more than the police. That's why Nico planted a guard at the entrance to the tunnel. Nico turned back after he waved his hand at Martin, meaned as forget it. He went to the big guy with his hands tied to the water pipe upstairs. The man whose old suit was covered in dust and blood was a police detective. The detective named Kowalski was big. His nose was broken once. Everyone knew his father was Polish and his mother was Irish. For some reason, he was called Irish. "I told you one day we'd be even, pig," said Nico, kneeling before Kowalski. Kowalski opened his mouth to answer, but a shadow from behind closed Nico's mouth and stuck a knife in the point where his neck and skull met. The location of the bone marrow was the central station of the entire nervous system. That's why Nico Stefanos died without a reaction. Martin, on duty, turned back to check what was the strange sound that came from behind him. All he saw was the police detective laughing at himself. Convinced that the man had gone mad, the sentry continued to stare into the dark tunnel, drawing a breath from his cigarette. The shadow was only a few feet behind. Like Nico, the guard didn't even know what killed him. Al Gregory stretched out his feet in his boots, that he didn't tie the laces, on a coffee table that they had brought from the grocery store. On the coffee table was cocaine that they bought from the Russians for distribution last week. They only took 150 grams of all the product. But it was enough for everyone. Al raised his head and looked at the group in front of him. He looked for a victim among the men and women connected to each other. His eye was caught on 13-year-old Victoria. The blonde girl with blunt hair was sleeping with her head on her mother's shoulder. Her mother was still awake and looking around with anxious eyes. Seeing Al watching them, the woman began to pray with fearful eyes. She would have hugged her daughter if she could, but the gang had tied them up with plastic construction collars. Their hands and feet were tied. Al grinned, licking his lips. This big, dirty bearded man thought where he could took the girl. Then he remembered that it wasn't really necessary. Even on that coffee table, he could do whatever he wanted to her because he had the power. Anyone who could have stopped him was lying on the tracks right now. He had the power because he had a shotgun in his lap. Al delightfully laughed in crispy tones. He saw something strange in his field of view. It was as if the shadow of one of the station's concrete columns was moving. Good stuff, murmured Al, who was still under the influence of cocaine, wiping his nose on his arm. His dreams were so real. It was as if the young man, dressed in black, occurred from the shadows. He was holding a bow in his hand. He turned the gun on him. Al laughed lazily and pointed his middle finger at the bowed hallucination. Suddenly an arrow flying towards him severed his middle finger, entered between his nose and his right eye and nailed him to the sofa where he rested his head. No one saw Al's last breath but Victoria's mother, who was startled by the impact of the arrow. She looked around in fear. A man named Sam, Al's best friend, was sleeping in a rocking chair brought from the grocery store a little away. She sobered up with fear and excitement. So she was more careful than before. She noticed the wetness spread from Sam's throat to his black t-shirt when she looked again. She immediately turned her head to the men on his backside. But they were not in their place too. When she returned to the guards facing the tunnel, she realized that the men there had barely moved. At that point she noticed a dark shadow coming out of the corner, between the columns. She was wearing a police uniform. She was holding a pistol in her hand and a knife in her other hand supporting the pistol. Her face and neck were painted black. When she looked more carefully, she realized that she was the police officer who had escaped. Gabriella had noticed her, too, so she looked at her and took her finger to her lips. The middle-aged woman smiled and shook her head up and down. It was too good to be a dream. They were getting away. But Sargos, who came out of the toilet and caught Gabriella in the open right in front of the hostage group, who were still napping, shouted "Hey!" and ended her dream. Sargos quickly pulled his Desert Eagle from his waist. But Gabriella didn't need to waste time for pulling and pointing her gun. Gabriella fired her gun twice. Then heard a rifle fire immediately afterwards. She hoped it would be Tina, and an arrow from her left side flew in silence into the Sargos. Sargos was knocked back by the hit of 2 pistol, 1 M4 rounds and an arrow. As Jack dropped the bow and pulled his pistol at a speed that most professionals would appreciate, shouted to the hostages, "Don't move," who were moving in fear. Gabriella checked her perimeter. Everyone they've counted and memorized for the last 2 hours has been dead. When she was sure, she said, "Clear." Jack thought the same thing at the same time. Then he confirmed, "Clean." Tina emerged from behind the dead guards with her rifle in her hand and said, "All clear." Cries of joy and prayers of the hostages filled the station. Dance of the Gypsies. Jack and Beatrice's rooms were at both ends of the hall. Between them were 2 guest rooms and the bedroom of Anna and Jan Paul. Jan Paul thought of such a scheme in case the 2 step-siblings didn't get along. When Beatrice came home, she opened the door as usual, hung her coat as usual, climbed the upstairs stairs as usual, and turned right instead of turning left as usual. She crossed the long corridor and entered Jack's room. The room she entered first time had a garden view, just like his own. Instead of the ocean, you could see the hills to the north of the island. Beatrice looked around briefly. She headed for the desk and stopped. Her hands, his fingers were like ice, her heart beating as if it were coming out of her chest. She really found what she was looking for. Square cut, thick painting papers. An old-fashioned fountain pen and inkwell. The young woman, who was sitting in the chair in front of Jack's desk, pulled a pile of notebooks in front of her and shuffled through their pages. When she saw the handwriting in the letters that came to her, she quickly closed the notebook and pressed her hands on it, as if she was afraid that it would open. What was she to do now? He was Jack. Anna's son, Carolyn's grandson, Thomas's nephew and her stepbrother. And Beatrice always hoped he would be Jack. But now everything was so complicated. Beatrice stood still for minutes. As if the answers to the questions she was looking for would come out of those notebooks, books, or inkwell. The young woman who looked at the table for minutes sighed and got up from the table. And she saw the old gramophone next to the bed. Approaching the gramophone, the young woman looked at the dusty record on it, its label no longer readable. Beatrice, who turned the arm slowly, could hear the sound of the string inside as it stretched. She slowly turned the button on the side and the record began to spin. The young woman, who gently lowered the needle of the speaker, similar to a large and convoluted funnel, was startled when the sizzles came from the speaker. A male voice coming from somewhere deep sang an old story of an old language with a slow and painful voice. Beatrice didn't know the song Spanish-speaking man was singing. After a while, a guitar joined the man's voice and an applause and a woman. Beatrice could only feel the pain. On her cheeks, under her eyelids, on her lips, on her heart and on her stomach. She felt so lonely and helpless. The music was recorded in a hall with dancers. As flamenco-specific hill sounds combined with flamenco-specific rhythm, the song accelerated, but the depth of the painful lyrics never disappeared. She just stood there and looked at her hands. She thought about how empty they were and whether she would ever see Jack Winter again. Jack was always there. Near, next, among the crowd or in the shadows. Just like on the beach. She remembered seeing his car the night of the party. Jack was there. He was there when she danced with James. Beatrice had never seen him, never noticed him. And now he was so far away that she didn't even know if he was alive. The gypsies on the record were already dead. As her ghosts danced in Beatrice's heart, the young woman was lost in the storm of her soul. Beatrice noticed the tears flowing down on her face and smiled. She saw the footsteps of an invisible man, touched the heartbeat of a hidden love. All these traces were lost to ashes by a wind called fate. Beatrice returned to her room without touching the gramophone. As she moved away, the gypsy's guitar sound decreased, and as the music moved away, Beatrice's loneliness grew. Her soul was plunged into darkness. Just like Jack's memories are going dark. Flames and Fury. Detective Kowalski was watching Jack carefully. The bottle began to glow spectacularly when the young man added a lot of unrelated things he had bought from various parts of the grocery store. A cry of amazement and appreciation rose from the crowd of curious people around him who saw the bottle. "The army has trained you well, son," Detective Kowalski said with a half smile, scratching his a few days old beard. Tina looked at Jack curiously, but Jack just smiled. After the entire group was rescued, they decided to take enough supplies from the grocery store to get out of the city and to move through the subways as long as they could. But for that, they needed light. Jack was providing them the light. "You can come to New Jersey with us," the detective told Jack, who was now preparing to leave, as the rest of the group made the mix that the young man had taught. Jack smiled and said to the big Irishman with a broken nose, "Thank you, detective. But our families are on the other side of the tunnel," he replied. That surprised Tina even more. Tina never asked where Jack took her when she went through the tunnels, but now that he didn't go with the crowded group, those families waiting at the end of the tunnel, and the army, Tina was very curious. The detective looked at the young man and said, "I understand." You could tell by his eyes that he didn't give Jack and Tina much of a chance to survive, but he gently kept it to himself. Tina was about to interrogate Jack about these after the detective walked away, but the surgery wounds on her face began to throb. At the same time she felt dizzy and staggered. Before anyone noticed, the young woman kneeled and took the painkiller out of her bag. She had lost her antibiotic at the previous break. "Are you okay?" Jack asked. He got next to Tina and watched her. "It hurts a little bit, that's all." The young woman looked at him from under her dirty wraps and smiled. Holding Jack's hand and standing up. As she stood next to Jack and she could smell his soap. Tina saw Jack go upstairs to the store while everyone was asleep and followed him. She had secretly watched the young man shower in one of the staff rooms with a few bottles of 5 gallons of water in the grocery store. The smell of soap caused Tina to be both ashamed and have an incredible desire for Jack. As Gabriella came to break this brief moment and said, "Are you leaving?" Tina had reached for Jack's lips without even realizing it. Jack didn't seem to notice. When he turns to Gabriella and said, "Yes," again. Tina looks at him angrily and thought, such a ox. Maybe you'll save my life again. Gabriella said. When Tina realized that the young cop was flirting like a teenager at 16, she caught on fire. A heat come up from her neck. She wanted to grab her by the hair and hit her head against the wall many times. When Jack said with a smile, maybe it's your turn. Tina, eyes blazing, thought, horse head. With great pleasure. Gabriella said, while Tina threw her hand behind her waist, thinking, that bitch gone too far. Then I'll wait for you to save us. Jack held out his hand. Tina squinted her eyes, thinking, ox. 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 Gabriella grabbed Jack's hand and kissed him on the cheek. Goodbye, Jack Winter, said the female cop, who looked into Jack's eyes as Tina looked at her with a mouth open. Jack felt him blushing as Gabriella walked away from him. When he turned around, he saw Tina going to say goodbye to the other members of the group. For some reason, she seemed very angry. After Tina said goodbye to the group, she went back into the darkness after Jack. The young woman's voice could be heard less than a whisper. Jack? Yes? What are you doing here? In the tunnel? No, in New York. Oh. It's a long story. It seemed to me that we had enough time. Yeah, we really have. When you tell your story, tell me about the army thing. Will you make me talk all the way? It's better than me talking all the way. The Hound. According to customs records, Devon Construction had bought 2 electric and 2 diesel engines 5 years ago. $32 million was paid for these. The engines, whose taxes and customs fees were also paid, were not sold. Gilda snorted, what kind of an idiot would pay $32 million for 4 engines? She slided with her old office chair, where she was sitting, and reached the table next. She put in front of her one of the almost phone book thick books that stood on top of each other there. In doing so, she scattered a deck of paper of the same thickness. After she looked at the scattered papers with boredom and grumbled something incomprehensible, she began to quickly turn the pages of the book. She found the engine brand in the book that she found in the tax records. The book was an engine index. As long as the motor wasn't a special production, it was possible to find the general characteristics of each type of engine produced in this index. Gilda would use the internet for this job, but the internet was no longer working. The council was planning to provide a web with local sources next week. With this connection, government agencies would be able to communicate with each other. But now they had to run everything with purely personal skills. The engine was built before Gilda retired. So Gilda couldn't find the exact serial number she was looking for, but apparently she was pretty close. The series she found was a product line that the engine brand produced for ships. Looking at her watch, Gilda slided her chair again and reached for the phone on the other side. She found the number she would call from the phone book next to the phone and dialed it. After the phone rang for a long time, a man who was obviously still asleep answered the phone. What? He said grumpily. Tommy, good morning. It's Gilda, good morning? Do you realize what time is it? 5:15. Gilda said, looking at her watch. Listen, I'm sorry to wake you up. She paused, reading the brand's model number from the paper in her hand. Is this thing a ship's engine? She asked. Tommy Wilson was the chief engineer of the only shipyard on the Berghoff Islands. Because he worked for Nisco, it was very difficult to catch him at home. Especially when he were sleeping, it was harder to catch. Yeah, it's a next-generation engine series. Wilson said, sighing. He really wanted to go back to bed. And these 4 are worth $32 million? Gilda asked. Wilson had known Gilda for almost 25 years. The only way to get rid of Gilda was to give her the answers she wanted. That's why they called the woman the Hound at the islands. Once she smelled it, she'd never let it go. Cursing at her ex-husband, who had made her this way, he said, the ship business is expensive, Gilda. They might even have bought those engines cheap. What type of ships is it used on? How can something I need to call? If 2 electric, 2 diesel engines are to be used on the same ship, it must be double shaft. So it has 2 big propellers. These engines are not easy to hide. Engines at least 10 meters long. The boat to carry those must be at least 40 meters. You can build up to 80 meters with 2 shafts. Did you do something like that? Here? We didn't do anything about that size. The only crane that you can do that if you are going to put those engines in is here. Wilson said. After Gilda released Wilson by thanking him, she hung up. Gilda Tolman was a short, slightly chubby, brunette woman. Although she was 50, she showed no more than 35. She wasn't pretty, but she was well-groomed and very sympathetic. The woman who took off her black bone-rimmed glasses and rubbed her eyes. yawned tiredly and continued her struggle inside the pile of notebooks in front of her. When Tolman retired as the island's most ruthless tax inspector, many people celebrated. The Tolman legend was actually the work of her ex-husband. The man who was a businessman decided to marry his mistress and tried to cheat Tolman. It was the biggest mistake the man had ever made in his life. Tolman found out that her husband had hidden his assets and entrusted them to various people. So she knew he was defrauding the revenue of his companies. Thanks to her lawyer, she extended the divorce case and learned all the smuggling and declaration of property tricks from the experts. She had worked for it for 2 years, and she had her revenge. The idiot who was her husband was now broke. Tolman had risen from tax officer to inspector with this experience. She was a pain in the ass on the notebooks, and this pain in the ass had finally found something. She reached for his phone to call Beatrice with the papers in her hand, but when she saw the watch, she gave it up laughing. The young girl was barely sleeping. Shaking her thick head, she realized that she too had little sleep. Lying on the couch, she was thinking about how she met Beatrice. 3 days ago. Beatrice called Gilda Tolman from Carolyn's phone, said she was Carolyn's assistant and wanted to meet her. Gilda arrived at the office downtown just in time. "Oh honey, you're as beautiful as they say," the broad-faced woman said with a smile that revealed her dimples. Beatrice smiles, "Is it? Thank you. Can I offer you something?" Gilda shook her head and said, "Thank you. I wonder why Carolyn called me." Beatrice smiled and put her hands on the table and said, "You know, the council has called us all into duty. We are entering an era where everyone will have to help the city with their talent and experience. As an experienced and successful tax inspector, you can help us a lot," she said. Gilda squinted in front of this long and neat sentence, skeptically asked, "Did you memorize that?" A faint smile was hiding on her lips. Raising eyebrows anxiously, Beatrice asked, "Yes, is it too obvious?" Worried. Gilda hid her skillfully, leaned on back in the chair, and said no, shaking her head at the same time. "You almost never gave me a deficit." Giving the breath she was holding out, "Thank you, I worked so hard," Beatrice said candidly. Gilda laughed. "What exactly are you up to?" she asked. "Black market and smuggling," Beatrice said. After the events on the main continent, many warehouses, grocery stores and stores hid what they had in order for the council administration to confiscate their goods. "And I will trace their documents," said Gilda, who drew conclusions from the events. Beatrice nodded, "And we will get permission from the court for search, detention and interrogation for legal reasons." "Agreed, but I need a reliable team." "If you have someone in mind, why not?" "Henry James Donwill, Sharon Phillips, and Anna Winter," Gilda said in a snap. Seeing Beatrice surprised, Gilda said with a hearty laugh, "Anna and I are childhood friends. We also worked together for 10 years. Anna Winter hurriedly looked at her watch as she descended on the IRS archive. She was very happy with Gilda's surprise. Since her marriage to Jan Paul, she had spent time with social events and parties. But with Jack gone, this reckless period suddenly froze. At least Anna would linger with something instead of she got lost in her worries thinking about Jack. The tax officer in charge of the archive looked at his watch when he saw Anna coming quickly towards him in the hallway, where he normally didn't see anyone. "Good morning," Anna said, smiling at the archivist she caught in the hallway with a coffee cup in one hand. "I'll take a breakdown of the assets of Devon Construction." Devon Construction had 6 properties on the islands. A farm, 2 offices, 2 houses and a land on the seashore, north of the island. Gilda got into her shabby little car. The north of the island was covered with forested hills. After following the twisted coastal road for a while, the woman veered off to the hills. After an hour-long road struggle, she came to the place she was looking for. Construction company signs and private property warnings were hung over the old fences surrounding the land. Gilda opened the old fence door and drove her car inside. When Gilda came here, she was waiting for a few illegal buildings and a big ship. The land with a few trees and a lot of thorny shrubs was really loose to the sea, could be even considered at the coast. The only problem was that there was a 20-foot gap between the sea and the land. Gilda looked at her watch. She wasted 2 hours. She pulled a cigarette out of her pocket and lit it in front of the ocean view. She was laughing at her stupidity when she noticed the strange shape behind the trees as she watched the smoke coming out of her mouth dispersed by the wind from the ocean. She walked towards the concrete structure no more than a meter high. Some of its parts had been lost among the overgrown brambles. She had to get quite close to it to realize that the square structure was a ventilation chimney. The woman who recognized the chimney threw the cigarette in her hand and snorted, "What the hell is this?" Anna looked at her phone, which rang. "Hey, boss," she said, smiling when she saw Gilda's name on the phone's display. What did you do about Devon issue? Gilda solemnly asked. Anna frowned. Gilda was upset, and that wasn't a good sign. I went to the farmhouse. There's nothing in there that looks like a ship's engine. Harry James went to the company. His secretary said he was in Munich and hadn't seen him since the events began. I get it. Gilda said. Is Henry James with you? Anna was on her way back to the tax building. He should be in the office, I'll be with him in a few minutes. Okay. Gilda said. Come to me when you meet. I'll give you directions. She said. Anna, who hung up, was thoughtful. Gilda would not talk like this without a reason. I wonder what she found. Or what was she hoping to find? Anna, curious about this, parked her car in the parking lot of the tax office. Meanwhile, the black Mercedes that had been following her for half an hour was parked across the road. Anna didn't even notice the car following her. She called Jan Paul as she entered the building. Jan Paul sounded absolutely disconcerted. My love, is everything okay? The man asked. Anna found this strange also, said, yes, my love, you? As usual, Jan Paul said, pausing a little, but his voice was certainly not as usual. Just when Anna was going to ask what happened, Jan Paul asked, where are you, my love? I'm going into the office. Will you stay there? No, I'll meet with Henry James and go north. We're going to look at a place that Gilda gave as directions. Anna said as she walked down the aisle. Jan Paul said, I get it, honey. It's good to have you at work. I'm going into a meeting now. Can we talk later? At that point, Anna had seen Henry James. Waving to him, she said, all right, honey. See you, then hung up the phone. Jan Paul, with frowned eyebrows, left his phone on the table and paid attention to the man in front of him. Alan Howard was James' father. The middle-aged, blonde and broad-shouldered man really looked a lot like James. No one knows how it started. The man said, opening his hands to both sides. But it began in the night. 713's chief engineer said 6 people had been killed and 21 wounded. Jan Paul gritted his teeth, asked, when did you lose the connection? A few minutes ago, the man sitting in front of his desk, who Jan Paul now waned to crush, entered his office and said that the outbreak began at 713, one of the 3 oil platforms he was responsible for, and that they were disconnected from 713. Actually, the outbreak started last night. And Alan was only telling him that now. Jan Paul called the mayor, planning unpleasant things for Alan Howard. He would immediately send his own mercenaries by helicopter to the platform, but such a sudden mobilization of his armed forces would cause panic in the city. That's the last thing Jan Paul wanted right now. 713. The fog had covered the platform. It was common at this time of the season, but it still made everyone nervous. Behind almost 10 yards, everything was disappearing in limbo. A fog siren could be heard coming from somewhere far away. This sound, which came regularly, was coming from the lighthouse on Burnhold Rock. Every time the fog came in, the lighthouse chirped. The faint hum of the fog siren mixed with sizzles from electricity poles. Excessive humidity causes electrical jumps in the wires between ceramic equipment, which also created sizzles. 9 in the morning, said David Gornale. The tall, athletic man was the port's security guard. He tidied up his company-issued uniform and poked fun at his hamburger-eating fat friend. David said, how can you be so comfortable? Outside, World War III began. Why do we care? The fat man said, taking a huge bite out of his big hamburger with his mouth that could grow really incredibly. We have our own water supply. Our electricity, our fishing boats. And there are 25 miles of ocean between us and the damn war. Will they kill each other? Who cares? He said again. As Gornale shook his head, laughing, he saw something orange in the fog. The big guy who turned his attention, this orange thing nudged with his elbow to his partner. 10 feet from the lifeboat they noticed that they were approaching a rescue lifeboat attached to the edge of the harbor. The 2 security guards looked at each other. Because the lifeboat wasn't here 2 hours ago, and there was a giant 713 inscription with the logo of Nisco Oil on it. The lifeboat doors were open. Many bloody footprints could be seen on the doors and on the floor of the harbor. As Gornale threw his hand to the radio on his shoulder, his partner heard the sound coming from behind them. It was as if someone was snarling deeply at them with hatred. The fat guard dropped the hamburger in his hand and drew his gun. But it was too late. Many times the sound of gunfire echoed in the fog, and then everything again fell into a gray blur. The mine. Harry James Donwill was always kind and smiling, despite his burly size. The lawyer was dressed in a gray waistcoat suit suitable for his profession. His sand-colored hair was curly and fluffy. His walrus mustache almost covered his lips. "I think we'll need to turn with Gilda's jalopy," the blue-eyed man said, laughing as something rubbed under the sedan noisily that he was driving on the bad route. "As long as I don't walk, I'll take it all," Anna grumbled, holding the handle on the door as the car bounced back. Meanwhile they had reached the place that Gilda directed them. "At least the view is good," Harry James said as he entered the grassy land. Anna looked at her phone, laughing. There was no signal. She turned sour, forgot to tell Beatrice she was going to be late. Getting out of the car, the duo found Gilda sitting on a concrete box, smoking. The woman put out her cigarette on the concrete block, asked, "This thing is a ventilation shaft, isn't it?" "Yes," Anna said thoughtfully. "Then there's a building under here," said Henry James, who curiously looked around. Anna said in a seedy way, "No. This reached down to a branch of the mines." The lawyer turned to her, his bush eyebrows raised in amazement. "Are copper mines?" he asked. In response, Anna simply shook her head. "We'll go." Gilda, who knows what the mines mean, told Anna. Anna shook her head. "A lot of time and events have passed through it. It's no use running away anymore," she muttered. The fog soaked everything as if it had turned into rain. The hazy, vague images around them were frankly frightening. They could barely hear each other because of the echo of the fog siren. The copper mines were just 3 kilometers from the construction company's land. The buildings looked abandoned. Some were burned, some were destroyed. Henry James also wore his trench coat as he got out of his car. "It's a very appropriate costume for such a mysterious case," told Gilda, who was looking to him. "You're missing the pipe," Gilda said, laughing. "And a hat," Anna added with a smile. She seemed a little distracted. Henry, who hadn't noticed this, paused and said, "Oh, a hat would be great." And showed the ground. "These mud tracks are new," he said, showing the vehicle tracks. The tracks went all the way to the mine. Anna asked, "Are they mining illegally?" Henry James shrugged, "The Chinese doing it. They can't compete their prices. But maybe they're producing drugs." "In an abandoned mine with 30 million ship engines?" Gilda asked. Henry bent his lip and raised his hands to both sides. He ran out of good ideas. The unsettling hum of the fog siren lowered as they moved through the mine. "I was in an abandoned mine with 2 beautiful women," Henry James said, giving his voice a different tone and imitating old-fashioned detective stories. They continued to walk while both women, who were already tense, laughed to his childish demeanor. Every once in a while, they stopped and looked at the renovated places. The mines had definitely been overhauled, but some changes didn't suit the situation at all. The rail system used to mine was dismantled and moved side of the tunnel. On the other side of the tunnel, there were thick fuel pipes. "This is getting interesting," Henry James said, looking at these pipes. The fuel pipes was reaching to the renovated elevator, going down through the elevator shaft. The trio who had get in the renovated lift pressed the 3rd floor button, which was obviously the regularly used one. The elevator began to slide down with a sound that caused them to be startled. Although Anna felt nervous or even choking as she went down in the darkness, she tried not to show this to her friends. As the trio got out from the elevator on the 3rd floor, looking around, Gilda said, "So? Where are we going, Mike?" she said to Henry, referring to the famous detective Mike Hammer. "Follow me, baby," Harry said, showing the pipes on the wall. Baby was Hammer's most famous phrase for women. Gilda and Anna looked at each other as Gilda helplessly opened her hands and turned her eyes, and Anna began to laugh. The tunnel was dark, damp and cold. "We're below ocean level," Anna said as her breath formed long clouds. "Is that the deepest part?" "No, Jack's dad said it was cooler deeper," Anna said, shaking her head, hesitating to pronounce the name of his deceased husband. She felt like he could appear in the tunnel if she said his name. Nodding to take the issue away from her head, she said, "But these first 3 levels are very old and long." As their voices echoed through the tunnels, Henry said, "That's the smell of salty water." "You mean we're under the ocean?" Gilda said bluntly. Henry raised his hand light and pointed at the tunnel exit ahead and said, "No. I mean, we're in the ocean." The end of the tunnel did not fit well with the general structure of the gallery. As if it had been added later. Passing the entrance, which was fastened by concrete and steel supports, Henry, Gilda and Anna held their breath in surprise. This place was almost the size and height of an aircraft hangar. Henry held a hand light to the giant body in the middle. The smoked-colored metal giant seemed to appeal to enlightenment as it stood in the water. It was so long that the hand light couldn't light the other side. U-47 was written on a tower with the size of a house. Henry James couldn't believe what he saw. Where did they get this? He murmured. At this point, Gilda, walking on the almost perfectly poured concrete floor, lifted her hand light and illuminated the wall on the opposite side of the giant hall. What remained of the giant flag, decayed by the influence of time and moisture, appeared with light. A white circle on a red background and bars perpendicular to each other was on it. Gilda squinted. Isn't that the flag of? And she heard 3 hammer blows in a row. She looked round to see who was wielding a hammer as she was startled by the loud and ringing voice echoing in the hangar. Everything was slowed down. Henry was falling to the ground. He had 3 holes in his chest, with blood coming out of them. Anna was pulling a gun out of her purse. Gilda saw a man standing at the door they entered. The man in the purple shirt, dressed in a suit without a tie, was holding a pistol. The man, who combed his hair back, shot Anna before she could point her gun at him. As Anna fell backward, she received 3 painful punches in her own chest. Gazing at the holes in her chest, the last thing Gilda saw before she capsized in darkness was the submarine, illuminated by green light from the ocean. Longest night. Beatrice hurriedly left the office where she worked at 9 o'clock in the evening. She was wearing her usual tight, knee-deep skirt, jacket and white shirt. The sounds of her high heels echoed across the hallway. 5 minutes ago, Jan Paul called her and told her to go home immediately. She had to lock the door and took the gun from Jan Paul's safe. Beatrice, who had not received such a warning all her life, immediately left her room. The city council held the small office. 6 other people were working with her, but they had all already gone home. The phones on the secretary's desk were ringing, but the woman wasn't there. Beatrice looked around, and she couldn't see the bag and the coat of her also. She thought she left without telling her. Which was also strange because the secretary had never done anything like this to this day. As the young woman almost ran towards the elevator, before reaching the lift at the end of the corridor was plunged into darkness. Beatrice heard the sound of the elevator coming to the floor. When the elevator doors opened, she saw the white-floored elevator cabin was covered in blood. The young woman froze where she was, her eyes was growing in terror. As the elevator door closed, the young woman, whose lips and hands were shaking, leapt to the fire escape as if she were waiting for this signal. She heard her skirt was torn, but she didn't mind. Her muscular and neat leg was darting off, but thanks to this she could move very easily. As with emergency power outages, cordless lights were activated. Beatrice went down the stairs and headed for the main exit. When she reached the reception of Nishen Plaza, where she worked, she heard footsteps approaching her from her right side. When she turned her head for a moment, she noticed someone running towards him. Beatrice never knew this man. The man, whose eyes were completely bloodied, had snot coming out of his nose and saliva coming out of his mouth. He was wearing a long coat and a suit. He had an expensive tie and a watch. The man ran towards her in a great rage. Beatrice raised her arm up to protect herself, but the man grabbed her by the throat, ignoring her arm. Beatrice took off with the impact. He hit her at the front desk with as much force as he could. Beatrice barely noticed due to the shock that she was rolling behind the table. She almost lost consciousness where she fell. This situation took her to Gold Sand Beach and she fell into the arms of great fury. He fell between her legs, crawled quickly, climbed on Beatrice and grabbed her throat again. He looked at Beatrice's ripped shirt and plump breasts in her bra. For a moment, his hand loosened. At that point, the young woman saw the pencils in the inner pocket of the man's jacket. The young woman, who was quickly pulling one of them, stuck it in its owner's eye. As the man retreated screaming, Beatrice pulled her legs to her stomach and kicked the man in the chest with both legs. Hurtling back, the man hit the column behind him. The man was trying to get up despite the heavy blows he received. But Beatrice wouldn't give him a chance. She took the fire tube next to her and hurled it hard. A thud sound came from the tube, and the man's head had lied down on its side. His pants began to get wet as his arms and legs trembled uncontrollably. Beatrice emerged from behind the reception desk controlling herself for not vomiting. One of her heels was in front of the table and the other was behind it. She tried to close her shirt, but she couldn't close it. When she saw the blood dripping on her shirt, she noticed that her lip and nose were throbbing. The young woman shook her head, facing the exit door, and headed back to the office. Her sportswear were still in the closet that she used when she go to the gym. First, she looked at her bleeding nose and cleft lip by the light of her mobile phone in the toilet. It seemed like there was nothing that couldn't be dealt with a band-aid and some cotton. The young woman who took care of these quickly. Then went to her room and put on her sports clothes and sneakers. She was thinking of staying in the office until morning, when she began to hear footsteps and screams of people from upstairs. She didn't have to go up and look to know what was happening there. A few seconds later, there was a glass sound and someone fell out of the window. The office and room doors were made of frosted glass. No one foresaw these events when designing the building. So Beatrice ran back to the fire escape. This time she had a scissors in her hand that she took from the office. When she go outside onto the stairs, she heard the upstairs door open. Someone was screaming, "Run!" She started running down in fear. She had reached the ground floor when she heard the scream covering the entire staircase. As she opened the door, she had began to hear footsteps coming from behind. This time she headed for the back door instead of the front desk. The gallery, which opened to the back door, seemed unaffected by the mess. As she ran towards the red fire exit door, she heard a noise coming from behind her. As he looked back over her shoulder, she saw the tall man who worked at the advertising agency upstairs. He had long scattered hair, long beard down to his chest, bone glasses, and he was holding a fire axe in his hand. The man was running towards her with all his pace. But the young woman had almost reached the door. He couldn't have caught her in time. As he realized that, he threw his axe in a great rage towards Beatrice, screaming. Beatrice barely saw this and bent over screaming. As the axe passed over, Beatrice felt the wind, and the axe dented the metal door with a big noise. As Beatrice was leaving through the door, the bearded man was attacked by a cleaner who was coming from the service corridor. The man was holding a large knife. Before the door closed, Beatrice saw the knife-wielding man stab the bearded man. As she ran from the alley to the main street, she heard the council announcement through the speakers. The mayor was speaking. The curfew had started. Everyone should stay where they were. Device with light and noise must not be used. He was counting the safe places for those who was on the street, and the back door of the plaza was hurled open. The young girl screamed briefly when she saw the man with the knife. She was frozen in fear because the man with the knife was covered in blood. The man had seen her. The knife in his hand gleamed out a red glow, and he began to run towards Beatrice. Suddenly, with the sound of 3 shots echoing in the street, the knife-wielding man rolled to the ground. Beatrice turned around and saw the police shooting from the main street. The man pointed at Beatrice's approach with a flashlight in his hand. As Beatrice ran towards him, the middle-aged policeman pointed his gun at something else on the other side of the main street and fired. At the same moment, a young woman who was thrown from behind wrapped her arm around his neck. But the police threw her to the ground with a quick motion and shot the woman too. Meanwhile, someone else jumped in front of him. Police also shot him, but the man was in the air and knocked the police to the ground with the momentum of his body. Then another and another. Beatrice saw at least 10 people gather around the police. She hid behind a trash can leaning against a street wall to avoid being noticed. The young woman, who covered her ears while hearing the voices of the man who was torn apart, had never felt so scared, weak and helpless in her life. She didn't want to die. Especially like this. She started begging to God to get rid of this situation. But God had more important things to do that day than taking care of people. Better yet? Tina thought she'd be relieved when they came out of the tunnels, but things were happening, as usual, far beyond her expectations. Jack pulled her out of an emergency exit. In a reinforced concrete box, Tina spent so much time in dark that when she came out, her eyes were blackened by the light and everything started spin. Besides, the weather was still cloudy and the sun was not visible. As Tina woke up with an earthquake and looked to Jack with curiosity and fear, "I think it's a real earthquake this time," Jack said. He said it in such a calm manner that Tina didn't think there was anything to be afraid of, whether she wanted to or not. Now, 6 hours after they came out of the tunnels, they were advancing through the alleys together. They were both wearing biker goggles and gas masks. Feeling cold since they came out of the tunnels, Tina looked at the main street extended along parallel to them. The dust and ash still hadn't stopped to pour. For those who didn't know, it looked like gray snowflakes falling slowly. They were leaving footprints in ashes through the places they passed, which were disappearing behind them. As the vertigo started, Tina leaned against a wall, and looked at her reflection in a shop window on the opposite side. It was only then that she realized she was almost couldn't be seen in front of the wall in smoke-colored clothes. Did Jack really consider this when choosing clothes? She shook her head, she couldn't think straight. The surgery wounds on her face were throbbing. A lot of sandbag-shaped bumps were scattered on the street. Tina knew they were corpses, not sandbags. Most streets were like this. That's why Jack always made them to move through the alleys. She turned her head to Jack, who was walking in front of him, and smiled from behind her mask without even realizing it. The tough-looking young man, mostly bad-tempered, spoke little, but eventually Tina understood that, no matter what, he was doing everything thinking her safety first. Tina gulped. "So, "Who is this Michael Richardson?" she asked. Her voice was no more than a whisper. She listened the tale of Jack's coming to New York. She was worried about Beatrice, wanted to strangle James and George, but Tina was most interested in Jack. He barely told about the things he did to the men who tried to rape Beatrice. But the fact that he had to flee the islands and stay with someone special showed the seriousness of the situation. Tina never believed Jack would hurt anyone under normal circumstances, but now Jack Winter was walking in front of him with an M4 in his hands, and he was the deadliest person Tina had ever known. Jack had the butt of his gun on his shoulder, the safety of his gun was off, and he putted his finger on the trigger. He was an acquaintance of Jan Paul. He murmured, looking at a balcony that he decided threatening. Tina curiously asked, "His friend?" Jack leaned slowly and looked under a van that had crashed into a wall. "No, it felt more like it was working for him," he said, continuing to walk when he didn't see any ankles waiting for them. In fact, he didn't see Michael Richardson much. But his uncles trained him well enough to recognize a professional when he saw one. After Tina looked at a body hanging from the wall, she asked, "What does he do?" She had to keep talking, or she'd go crazy. Jack looked at the same thing and said, grumbling, "Things that require weapons and intelligence." "I don't think he needed intelligence if he had a gun," Tina criticized, bending her lips. She was thinking of guys who were overly muscular and holding the bar entrance. "I think he said calmly, after stopped at the corner and checked around without extending his head too much. "Why?" Jack points out to Tina that she needed to run to the other side of the short street and that he would protect her, said, "A gun is a tool. It takes intelligence to know when to pull the trigger. Because some people shouldn't be killed," he said, winking at Tina. Tina ran across the street. No one fired. Therefore Jack leapt out. In such cases, more dangerous than those affected by the virus on the street were those who shot through the windows of their homes. Jack certainly didn't want to be shot by an amateur sniper. That's why he sent Tina ahead, because it took preparation to aim, and Tina would be safe in that time frame. Tina asked to Jack, who got close to her, "So after all, Mr. Richardson was an agent?" "Trust me, I really don't know," Jack said with a shrug. Tina smiled as she followed Jack and said, "You don't care, do you?" She was now slowly getting to know Jack Winter, who had been hiding in the shadows all his life. Jack nodded quietly. The alley seemed to lead them into a gray void. Tina, who at first thought she had seen something like this because of her dizziness, realized that she was looking at the ocean visible from the end of the road and asked, "Where are you taking me, Jack Winter?" The last thing she saw before the world slipped under her feet, dragging her into a pale darkness, was Jack's bewildered gaze visible from under his mask. Tina was in deep blurred dreams. First she heard hammer blows. As if someone was constantly banging something. Then she remembered that those were gunshots, and she woke up. Everything was upside down. No, it wasn't like that. She was upside down, Jack had shouldered her. There were dead soulless on the floor. As she heard gunshots, her own body was shaken, and then new bodies were added. Tina wanted to tell Jack that she was fine, that she could walk, but before she could say that, she passed out again. When she opened her eyes again, someone was holding a hand light in her eye. "She's burning up," said an unfamiliar female. Tina could tell from the blur that she was in a dark closed place. She should be talking to Jack. The antibiotics we have are not strong enough to work for her. The antibiotics that are strong enough are in the mall at the end of the block. But? Jack's voice asked. But the woman continued, "The mall is in the hands of a gang called the Icemen." Without scamming the story. Tina could only listen. She was so tired and sluggish that she could neither move nor talk. Jack calmly asked, "Isn't there another pharmacy nearby?" What we could reach was either empty or no use to anyone. The woman replied. Tina forced herself to see him, but it only caused her head to hurt more, her stomach to feel more nauseous. "I get it. How much time does she have?" Jack asked distressed. "We can't put her in the shower, we have limited water supply. She have 4, maybe 5 hours in this case," the woman said. "4 hours is enough for me," he said briefly. "And Mr. Winter?" the woman said, addressing Jack. Jack's voice from afar said, "Yes?" When she said, "If you get caught." And Jack interrupted her, saying, "If I get caught, they'll kill me, but I'll pretend to be an addict who needs a sedative before they do. So they will not come after you. Thank you for your understanding." The woman sighed, her tone changed for the first time. "Thanks you for your help." Tina tried to stop him, to dissuade him. But when she woke up, Jack was already gone. The woman who got back to her side pointed a light in her eye and asked, "Can you hear me?" Tina barely shook her head. She said, "Beautiful." In an emotionless speech. Your wounds are inflamed. Even if your boyfriend come back on time, the drugs he'll bring won't be enough to save you. So I'll open the stitches and clean your wounds. Or at best, you'll lose your eyes. Do you understand me? Tina tried to shake her head again but failed. As she rolled back into the darkness, she heard the doctor's distant voice. Damn. We're losing her. William. Come here to help me. Jack sat by the little fire. He was almost lost in silence. He was scribbling something in a notebook that was square cut from thick painting papers that were held together with a large paper clips. Tina jumped out of her bed in a hard and sudden movement, her eyes open with fear, and there were drops of sweat on her forehead. She had his hands on his chest and his legs on his stomach. As she looked around in panic, she catched Jack's eyes. The wild, unconscious gaze in the young woman's eyes suddenly changed. I thought I was having nightmares. The young woman said with a half-tired smile. Jack got the joke. No. He said with the same sarcastic smile. Indeed, the known world has vanished, and we are trying to get out of a city full of soulless. Tina took her hand to her face and they had bandaged her again. The doctor said there was nothing else she could do. Jack said, looking down at her. The scars of the surgery will remain. He said. Tina pretended not to care, said, I'm alive. I should pray for this. Then she looked around. She was in the lower floor of a small, sheltered building. Behind the door there was a sofa. Jack had his back where he could see the door and Tina. Others? She asked. They went to a boarding school in the north where they believed they would be safe. Jack said calmly as he pulled a can out of his bag and began to open it. Tina was a ex-New Yorker, and she said, the Ferguson Foundation? As the young man, who opened the can, pulled water out of his bag and a metal fork and spoon made for camping, do you know it? He asked. Tina nodded, but with this move, many places on her face hurt at the same time. It's one of the most elite schools in New York. She said, moaning involuntarily. They were splitting up in high school. One campus was in the city, the rest in the woods to the north. Those who graduate from there go to the best universities. She said. Jack got up from where he was sitting and came to Tina's side and sat cross-legged. He didn't have to sit on concrete with one foot under his hip. He filled the spoon with cooked peas and took it to Tina's mouth. When she reached out to get the spoon, he frowned so hard that Tina immediately lowered her hand. Jack then rewarded her with a soft smile. Why weren't you there? Tina was buried in complex emotions when she ate her peas. She'd gladly throw himself off the 7th floor of an apartment so Jack could take care of her like that. She had never felt like this until this day. The Ferguson Foundation is an insurance company's educational institution. If you don't have a family, you can be admitted. Like an orphanage? Jack asked. Tina tilted her head vaguely to the side, said, yes, in a way. But their students weren't normal. Tina said, pausing. She looked at Jack as if something had occurred to her. When Jack looked back at her curiously, Tina said, as I think about it now. Ferguson's students were mostly like you. Jack took this sentence quite seriously for some reason. Things got worse after Tina passed out. They came across a horde of soulless. Jack, who had fought to the last bullet while Tina, who had fainted from inflammation in her face, was saved by a fire from the attic of an old bar. There were about 20 people in the bar. Most of them were well armed and well trained. The rest were the people they saved and protected. Jack thought they were soldiers, cops, or federal agents. He told them that he was a soldier who had just come out of training, that he had came to New York to meet his girlfriend Tina before he sing his family. He said he was trying to get to Baltimore. When one of the men calmly said Baltimore was on the other side, Jack raised his hands and said he was being dragged helplessly. He didn't want anyone to know his real goal and plan. Meanwhile, he appreciated their regular and careful work. So Tina's sentence was a pretty valid evaluation for Jack. As dinner was over, Jack wiped Tina's lips with a handkerchief in a naive move. I feel like I've always known you. The young woman said, smiling, in a voice resembling the muttering of a cat. Jack pulled antibiotics and pain pills out of his pocket with a heartfelt smile. We met, at least once. He said, as he grabbed one of each and putted them between Tina's lips. Tina swallowed the pills in a snap and asked, yeah? When? Stunned. Yes. Jack said, nodding his head slightly. Gloria Stefanelli once told you she liked me. And you looked at me and said, don't be ridiculous, you deserve better, Jack told without any change in the expression on his face. Tina just froze. Gloria Stefanelli was her roommate last year. After an unpleasant incident, She froze his registration at the school and returned to Atlanta. Vaguely, with a dull expression, I am. I wouldn't say something like that in my life. They mislead you. She muttered. Jack gave the water bottle to her hand and turned back his spot. We were on the school shuttle bus at the time. It was so full and we were all up. You were wearing that long emerald green outfit. I wore my iPod headset as usual. It ran out of battery somewhere in the middle of the road. But I was too tired to take off my headset. So I could hear you and Gloria whispering. He said, harassing the embers of the fire. Tina was almost shocked. She could feel her hands and feet as ice, his stomach contracted and a huge fist in her throat. The young woman had nothing to say. And Jack didn't seem to be waiting for something to be said. He continued his unfinished business by putting the deck of cards he had left aside on his knee again. Longest run. Facing what was left of the police, Beatrice headed to the other exit of alley. This road would have taken her to the front of the plaza, but she didn't care about it right now. When the young woman came to the end of the street, the world slipped under her feet. The floor was shaking, buildings were humming, car alarms were ringing. When the windows of several streets and plazas facing the main street exploded with this heavy shake, alarm systems were activated in them. The sirens were ringing, and the front of the buildings were illuminated by a bright halogen projector. Beatrice hid behind a column in fear. At the junction of the 3rd Boulevard, that she was on, and the 118th Street just ahead, she saw a motion. A father and his daughters were running. The Soulless were after them. The father should have been in his 40s, one of the girls was 15, and the other was no more than 9. Another Soulless group cut their way when the family arrived at the corner. When the Soulless surrounded the family, the man did something unexpected and started climbing into the rain gutter of the building next to him. He left his children behind. As Beatrice watched the incident in amazement, the Soulless ones surrounded the children, closed on their victims. Beatrice wanted to attract the attention of the Soulless to save the children. So he ran screaming at them, but contrary to what she intended, could only attract the attention of 3 of the group. Realizing what she had done and the consequences, the young woman began to run in the opposite direction but was not sure she would survive. As she ran, she couldn't hear anything because of the sounds of alarms suppressing everything, but she was sure they were right behind her. Death was a few steps behind her. The alarms had drawn everyone affected by the virus into the streets. Beatrice saw people coming out of decks, alleys, shops. Some were running towards her, some towards another target near them. The young woman was sure she would die if she paused. As she arrived at the next intersection of the street, the sudden light from her right distracted her. When she turned her head, she saw a bus coming towards her. She raised his arms again helplessly to protect herself. The bus driver broke the steering wheel because someone was holding the old man's neck and hitting his head at the wheel of the bus. The old man was dead at the first blow. When the bus suddenly accelerated and its steering broke to the right, the bus, which was spinning without hitting Beatrice, entered the coffee shop around the corner with a loud crashing sound. Beatrice noticed she was paused and suddenly started running to the left side. A moment later, a Soulless fell where she had stood a moment ago. Another was thrown at the man who fell. There were still Soulless chasing her. She felt someone scratch her back as if she had clawed it. All she could do was scream against it. But she couldn't even hear her scream in that noise. There was an explosion somewhere behind her. As the street lit up with flames rising from the explosion, Beatrice saw people coming towards her in front of her. The young woman turned to the right, muttering something she didn't notice at the time. She jumped on a car in front of her. As she passed the car, she felt the car shake and realized that she still had followers behind her. No one was in the alley she entered. When the narrow alley suddenly turned to the right, the young woman pushed herself to the right, taking power from the wall with her arms. As she entered the interior of the street, the light decreased, making it difficult to see the environment. No. Beatrice moaned when she saw the wall that appeared in front of her. She had entered in a dead-end alley. As she heard the sounds of a trash can falling and broken bottles behind her, she said again, "No." The young woman, who had lost control of her fear, was banging on the door next to her, screaming and begging. As the soulless approached her, they slowed down when they saw Beatrice's desperation. The door that Beatrice punched suddenly opened. A man with long, messy hair, a bald beard came out of the door that opened out. He was wearing a sleeveless black t-shirt and a leather vest over it. He had cowboy boots under his ripped jeans. Thick leather wristbands were wrapped around the wrists of his tattooed arms. The tall man pulled Beatrice in and pulled out the black revolver pistol he had attached to his belt. He fired 6 shots at the soulless running towards him and immediately closed the door. Beatrice raised her hands helplessly towards her eyes when she encountered the light of several hand lamps pointed at her. A young man, in a harsh tone, asked, "Were you bitten?" Beatrice replied, "No." As she muttered, the big man behind him put his gun to the back of her head and said to those on the other side, "Check it out." 2 women carefully checked the young woman, who was waiting in fear. One was in her 50s, and the other was 15 at most. The barrel of the gun moved away from Beatrice's head as they both nodded and pointed out that everything was fine. "Poor girl," muttered the old woman who had checked her when Beatrice, whose legs did not carry her any longer, got down on her knees and began to cry with sobs. Meanwhile, the young girl handed Beatrice a bottle of water from her bag and tried to smile. "Don't worry," she said afterwards. "Everything will be fine." Beatrice had her back against the wall, her legs pulled towards her and hugged them, looked tirelessly around. They were in a large hall dimly lighted, the lights coming from dozens of candles. It was an old fish restaurant. It was later converted to a bar but remained true to its original form. Old fishing nets and boat supplies hung on the walls. Beatrice saw a lot of construction material where she was rescued. The big guy was behind the bar. There was a baseball bat on the bar. 4 men leaned against the bar table. All 4 were in their late middle ages. Cigarette smoke was rising from all of them. The old woman was sitting at a table. Next to her was a young girl and a red-haired woman who helped search for Beatrice. 3 young men sat at the table right behind her. Textbooks were lined up in front of them. Beatrice had seen one of them before in the university library. People were sitting at tables on the other side. They were all as pathetic as she was. At the sound of an explosion or gunfire, they bounced off their seats, pulled out their hunches in a desperate scream. One by one, Beatrice looks at each of them. 22. She murmured. 22 people were desperately waiting for the dawn. She shuddered, thinking that Tina and Jack had gone through it, too. After all that's been said about Jack, how could a person survive something like this? It was really crazy waiting for him to come back. She shook his head, closed her eyes and tried to get some rest. At least she was safe. "She thinks she's safe," muttered Kane Dumford. She was one of 4 men sitting in the bar. The man in the gray-haired suit, sitting at the far end, lit his last cigarette after taking a sip of his warming beer. He kept staring at the long-haired bartender. Dumford came here to kill the big guy. His name was Jorge Jimenez. Jimenez had ruined Dumford's life. Because his wife was meeting Jorge in secret. Dumford found out about this 2 weeks ago, and he had a fight with his wife, Kate. Kate angrily told Dumford about Jorge, telling him that Dumford would never be a man like him. The truth is, Kate Dumford has never cheated on her husband in her entire life. She just wanted a little color in her monotonous life between work and home. So after work, she came to this bar with her friends and drank one of the cocktails with a little alcohol and came home. She was so angry at Kane's behavior that she made up her relationship with Jorge just to drive Kane crazy. Kane couldn't hurt her anyway. But Kate Dumford was very wrong about that. Before she was done with what she told her husband, Mr. Dumford had broken Kate's head with the vase on the table. Kate was now at the bottom of one of the cliffs to the north of the island. She deserved it to the end. It was Jorge's turn. He was going to kill him and end it. He had reserved the last bullet in his gun for himself. He stroked his .38 revolver in his jacket pocket. At that time, the sound of a scream caused him to be startled. It was a woman's voice. Poor Kane thought. She was out on the wrong night. He rethought it as a very wrong night and looked around with an idea that came to mind. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and everyone in the bar was almost asleep. Kane took another big breath from his cigarette and smiled. He was going to get rid of Jorge tonight, and no one would know. Getting out of the bar chair smiling, Kane went to the restrooms in the back. No one was paying attention to him. Instead of the bathroom, he went out the back door that Beatrice had entered a few hours earlier. He had a box of thinner and varnish taken from where the materials used to repair the bar were found. The Wolf Pack. The armored Humvee stopped in the back alley of the Nexian Plaza. Almost all of those who got out of the vehicle were dressed the same. Their pants were denim or cargo pants. They used military knee pads. They used outdoor boots. Around their necks were the scarves used by Arabs, but underneath those, industrial gas masks appeared. They all wore earth-colored Kevlar vests, helmets similar to those used by special forces of the same color that used in extreme sports. Night vision equipment was installed on the forehead of these helmets. On the left side of the back of the vests, a sticker was affixed with the Wolf Footprint logo and the Wolfpack print underneath. Their pistols were holstered on their legs, their rifles hung on their shoulders. It was either a shirt or a fleece sweatshirt under the vests. The first duo who got out of the vehicle settled down to see the head and end of the street. Others approached the back door of the plaza. They all walked their guns on their shoulders, and took off their hunches. When the group reached the door, they lined up at the opening of the door, advancing with their knees bended so that their weapons wouldn't shake and they would not miss their targets. The men at the back of the line moved forward and opened the fire exit door, which opened outwards. In doing so, he took care to stay behind the door. The first person checked inside and signaled to advance. The entire group has entered, except for those who guard the street. Advancing through the plaza with the lights out, the group was really quiet. Going through the fire escape, the group entered the office set up by the city council without encountering anyone. Heading straight to Beatrice's room, the vanguard of the group looked at the room and shook his head. The leader grumbled and pulled out his satellite phone, which was in his left chest. He signaled that they would return to his group when he pressed the call key. The call answered and the voice at the opposite end asked, "Did you find her?" "No," said the leader. He was about Jack's age at most. His ice blue eyes were caught the clothes Beatrice pulled out and threw on her desk. She got into trouble and changed her clothes. "Can you find her?" "No," said the tall and built young man, scratching his yellow and a few days old beard. "I get it. Go to the nearest rally point and assist for defense. I can call about a new mission." "We'll wait for your call," the young man said. Pitfalls. It was 4 in the morning. Jack started sleeping during the day and waking up at night, and Tina somehow kept up with him. Tina sighed and stared at Jack, who had packed his things and dismantled his rifle on his sleeping bag. The young man barely spoke. Tina didn't know if he was upset with her. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't find anything to say to Jack. She recalled that the young man did not speak unless he had to. This situation caused a strange silence in the small house. Jack stopped for a moment. Tina thought he would say something to her, at least ask her not to look at him, but as the young man dismantled his rifle, he had pulled out of his pistol from its holster to avoid being unprotected. He putted his hand on the pistol and looked at the door. Tina held her breath. There were really noises coming from behind the door. After a few glasses broke, and the sounds of cats fighting and meowing were heard, Tina started to breath, and Jack pulled his hand out of his gun. Tina swallowed and asked, "Are you mad at me?" Jack turned his eyes to her and said, "Why?" "For making you sad. I was really rude." "You said what you were thinking?" Jack said, smiling. "I know who I am. I look in the mirror every day. I knew I was ugly before you said that. But better. Gloria might have something to say about that." Maybe if Jack had slapped Tina, he would have hurt her less. Gloria Staffanelli dated George 3 months after that, and had been with him one night. Their union didn't matter, but George was staying at the Omega house on the college campus. If you spent the night with a man in one of these houses and couldn't leave before everyone woke up, you'd be subjected to a walk of shame. Everyone in the house would see you off, applauding and cheering. At first, this was a joyous act of celebration, But then things became ugly without measure. Whatever happened that morning, Gloria never went to school again, and a few days later, she gone back home. Tina opened and closed her mouth a few times to say something, but a muffled explosion from somewhere outside and then a scream echoing in the building silenced her. Jack assembled his weapon at incredible speed, put on its clip and set up the gun. "Get ready," he said, without looking at Tina. "We gotta get out of here." "What the hell was that?" the young woman asked as she stuffed her belongings into her bag. "I booby-trapped with a shotgun flares," he just said, as Jack wrapped his sleeping bag and tied it to his bag. He handed Tina his night vision gear before putting out the fire. They were heading back into the darkness. The wounded soulless was constantly screaming. Jack had placed a nail under the wooden upholstery of the stairs leading to the room where they were hiding, and a shotgun flares compressed into the pipe on the nail. The foot of the young woman who stepped on it was torn apart. Jack walked through the looted house and looked at the woman at the end of the stairs. Upstairs, the owners ate pizza before leaving their home. He took the 2-liter Coke plastic bottle that was left on the table. He spilled what was left of Coke on the floor and pulled the gun out of Tina's waist. He inserted the mouth of this large plastic bottle into the bare-barreled pistol and taped the bottle with the gun with the electric tape he took from his vest. Tina was watching him with curiosity. After the young man fixing the pet bottle pointed the strange gun at the screaming woman and fired 2 shots. His temporary silencer worked. The gun blast was cut off, leaving only the sound of the mechanical part when it hit each other. As they went down the stairs, Jack pointed out to Tina which steps she shouldn't have stepped on. As Tina passed them, she heard footsteps running. Jack quickly turned with a strange mechanical movement and fired 2 shots at a soulless entering through the main door. The man, who was shot in the chest, had tried to turn towards the stairs at the same time, but with his half-finished momentum, he hit the column opposite and rolled to the ground. Jack continued to walk without hesitation. That's when Tina saw that there were arrow marks on the walls. Jack followed these arrows and headed for the back of the building. Jack left these signs. It was drawn to reveal the location of the escape in case of an emergency. Standing at the back door, the young man slowly and carefully cut a rope over the door with his knife. Tina looked where the rope lay and saw the LPG tube right next to her. There was a glass jar tied on the tube and things tied in the jar. The tube was packed with plastic bags that have nails inside. Those who entered through the back door would have encountered this bomb. After Jack opened the door and checked his surroundings, he signaled to Tina to follow him. When Tina left the house, she looked back for the last time. The saddest and most beautiful memories of her life were in this house. The fate of the demon. Beatrice jumped out of her place with a scream. One of the women, who had gone to the bathroom, had jumped out of the hallway screaming, but before she had gone a few steps, she was knocked to the ground with a large hammer that had exploded on her back. Then flames spread into wave after wave from the hallway that opened to the backyard. Everyone jumped over in their place. A soulless came out of the smoke and flames. Beatrice thought it was a man, but she couldn't be sure because it was completely burned. Looking at everyone with empty white eyes, it turned its head and screamed, ripping their spirits out of them. But nothing more happened because Jorge shot him in the head. Immediately afterwards, he turned his gun to the smoke screen and fired 3 more shots. Coming out of the smoke, the lifeless body of another soulless rolled on the ground. But behind him 2 more followed. They're headed straight for Jorge. Jorge fired 2 shots at the first man, killing him, but he didn't have a bullet left for the other. He walked past the other soulless man who collapsed in front of him and started fighting Jorge hand to hand. Anyone who saw the soulless coming form back one after another had headed to the main gate to escape. But when the door opened, the bright flames greeted them. The first man to reach the door opened the door with a rush, but he was engulfed in flames before he could stop himself. The man began running towards the street screaming as flames engulfed him. Others stopped in time and headed back for the only exit, but from there the soulless kept coming. Jorge was moved back to the end of the bar. He hit anything that approached him with a baseball bat in his hand. Beatrice had college students in front of her. They were what people at school called nerds. When the soulless turned to them, Someone threw the books in their hands towards them and attacked them. Others went on the offensive with the inspiration they received from their first attacking friend and formed a line in front of Beatrice. The young woman advanced with the protection of this line and reached the pool table. Meanwhile, in the other corner of the bar, she saw a soulless man attacking the women wrapped up in each other, and without thinking she threw a billiard ball at the man. The man who was shot in the head with a billiard ball was running. Staggered by the impact, he fell on a table and smashed it. Beatrice threw the second ball to a woman who jumped out of the smoke. The woman, who was hit in the shoulder with the ball, got even angrier, but fell backwards when she ate the second over her mouth. A middle-aged man with a broken bottle throat finished off the soulless who fell on her back. Beatrice continued to throw hard and heavy balls without breathing. She shot one man in the head and the other in the throat, but the balls were not unlimited. The last ball hit another soulless at the head, while another bounced after him as he fell to the ground. His eyes were locked on Beatrice. Beatrice reached down without looking at the table, and when she had a billiard stick in her hand instead of a ball, she quickly hurled it. The stick was broken at the head of the old man who attacked him, and the man was dropped to the ground. Another one came in right after. Beatrice screamed and stabbed him with the broken pool club. The broken part of the stick had sharp end like a knife. As the man ran towards Beatrice, the young woman's stick, which she made a stub move with, went up the man's diaphragm without any difficulty. But this didn't stop the soulless. The man who grabbed Beatrice by the throat struck her in the mirror behind the young woman. With this move, the bottom of the billiard stick in the woman's hand hit the wall, and the tip came out of the man's back. Beatrice was prepared this time. She hit the man's arms from the bottom, as she learned in self-defense classes, and landed an elbow on his chin. The man, whose spine had already been severed, tumbled to the ground without causing her any more trouble. Beatrice had seen 2 of the college students and the women killed. There were only a handful of fighters left in the hall. One of the soulless howled and leapt over the bar and lifted Jorge's head into the air, which he cut off with bottle pieces. Beatrice clenched her fists and had leapt forward. She took the second stick on the table and held it in front of her like a spear. Yes, she was going to die, but it wasn't going to happen without a fight. Lighted with the flames, howling with the head in his hand, the soulless blown away to the other side of the bar with an explosion. A large man entering the main door blew the head of a soulless man who attacked him with a large shotgun in his hand. The guy in jean pants, sneakers, had a hunting vest with baggy pockets on him. Right after him, 2 young men walked in. They were carrying shotguns too. They were screaming "Get down on the ground," while advancing side by side and shooting down anything coming towards them. Because the big pellets in the hunting flares pierced the soulless and tore apart everything behind them. These 2 young men entered the hall, and as they moved to the sides, 2 more entered through the main door. They carried shotguns too. The deafening explosions of shotguns came in succession. Shotguns had a terrible effect at close range with the large pellet flares they used. Those flares tore off limbs and tore apart bodies. The combat lasted only a minute. Beatrice could hear nothing but the constant buzzing whistles in her ears. One of the young men who entered looked around, looking for someone. He found what he was looking for lying in the corner. He said something and ran towards the old woman who had just been killed. Beatrice could hear the young man's painful scream from beyond the tinnitus. The first big guy with gray hair who entered the bar came next to them. He was also crying, slowly kneeling next to the old woman. Beatrice looked at the young man, who grabbed her and turned her face to his face. That was James. James hugged her with joy. That's when Beatrice hugged the young man and started crying, even though she hated James. James leaned over to him and said something. Beatrice had just heard out of long sentences, "This is fate." Pirate. Darkness and clouds combined made the night even darker than it should have been. Tina first looked at the car they left behind, then at the ocean on her right side and the jetty in front of her. They found the car in a parking lot, and Jack hot-wired the car. It was a very old Japanese car, barely brought them here. It was only then that Tina realized that they were constantly going east. Tina thought she didn't know where they were going until Jack changed course and went down the road with the sign that said Sag Harbor. because the path they followed was on a large peninsula called Long Island, east of New York, and they could only swim out of here. If they're going to swim 20 miles in the ocean. Most of the boats in the jetty were gone, and the rest were sunk. A few of them were pulled into the middle of the jetty. There were a few people in them, and the sound of music came up to Tina. In the jetty, there were more than 10 soulless bodies going back and forth. It was as if they hadn't decided whether to swim or not yet. Tina, looking at Jack, "Where are the rest of the boats?" she whispered. Jack showed the ocean to his right without even turning his head. When Tina looked at side that Jack showed with her night vision, she saw bright little greenish spots on the horizon. People had fled far enough that the soulless could not swim. "What do we do now? Are we going back?" she asked, whispering again. Jack looked at the jetty one last time, turned left and said, "Why?" he whispered. "It can be hard to sail with those," Tina said, pointing to boats with people still partying in them. "We're not going to sail with those anyway," Jack said confidently, heading towards the garden wall next to Tina. "What? Why?" "I don't know anything about fishing boats," Jack said, smiling at Tina before climbing the wall. The garden resembled a kind of forest with lots of tress inside. Tina occasionally had to run to keep up with Jack, was making a noise when this happened, and when she did, Jack would turn around and take his finger to his lips. The young man had again made a temporary silencer for his gun. His quick steps were as quiet as they could be. As Tina watched him, the trees opened and they came to a wire fence. Jack checked around and cut the wire fence with pliers that he removed from the back of his waist. Behind the wire fence was a large warehouse building made of metal sheets. They had stopped at the corner after they wandered to the back side of the building. Jack got his head out of the corner slightly and, after checking around, signaled to Tina to follow him. Tina saw the yachts being pulled ashore when she turned the corner after Jack. Jack proceeded directly and without hesitation to a white one-story building among the yachts that had been pulled ashore by wheeled carriers. The building's large sign said the Sag Harbor Yacht Club. "The name of this is Pirate," Jack told while showing the boat on the top of the concrete ramp diving into the ocean with a slight slope. "It's one of the few boats I can use," he said. He threw his bags on the boat and pulled the wedges of its wheeled carrier out of their place. As Tina looked around, "Are we going to Belgrove with this thing?" she said. When she returned, she was startled to find Jack right next to her. His chest almost touched her chest. Jack grabbed her by the waist and easily lifted her up in the air, leaving Tina stunned, and put her on the boat. With a relaxed attitude, "No," he said. According to the weather forecast, a storm was coming. It will reach the mainland in the morning or evening on this day. Before that, we have to get as close to Boston as possible. Having said that, Jack, who had taken 2 shovels from the canoes next door and a life jacket, a pallet and a few more things from inside the building, pushed the carrier into the water. Looking at the young man who jumped and boarded the boat just before the carrier quietly entered the water, Tina asked no further questions. When Jack held her, her heart started beating as if it were trying to get out of her chest. And then she thought of what Jack said, or rather, what she said on the school bus. She was grateful to the darkness for hiding her weeping. House of the Demon. At 5 in the morning, the sky was dark and the air had a sharp chill. The fog still hadn't lifted. The sirens of cars and shops were still not silent, the streetlights were still dark. The police car, which had stopped in the middle of the road, its doors open, its emergency lights on, actually seemed to sum it up. Its windows were blown out, and 10 lifeless bodies lay around it. One of the policemen was leaning against the left back door. He had a long stick pushed inside his chest. As she passed by, Beatric took the empty gun at his feet. James was going to warn her that the gun was empty, and despite all her disgust, she reached out as hugging the police and took a spare clip from behind his waist. James marveled at Beatric, asked, "Do you know how to use it?" Then Beatric, with an icy look, put on the clip and set up the gun. James raised his eyebrows in amazement and admiration and blew a high-pitched whistle. Meanwhile, the sound of a shotgun echoed across the street. A gray-haired man named Brain quickly turned and shot at a soulless running towards him from the darkness. It was a reflexive move, and the soulless's leg was severed. But that voice would also call out other soulless in the surrounding area. The late middle-aged man who knew this shouted over his shoulder, "Run!" The whole group started running. They had to throw themselves out when the bar fire got out of control. A total of 20 people survived the bar with subsequent arrivals. Now they were trying to get to the university. The university was one of the safe spaces that was constantly mentioned in council announcements. The soulless, who emerged from a luxury shoe store on the left, attacked the group with full pace. The first man to arrive was shot by a young boy named Alan. He was the second person to enter the bar with a shotgun. The woman who he was able to reach to her dead body was his mother and Brian's 25-year-old wife. The young man, who was forced to leave his mother in a burning bar, was furious. He shot the soulless in the face and chopped her head off. Hubert was right next to him. He used a shotgun, too. The large and overweight man shot two soulless in the abdomen and chest with the double-barreled shotgun that he fired from waist level. But the soulless didn't completely lose consciousness. The fourth was carrying a camp axe in his hand and threw it in with a quick motion. The axe that flew out of the darkness was buried in Hubert's throat. The big man fell back like a tree cut from the bottom. Beatrice heard screams coming from the other side as she looked at Alan, who was shooting in anger. A woman named Selene, who was walking at the right, was attacked by three soulless. All three were children. One was no more than 9, and the other two were a few years older than him. James swore and pointed his gun at them, but before he could shoot, another one hit him with all his momentum. The gun that fired tore into Simon's stomach as he ran right behind them. Beatrice screamed. James threw the old man who had been thrown at him from his back to the ground and crushed his head with the butt of his rifle. Simon, in his 40s, was a thin, tall, kind accountant. Beatrice tried to pause to help the man, but James pulled her by the arm and said, "We can't." As Beatrice looked at him angrily, she saw tears streaming down James' cheeks. James shouted above his shoulder to the man, who crawled on the floor and asked for help, "I'm so sorry." A few seconds later, Simon fell victim to the pack behind them. Beatrice clenched her teeth. There was nothing she could do. She was holding a broken billiard bat, covered in blood in her left hand, and a police gun in her right hand. She fired at 4 soulless who ran towards them from a children's park. She hit the first 2. She shot someone for the first time in her life, but she didn't even care. She already committed her first murder at the bar half an hour ago. There were huge differences between looking someone in the eye and sticking something in his stomach and shooting someone from afar with a gun. Beatrice's hands were warmed by someone else's blood. She was burned with someone else's blood. The young woman turned in anger and shot 2 people who were approaching them. She was either going to die tonight, or she was going to kill all these creatures. When the crowd behind them finally caught Gerard, who was exhausted, Alan's brother Stuart stopped and shot 2 shots. But the place where he stopped was in the space between 2 parked vehicles, and a soulless who stretched from that space to him grabbed him and pulled him into the darkness. When Brain saw this, he turned around screaming, sending a soulless back to where it came from, who jumped out of the dark shadows of the same building and bounced on the car next to it, ran and reached his son. Beatrice didn't look back. All she could hear was the deadly sound of a shotgun fired in succession. Alan went back to his father. Alan's bitter scream silenced everything. James took out the flares he had stuffed in his shirt pocket and pushed them in his rifle, and shouted, "Run! Do not stop for anything and run for God's sake." He had no more flares. Beatrice fired at the men and women coming from her left. James was right next to her, shooting a postman and a janitor who had jumped out from behind a bus. When someone else came out behind them, he flipped the long shotgun in his hand and used it like a club. The assailant hit the side of the bus as quickly as he arrived, and the blood poured out from his broken head as he slid lazily down, left a dark stain on the white paint of the vehicle. James accelerated a little more, shouldered an old woman, who Beatrice could not see, and threw her to the backside of the cars. Only 5 people survived in their group. They were all tired, shaken and sad. Those who were armed had surrounded the unarmed one. They were instinctively looking at every shadow, every darkness, while running non-stop. Their lungs, muscles, minds were burning, but no one could stop. The voices of those who chased them were vague, but the new ones were out there somewhere. Everyone paid the utmost attention to the silence. Beatrice looked at James, who was advancing right in front of her. The young man controlled the small alley, holding the shotgun still like a club. When he made sure it was empty, signaled Beatrice to follow him. As Beatrice followed him, she wondered if the young man was telling the truth. Could George really have planned everything? The more she think about it, the more it makes sense for Beatrice. George was known for his tactless actions and jokes. He's been in trouble because of drugs a lot of times. And James said something very logical. He didn't need drugs to be alone with Beatrice or to be together. They've been together for almost 2 years. Beatrice bumped into James, who paused while thinking about this. Beatrice sighed as James turned to her smiling. James was really handsome. At the same time, the building at the end of the street began to appear. College. One of the young men whispered, as if he had let the breath out that he was holding for some time. "We're back home," James said with a smile. Cafe. The pirate was built for sport purposes. It didn't have a cabin or a secluded place. Tina and Jack, who had tied their supplies to the middle part of the boat, removed the sail pole, laid it on the hull, and quietly rowed until they came out of the jetty. Jack then put the sail on and told Tina what to do until they caught the appropriate wind. The young woman was ready to do anything for Jack to forgive her, almost scrambling for this, but Jack's invisible wall always stopped her. There was always a measured kindness, a careful intimacy between them. Tina woke up from the feeling of emptiness she was in when she hit the floor. She was trapped in a dream she couldn't remember. When she lifted the raincoat she was hugging, ocean water hit her in the face, and her eyes suddenly blinded by a light that illuminated everything. The ocean began to swell, the wind hardened. "The storm is about to catch us," Jack said with a hard face, then the sail forced as if the strong winds would tear it apart. Tina couldn't have imagined that a boat without a motor could accelerate so fast. The boat jumped over a wave in front of them and took off for meters. As she landed on the water, Tina let out her breath, which she held in fear, while Jack screamed enthusiastically. When Tina looked at him in amazement, she saw that the young man was having fun. For the first time, he was laughing carelessly. Seeing the huge wave that began to rise behind Jack, Tina warned him in fear. Jack looked over his shoulder, smiled and pulled the pirate's rudder. The sail changed its direction hard, tilting the boat. Tina felt that they were rising again while protecting herself from the sail, as Jack had warned her, and they took off from the top of the wave as a lightning bolt lit up the whole ocean around them. When they floated in the air for meters and landed hard on the ocean, their boat cracked as if in objection. When Tina looked at Jack again in fear, she saw that he was showing her something. Tina turned her head and for a moment through the waves she saw the town where the dark night connected with the ocean. As the pirate approached the beach, Jack changed their course into the jetty and quickly lowered the sail. The boat was still very fast but the young man did nothing to cut the speed. Tina didn't understand why, Jack said, itching to speak out loud, despite the strong wind of the approaching storm, bend down as much as possible. It was only then that the young woman realized that Jack was avoiding being a target. Turning the boat into a pebble beach parallel to the town's main street, Jack pulled out the piece in the middle of the boat, called the fin keel. This long and heavy part provided the balance of the boat, preventing it from capsizing. Without the keel under the boat came ashore like a killer whale hunting on the shore. Before the boat stopped, Jack got off the boat, pointed his gun at the buildings. After Tina got down and got the bags out of the boat, the duo ran and hid in the shadows of the nearest building. Right after it began to rain with large drops. Jack was looking around. It was as if he was deciding what to do or making plans. For a while, he looked at a black spot at the end of the beach. Tina saw that there was a big fishing boat where he was looking. That boat was on the shore too. Jack pointed to his night vision gear, signaling to Tina to advance with him. There was no light in the small fishing town. As he passed the truck that hit a lamppost, Jack turned and looked at Tina. It was only then that the young woman noticed that her teeth were rattling. The young man stood and looked around. He had to change his plan. Tina couldn't stand these conditions any longer. When he saw a cafe right next door, he signaled to Tina to follow him. The cafe was decorated with 1960s style. You could see the beach and the jetty through its large windows. On the other side of the tables, which were placed perpendicular to the windows, was the classic bar of the cafe. As the storm's raindrops beat the glass with thudding sounds, Jack first checked the floors. There was no blood, no footprints, no saliva. The soulless couldn't seem to control their drool. The kitchen was very clean compared to most places he'd seen. Jack, who controlled the back of the bar and the kitchen, covered an old coat that he found over Tina. The young woman's lips were black, her hands were shaking. Jack pulled a refrigerator in front of the back door of the kitchen, formed a barricade with boxes on the floor in front of the window, then burned the kitchen stove. Then he smiled, "You'll warm up soon," he said with a candid expression. Tina was so tired, "You've done so much for me. But I'm nothing but a burden to you. Perhaps no longer." And Jack smiled and held the chin of the girl with her face bandaged and made her raise her gaze at him. "Everything will be fine. Just hold on a little longer." Tina's face turned sour and began to sneeze repeatedly. Jack stood up laughing, said, "God bless you. Where are you going?" "If I don't find you something for cold, you'll round up all the soulless along the way," he said, smiling. "If you'd hugged me, I'd be fine," Tina muttered. She didn't do it willingly. She just said it. Jack was taking out his bag that time. "Sorry?" said Jack. "Nothing," muttered Tina, whose eyes had grown and bitten off her lower lip. When Jack came out of the kitchen, Tina then locked the kitchen door and let go of the breath she held, leaning her back against the door. She told it. Whatever she was feeling, he just let go. She wanted Jack Winter to hug her, kiss her, caress her hair, look at her, touch her, smell her. She wanted to make love with her, talk to her, dance with her. And she told so. Jack hadn't heard, so Tina thought I'd say it again. "He will be mine." As Jack leaned his rifle on his shoulder and left the cafe, on his face he had an expression of childish mischief. He smiled, "I heard you," he whispered. A few buildings later, Jack found what he was looking for, a sign of a large chain of grocery stores. He was checking around as he approached the grocery store, whose shutter was lifted half a meter and bended. A little further ahead, he saw trucks parked consecutively. He added those to his to-do list. He should check trucks after finding drugs. He slowly knelt down, rolled on the floor and entered the grocery store under the shutters. He was as quiet as a shadow in the dark. Professor Herberg should be over 90. He had seen many things, experienced many things. With every wrinkle left by time, his face looked like a deeply cracked surface of a barren land. His gray-blue eyes were squinted as he looked at the ocular of the microscope, and he wrote something in his notebook. At the university's out-of-town medical school, he was in a large laboratory 2 floors below the morgue. Most of the lab was dark. A corpse lay on the table of a man with a long beard, his long hair gathered behind his head with a tail. His chest was open for autopsy, and the dead man had 2 bullet holes in his head and 4 in his chest. The professor heard the lab door open. "It's been a long time, old friend," said the old man with a half smile, then raised his head from the microscope as a familiar buzz approached him, and pulled a tea bag out of the pocket of his lab coat and threw it into one of the empty test tubes next to him. "It really has," said Carolyn, who got next to him as he filled the tube with water and placed it in one of the lab's cookers. The old man leaned against the table and pointed at the man lying on the table with his head, asked, "Did you come for her?" She was under the only light in the old lab. The white light pouring from above made the woman look as old as an olive tree from ancient times. The woman nodded slowly, asked, "What is the curse that turned him to this?" in a creaking voice. "It evolved from an arch," the old man said in an emotionless voice. "Arch? What is it?" the woman said in her usual bad-tempered expression. The old man had learned not to mind this a long time ago, smiling. It's a very old virus. It can withstand most severe circumstances. The old woman asked, has this disease happened before? No, this thing is built on an arch. Professor Hans Herberg said, waving his hand as no. With one eyebrow raised, Carolyn leaned back and said, did someone made this? In disbelief. She had seen a lot of nonsense in her long life, but this was really the most stupid one ever. Yes. Hans Herberg said, nodding. His tone was an indication of his confidence in the subject. Carolyn had trouble believing, though, for underlying the situation, as a weapon? She asked. The older scientist nodded eagerly. Sometimes people can be so stupid. Said Carolyn, who's found his attitude incredible, shook her head, grumbled, who would do this? Pointing at one of the victims lying on the table with her hand. Nisko. Herberg said with a shrug. It's ridiculous. Carolyn said sarcastically. Why would they do that? I don't know, but after the news I read, there's no other logical explanation for me. Hans Herberg said, hanging out the newspaper he had rolled out of his pocket. Carolyn opened the newspaper and took her reading glasses from her shirt pocket. The news was a series of articles. A famous war correspondent named Duke Perry told the newspaper that Nisko took great scientists, artists and rich investors to grand shelters, and the price of entry to those shelters started from $50 million. The report included photos from Syria, Turkey, and Greece. Carolyn jokingly waved the paper, asked, did you get an offer like this? Oh no, everybody knows I'm crazy. Herberg said, laughing. But Carolyn had known him for a long time. The old man was one of the best microbiologists in the world. He had battled epidemics in Asia and Africa for a long time, and had to flee to the Berghoff Islands when he realized that an epidemic had been started by one of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies. However, Carolyn didn't want to push Hans Herberg harder. Well, that virus. What is it doing? She asked to Herberg. Hans Herberg, as usual, tugging at his beard, said, from what I understood. Starting with thinking about how to tell it to someone who only knows basic biology, it is provoking some of the hormones to be secreted in huge amount in the body in an instant. Most hormones affect our actions. Naturally, the brain can't stand the invasion of so much hormones, it mostly shuts itself down. That's why soulless people can't use vehicles, guns or computers. He said, with a timbre in his voice indicating that something was troubling him. That's why they're fast. The old man said. The only thing that warned Jack was his instincts. He quickly turned to his right and turned his rifle into darkness, but before he could pull the trigger, a wooden chair exploded in his arm and ripped the rifle out of his hand. Jack quickly reached out for his pistol, but a kick from the darkness threw him against the wooden wall behind him. The attacker was too fast. They're strong. Jack was buried in the wall with the momentum of the kick. He still drew his gun, but the woman, in her 30s, who had jumped out of the darkness, grabbed him by the right wrist and throat. Jack could have accepted that the thin and athletic woman was fast, but when she picked him up and hit the other wall, he couldn't believe it. Jack, on his knee, who came down from the wall to the ground, saw the kick coming to him at the last moment and crossed his arms and cut off the kick. But the impact was so severe that his arms went numb, pushing him up with enough force to make him stand up. The brunette woman, dressed in sneakers, jean pants and a shirt, looked like other soulless. Her eyes turned into bowls of blood. Jack, who quickly raised his leg to stop the woman kicking him below the kneecap, had his arm up to protect his kidneys and jaw. The blows hit him so fast, almost at same time. Each blow was so hard and so strong. The places where the woman hit him went numb, dust was raising up with each stroke. Jack kicked the woman in the stomach with a motion as hard and fast as his opponent. The woman took off backwards from where she was stand and was dropped face down. Dust was lifted from the wooden floor with a big bang. Jack knew he couldn't stand an attack like that again. The woman was too strong. They're tough. Jack turned his knife, which he pulled from behind his waist, in his hand and swung it down in a stabbing motion. But his opponent turned around with a growl coming from her throat and dodged to the side on the ground. The young man, who stopped his weapon before the knife was lodged in the floor, swung the knife in a parallel course to the ground. At that moment, the woman stood up and got rid of the knife. Meanwhile, Jack took a hard blow to his right shoulder and hit the wall on the left. A second opponent had joined the combat. As Jack tried to protect himself, the man who had repeatedly thrown knee blows suddenly cried out in pain. Jack, on his knees, had buried his knife in the backside of the man's leg. The young man, who quickly pulled out his knife, stabbed the second attacker in the jaw. Someone else was coming after him. Jack, who taked out the knife, pushed the man away enough to be able to kick him hard, causing him to collide with the soulless coming after. At this point, the woman attacked again. Jack retreated from the woman's course of attack and buried his knife in her chest. As if the woman had never noticed this blow, she passed Jack and fell on a table a few feet away. Right after, the soulless, who survived the body thrown at him, was quickly leapt at Jack. Jack quickly dodged to left and grabbed the man by the nape, hitting his face against the wall. The man was wearing a thick lumberjack shirt. Grabbing him by the neck of the shirt, Jack quickly pulled him back and turned the man, wrapped his arm around his throat and lowered his arm down, resting his waist on the man's back, just as he was doing a judo move. When the creaking wet sound of the broken neck came, he left the man as if he were a bag of flour and turned on his heels. The first woman he encountered was walking towards him with a knife between her breasts. She just ran out of speed, but she should have died already. When Jack saw someone else coming to his left, he sprung at the woman. As he slid to the right, he turned around and ripped the knife out of the woman's chest. Jack, who completed his turnaround himself, stuck the knife in his hand to the woman's nape. The tip of the knife came out of her mouth. As the dead woman fell to the ground, Jack, who bent down and shouldered the attacking men back, buried the knife in the eye of the man who fell on a table. For a moment, the silence hanging in the air seemed endless. Jack immediately got his pistol and rifle back. Looking at the woman as he put his guns back in its places, Jack could feel her arm aching. Her stamina was incredible. All he could hear outside of the storm was the sound of blood dripping from the table. Mumbling something incomprehensible, Jack also took painkillers from a drawer-shaped medicine cabinet for his arm, which will surely hurt tomorrow. It's impossible for someone to beat one of them one-on-one. The professor grumbled. But don't all these hormones damage the body? She asked. It was a war, and she had to win it. She didn't want to know how perfect her enemy was. She wanted to know their weakness. She had to learn that they were destructible. Otherwise, her island would be a big cemetery. Herberg nodded thoughtfully. Of course it does. Internal organs and nervous system collapse. At least it needs to collapse. But till that happen, these poor people who are already sick manage to kill everyone around them. Carolyn sighed. How does it spread? She asked. Through air. I mean, breathing and saliva. It's not very contagious through breathing, but if you get bitten, you don't stand a chance. And that's the only weakness I've seen. You get the virus by breathing, but if your immune system is strong, you get over it like a flu. Some didn't even notice they were sick. I think we owe it to Duke Perry, he said, showing the newspaper on Carolyn's lap. Carolyn took the paper in her hands and asked, to the journalist? Herbert nodded, yes. If he hadn't written that story and exposed Nisko, maybe they'd still be developing this virus. Then I'm afraid we couldn't stand a chance. The professor said, passing the now brewed tea to Carolyn, normally you'd call me to find out about these things. You wouldn't come here in the middle of a crisis. What's the reason for this change? He asked. My grandson and my daughter are outside, answered Carolyn Winter, scowling, looking at the dried leaves that were flitting in spirals. Professor Herberg looked at the old woman and sat back in the lab chair. Friends knew when to shut up. Jack was back at the cafe. The door was still locked. Smiling, he hit the door 3 times, waited and hit it 2 more times, but nothing happened. Jack scowled and looked through the round window of the door. Their bags were still in place, the furnace was still on fire, but Tina was not in sight. Jack saw the back door open right across. "Damn it!" he hissed. The fridge was overturned, the door was half open. 3 minutes ago. Tina was wrapped in her sleeping bag. She put the kettle on the stove, waiting for the water to warm up. The kitchen was almost untouched. Some of the food in the fridge were edible. She could make soup, ham and coffee ready until Jack came back. They haven't eaten anything hot since this adventure began. As the steam from the kettle's mouth began to whistle, Tina, smiling, was going to stand up just as she heard something ticking upstairs. If the young woman, who reached out to her gun, would stop her heart to be quieter. First she could not figure out what she was hearing, but her eyes widened in surprise when she recognized the ongoing sound, and she ran to the back door to find the stairs to the upper floor. Dawn. The high-walled, classical stone building of the university building was the best option to be found in the western part of the city to defend. A 3-foot wall surrounded the entire campus. This wall had only 2 doors. In the middle was the main building. The tall building, resembling an old castle, had a single entrance, and contained a large courtyard in the middle. This courtyard had been turned into a field hospital for the wounded because the hospital closest to the university had been occupied. Volunteered nurses, doctors and caregivers roamed among the stretchers, which were 5 feet apart from each other in the courtyard. Beatric saw the patients strapped to their stretchers. Armed men stood on several balconies, watching over patients. It was very difficult to understand how people injured, and whether they would eventually turn into a soulless one. Beatrice came into the building and joined the volunteers. Now she was changing bandages and dressings of the slightly injured. She looked at her bloody hands and wiped them on the apron. The blood wasn't cleared, but she didn't mind. Tired, he sat on the steps of the stone stairs. She raised her head to flex her aching neck and looked at the sky, which began to illuminate. A few gulls swirled in the air as the gray clouds flowed slowly. The sighing woman pulled a folded paper out of her pocket. This was the last secret letter left to her. From the sky to the earth, from the ocean to the barren land, from the dawn to the darkness, wherever you are, whatever you are, whoever you are, falling in love is different. It's different from everything, from everyone. It belongs to you, everyone's love is unique to them. Sometimes love is like dying, sometimes you love to death. They are all exhausting, consuming, just as energetic. Nothing is under your control. Your eyes. Your hands. Your heart. It'll tie you up and force you. And it sets you free. If you choose that, of course. Whatever you choose, how you love. Constantly thinking about her, wondering, getting lost between being angry, jealous, wanting and afraid, dreaming of the sun when it disappears among the shadows. It is to desire the sun and run, knowing that when you reach your destination, it will turn you to ashes. You run? Can you fall in love? Love is special to you. You can make your love to smile, you can make your love to cry. Whatever you want. But I think it's necessary to glorify your feelings, keep them pure and fall in love with love. So I guess that is why I can't get near to you. The magic of the words that pass through my heart is so intoxicating to watch. I'm in love with being so in love with you. I love that you're there as you walk through time, events and places, through smiles and tears. I like your glow. Even if you don't shine at me, I like to quietly watch the woman I'm in love with shine. It's like watching a painting, watching the sun come out of the clouds and touch it. Or like the full moon filling into a dark room, brightening the crystal rose on the table that you have been protecting. I love your smile. And you are smiling to me. It doesn't matter, why or how. You're happy at that moment, and I like that you're happy. It's like watching the ocean at first light. I can't lock you in my heart just as I can't take that vastness and glory to my home. Maybe that's why I'm in love with you. For it is impossible. Because it's forbidden. Because you'll never look at me or notice me. Why, is not so important. How you low is what matters. I love you smiling, missing, wondering, sometimes worrying. Don't lower your mask. Someone said gently, tapping her shoulder. Beatrice turned and looked at the young man who had warned her. He was as tired as she was, his short hair maybe a few inches. His blue eyes were half closed as if he were asleep, but Beatrice somehow thought he always looked like this. The young man briefly examined Beatrice's face and said, "Oh, you are her." Beatrice curiously tilted her head and asked, "Her?" The young man smiled and said, "Howl's stepsister," as he raised his hands with a slow and theatrical finesse and replaced Beatrice's mask on her face. Beatrice frowned and said, "Howl? You mean Jack?" she asked. "Yes, Jack," the young man answered, nodding. Beatrice had just noticed that the young man had a gray camouflage bulletproof vest underneath his contaminated white apron. The young man, who had a stethoscope around his neck, was notable with his knee pads, which slided down to his ankles, wrapping his baggy cargo pants. Beatrice curiously asked, "Why are you calling him Hal?" Hal was a strange nickname. The young man, without breaking his smile, said, "It comes from a cartoon character. They call me Mr. Turnip." Reached forth his hand and added, "Of course, my real name is Andre." As if someone was expecting this, said, "Hey Andre." From behind. Andre went to the doctor that called him, after signaling with his finger to Beatrice to wait a while. Whatever the doctor, with an apron covered in blood, said to Andre, he came back without a smile. "What happened, Andre?" the young woman asked. Andre scratched his head, said, "I need to find 10 volunteers for going to the drugstore. We ran out of antibiotics, plasma and a few other supplies," he said. They both knew how difficult it would be to find volunteers in such a situation. "I'll come," Beatrice said, donning a carefree smile. "We can't take you," said the doctor who came to them. His apron pocket and shoulder were torn. At some point, blood spattered on his face. Trying to clean it, he smudged it all over him. One side of his round and small glasses was cracked. The tops of his hair were falling out, the rest were messy. Beatrice frowned. "Why is that?" As the doctor rubbed his temples for his aching head, "Your father sent a message to keep an eye on you. It wouldn't be nice if you die out there," he grumbled. Beatrice took a deep breath and prepared herself to scream at the man as loud as she can, but stopped when Carolyn's words comes to her mind at that moment. "It wouldn't be nice if others died there instead of me, doctor. Both for me and for you. Neither I nor you need to waste time on this kind of nonsense. I was not born on this island, but I will die here like any islander. There is nothing more noble than a person sacrificing her life for others. Though I understand your situation, so we didn't see each other," she said in a relaxed, loud tone. Many wounded who listened to her smiled. When the time came, Beatrice Halburn would be remembered as much for what she said as for what she did. Half an hour later, 10 people were in front of the university's flamboyant thick wooden door. Beatrice raised a single eyebrow in amazement and looked at James, who came towards her. James was there with his shotgun. He smiled, holding the rifle leaning against his shoulder. Andre, who came next to them, pointed his head at the assembled crowd and said, "I told most of them that you will come, too." Almost none of them mumbled. He said cheerfully. Beatrice curiously asked, "Why?" James smiled and said, "No man refrain war if a woman is at the front." "What about you?" Beatrice asked James, the young man shrugging his big shoulders. "I am here to pay for my sins," James said mournfully. Although he didn't believe a word of what he said, James liked every letter. Prophecy. 20 years ago. Anna Winter was only 23 years old. The young woman smiled as the winter sun shone through her hair that had escaped from the scarf she had tied so her hair wouldn't fall apart. Pregnant Anna leaned against the handrails of the old wooden bridge in Vienna Park, watching the swans pass through the middle of the lake. In the wind, the young woman, who lifted the collars of her cachet coat, saw 2 workers sitting on the bench ahead. One of the workers spat on the floor looking at her. Anna sighed and turned her head. Since she married Tom, there's never been a day on the island where she didn't have to face such things. People had ostracized her. Sometimes they were talking behind her back, sometimes they were just insulting her with bad looks because Tom was a stranger. All of this could have ended in an instant. One word from Carolyn was enough to end this, but Carolyn never said it. "Stupid animals," Carolyn said, looking at the swans in the lake. Her long coat was the color of sand. She pulled a box of cigarettes out of her pocket and put one of the thin cigarettes she liked to smoke between her lips. At that time, the war had not begun, that confined her to a wheelchair. "Why am I here?" "Because I wanted you to come." "You threatened me." "Because I wanted you to come," Carolyn said again, staring at the men on the bench. The men gathered themselves up and left as if they had an urgent matter. "Follow me," she just said afterwards. It was a long walk, and Anna had to stop a few times and rest. At that time, Berghoff was nothing more than a small fishing town. Some of the several-story houses were adjacent, some of them separated from each other by gardens between them. Most were ragged and have a gloomy look. As they continued to walk, the houses became sparse and the hill became steep. Eventually, the entire western part of the island and behind it, the coast of America with its gray silhouette, began to appear. When they arrived at an old house in the farthest part of the Sunshine neighborhood, Carolyn slowed down and turned to Anna, said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "I need to know," Anna said, putting her hand on her belly. "It might be better if you don't know," Carolyn grumbled, looking at two empty chairs on the porch of the old house. The house was dim, quiet and cool. In the hall of the house with thick walls and small windows, there was a sofa and two seats. An African woman, in late years of her middle ages, came with her long stick and sunglasses in her hand. Her curly hair was fluffy. The woman was keeping them under control with a colorful scarf running through her ears. There was a smile at her face. This creates, on those who saw her, a strange sense of intimacy. "Welcome," the woman said in a hazy voice. "My clients always come and go, but I haven't had a guest for a long time." Carolyn sighed. "Maricela, I want you to read Anna." "Does Anna want this?" "Yes, ma'am," Anna said with a respect and dignity that was not expected of her. With her hands on her lap, Maricela asked, "How old is the child, my dear?" Affectionately. 8 months, Anna said. "What will you call it?" "I thought you'd know," Anna said, smiling. When Carolyn looked at her with slitted eyes, she realized her arrogance, but it was too late. "You are Carolyn's daughter," Maricela said, smiling. An old name, simple, familiar, easily remembered. And the smile on Anna's face was vanished. The blind, old woman, who couldn't see it, continued, "It's one of Tom's past, it's about the ocean. He's tough and as much compassionate. Jacques, Captain Jacques Martin. But you'll call him Jack." Anna held her breath. "They decided on the name Jack last night." "Do you know why people come to me?" the woman asked as she calmly sat in her usual seat. "What I can see about them is certain." "Yes, I can see, and I was born blind so I could see. That was my destiny. Someone else's child will be born blind when I die," she added, smiling. She took off her glasses with a slow movement and let Anna gaze into her white eyes. She had no pupils. "I was born this way, it was my destiny. Just like seeing the destinies is my destiny," she said and putted back her glasses. "Anna, what I have to say may not satisfy you, you may be upset, or you may not accept what you hear. For the last time I'm asking. Do you want me to look at your fate?" Anna touched her stomach again and said, "Yes, ma'am." Turning to Carolyn, Maricela said, "Guardian, I was brewing tea in the kitchen. Why don't you get us some tea?" She kindly ordered her out of the hall. Anna was obviously surprised when Carolyn quietly obeyed her. Maricela called Anna to her side with her hand, and the young woman softly went to Maricela and got down on her knees. Maricela putted her weak and old hands on Anna's head. Anna could hear the woman breathing in silence. Nothing was happening. Anna waited for the woman to speak, but she could only hear her breathing. Suddenly her son kicked her in belly and Maricella's fingers grabbed Anna's head like a trap. Anna was scared and startled, but she couldn't escape. Maricella was harshly breathing, her breath sounded like a whistling growl. Her fingers, seemed like thin and dry bones, were cold and burning like ice sticks. Anna Winter, she said with a voice coming from depths. You'll find the answers to the questions you're looking for, and they won't put you to sleep for years. The world is walking into an abyss and will fall into it. If it falls from the small ledge it clings to with its fingers, chaos will rise from its flames. Its brutality will be greater and menacing than anyone has ever dreamed of. You'll be the mother to the child who will catch these fingers, but the child will not be yours. The boy who will carry your blood is destined for a very different fate. And you, my child, will die where your husband would be died, in the dark and with a gun in your hand. The child you carry will be born for your other child, will grow up, live and die for her. Maricella leaned back in her seat as if a great burden had been lifted from her. She almost collapsed. Such prophecies were always exhausting her. Anna had already regretted coming here, hardly stood up. She didn't know Carolyn was listening to them with a tray in her hand from the corner and crying. Carolyn de Bourgon was sitting in her chair watching her city. On her right side was a sycamore that had tenaciously broken the huge rocks on which it stood, and on her left side was a wooden bench where she sat and watched the dawn before being paralyzed. She knew the tree when it was a sapling, and Bank knew all her special moments. And Carolyn was watching the city between them. No one could say that she was more altruistic for this city than Carolyn de Bourgon. Carolyn sacrificed her love for this damn place, her husband, her legs, her best friends and her daughter. Now at the top of Hawk Cliffs, where her husband proposed to her, she was watching her city that was busy killing itself. His bodyguards, Thomas and William, stood behind her. Thomas turned off his satellite phone, which he had been talking with for a few minutes, and approached the woman. Jan Paul on oil platform 713. Beatrice is at college campus. 2 of the wolves will secretly watch and protect her but, Carolyn said harshly. They can't find Anna. Thomas said nervously. Carolyn left the book on the bench overlooking the ocean. The harsh expression on her face took a complex form. But then she regained her dominance and asked, how long has she been missing? She left the office before the outbreak. Keep me informed of any developments. Carolyn said, keeping her eyes on the horizon. Even though Thomas knew his mother hadn't seen him, he just nodded and turned around to leave her alone again. And bring me Jean-Claude Pascal. Carolyn said, looking back over her shoulder. Thomas' eyes grew so much in terror that they could be seen even in the twilight. Berlin. The rain had accelerated, and the center of the storm was really close. The last thing Jack wanted was to be outside. There was no sign of a struggle in the kitchen. Whatever happened, Tina left of her own free will. As Jack looked around, he saw the stairs leading to the top floor of the cafe and there were wet footprints on these stairs. It wasn't Tina's tracks, but it was the only clue Jack could found, and the young man didn't believe in coincidences. As he climbed the stairs, he was so quiet and slow-moving that even the shadows considered him one of their own. The door of the upper floor was locked. This didn't surprise Jack. As he saw one of the windows is slightly open, he lowered his rifle and let it hang on his shoulder, then climbed over the handrails and moved to the open window while holding on the roof connections. When he reached the window, he slowly pushed the glass and fully opened it. The window hit a glass bowl on the kitchen counter. The young man catched it in the last moment, quietly landed on the ceramic floor of the kitchen, then put back the bowl to its place and closed back the window. Jack, who pulled out his pistol and activated his night vision, slowly moved into the corridor. He was in the foyer when he started hearing voices coming from inside the house. When he reached the room with the light leaking from under its door, he heard Tina's voice. Shh. All is well. Okay. The young woman said with a merciful murmur. Jack lifted the night vision and opened the door without hesitation. The young man, who instantly identified Tina, had pointed his gun at 2 other people with a lightning speed. Tina reacted with the same speed and said, Jack, stop. Lit by a searchlight, the room was small and warm. The floor was covered with a thick, fluffy, soft carpet. Tina and two people were sitting on the carpet. Tina was holding a baby and a bottle. He was big, bald, and had a beard down to his chest. Like Jack, he was in a Kevlar vest, scarfed and well armed, but he didn't react to Jack's fast and furious entrance. He had a calm expression on his face. At that moment, Jack realized that the man had already noticed him. That wasn't valid for the tall, beautiful woman next to him. A woman as beautiful as a top model was about to die of fear. Jack slowly lowered his pistol as he saw the woman and the baby. The man smiled at Jack after this. Tina lifted the baby up and said, "Jack, look what I found." With a cute tone. Jack nodded, smiling. A steel container was heating up over the small camp stove. There was water in the container and a feeding bottle in the middle of the water. The raven-haired woman's name was Nadia, who gave all her attention so that the bottle didn't overheat. Nadia was a woman with blue eyes, tall and perfect body. Nervously gnawing at her plump lips, she said, "I have no idea about babies. Joanne was my sister's baby, and I was only going to look after her for one day." They were going downtown. And she fell silent. The bearded man put his big hand on the woman's shoulder and rubbed her. "You got rid of New York. Tina was telling us about your adventure, and you came," the big man said, holding out his hand. "I'm Blake Gordon." "Jack Westwood," Jack said as he shook the outstretched hand. He smiled, ignoring the way Tina looked at him. There was something about him that bothered him. Jack hadn't named it yet, but it was there. "Where are you going now?" the man asked Tina with a warm voice. Tina looked at Jack, whose head was tilted forward, and said, "Brr." Then Jack got involved and said, "Berlin," before he gets a chance to ask questions. "My family is there. We have a seaplane in Boston. We'll get to it and cross the ocean," Jack said in an instant. "Can you fly something that size?" Blake asked, with slitted eyes. "I'm the one who brought it to Boston," Jack said without hesitation, slightly changing his attitude and speech. Tina didn't see Jack bragging about anything. And what was that accent? It heard like a German speaking in English. As Nadia shook the child in her lap in a pained expression, she said, "How about Europe?" Tina was distracted as she asked. "It's not good from here, Fräulein, but my family's land is sheltered," Jack said, shrugging with the same cocky attitude, putting his arm over Tina's shoulder, which looked at him without making sense. "We're going to leave America behind and go home," he said with delight. "Good plan," she said, putting coffee on the stove while the man scratched his beard. Jack smiled and kissed Tina's hair. Tina thought Jack had gone mad. She was going to ask what was going on, and Nadia said with a big smile, "What a chance. We were going to Boston, weren't we, Blake? Why don't you come with us? It'll be safer. Blake and his friends have been in Iraq for years. They know how to fight really well. They will protect us," she said with a candid and warm smile. "Yeah, it's a big chance," Jack said, smiling, sipping the coffee the woman handed him. The smell and taste of hot coffee was tempting. "Are we leaving in the morning?" he asked. Tina was even more surprised. It was unbelievable that Jack was going to act with a band. The woman nodded her head without breaking her smile. "Then we'll see you in the morning," Jack said, getting up slowly. Back in the kitchen, Tina curiously asks, "What's going on?" Jack just said, "Not now," looking around with frowned eyebrows. All he had in mind when he went down the stairs was to get out of town as quickly as possible. It was still raining with all its might. Jack got stuck on the stairs first. He thought it was because of his tiredness, but when Tina rolled to the floor, he realized his mistake. He was dizzy, unable to control himself. His hand reached for the first aid kit behind his waist, but it was so dark and gravity was stronger than him. Lying in the back alley of the cafe, Nadia, who came to Jack and Tina's side, looks at Blake and says, "Cuff them." find his supplies and search them thoroughly. If the young man is telling the truth, we will have a ticket out of here," he said. Crows and Wolves. Jeffrey Hardy, an employee of the university, was driving the old van. Hardy was a swarthy and skinny man in his 40s who didn't talk much, with a dirty beard and a mustache. The broken cigarette in his mouth had already gone out, but the man who looked around with his collapsed eyes didn't even know it. He managed not to reduce van's speed at all as he drove it around an overturned sedan with great skill. As the university disappeared rearview mirror, the middle-aged man suddenly realized that someone had come out between two parked cars and thrown something at him. He put on the brakes and turned the steering, but a van was too bulky to get rid of an thrown object. A large paving stone shattered the windscreen despite the protective fence. The wires of the ripped apart, with the weight of the stone coupled the speed of the van. The heavy stone crushed Jeffrey Hardy's face in an instant. Beatrice, who had blood and brain fragments in her face, was screaming and suddenly found herself in a gravity-free environment. It was a fleeting moment, her stomach was twisting, her muscles eased. Next to her, she saw James, like herself, flying through shiny pieces of the windshield. He was saying something. No. He was screaming. Yes, he was screaming. Everything accelerated in an instant. It accelerated very quickly and turned into a blur of constant blows. Beatrice woke up feeling drawn. James grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her out. Her head was throbbing, her ears were buzzing. Right after James pulled her out, he suddenly dropped Beatrice and pointed his rifle and fired. Beatrice saw the van upside down from where she fell. A man came out of it wobbling. A soulless who had climbed on top of the van jumped on him and knocked him to the ground. He was holding a long piece of glass covered in his own blood. When he lifted it over his head to stab the man on the ground, 3 holes were opened in his chest. A young man wearing Boston Police Department tracksuit appeared in the van as Soulless was knocked face down to the ground. He was holding a pistol in his right hand and a pump-action shotgun in his left hand. As the voices slowly came back, James made Beatrice stand up. The young woman's left eyebrow was burning, and the warm wetness radiating from there was spreading across her face. "Your eyebrow is wounded," James said with an unpleasant expression. The young woman took her hand to her face and touched the wetness on her face. She looked at his blood-soaked hand and cursed. So much for the plan to go and come back in the van. The small group going downhill from the 112th Street to the south was quite nervous. The fog was still not lifted, the ambiguous grayness was only slightly illuminated with the arrival of the day. From somewhere far away, the thunder signaled the coming storm. All this combined, the city became a trap to escape from. Beatrice looked at the 3 people in front of her. Steve was a police student. When the Berghoff Islands agreed with the United States, local police forces began to be educated on the mainland. Steve was a student at the Boston Police Academy. He walked at the front in denim pants and a tracksuit top with Boston PD written on his back. He was leading the way with a shotgun with a flashlight in his hand. The muscular man was athletic and medium-sized. His hair was cut short more like a soldier than a cop. Danny was the name of the nervous fat man who followed the young man. Danny and Steve were childhood friends. The chubby young man had came with them because of Steve's convincing words, but apparently he had already regretted it. The young man, who looked at every shadow, every click with fear, carried a double-barreled shotgun in his hand. Shotgun's one barrel was on top of the other. Jones was coming after Danny. The young man with African lineage was looking at Danny and smiling time to time, but he didn't show it to him. The young man was their guide. He was studying pharmacy and had previously interned at the warehouse where they were going. 2 large and empty duffel bags hung on his back. He had a pistol and a large meat knife in his hand. The athletic young man seemed ready for chatting and fun. Beatrice was followed by James. The young man touched Beatrice's shoulder, warmed her for a small alley to her left. As Beatrice pointed her gun that way, she realized how serious James was. After James came Eddie. Eddie was short and very muscular. Beatrice didn't know much about guns. Eddie carried a large, shiny, long-barreled pistol in his hand and a fire axe in his back. James said he used to a defense player on the school team. The man whose nickname was the Wall had even been called up to America for the professional league. The man with short hair, covered in tattoos from his neck to his arms, had returned to the island a few years later. Eddie was followed by Murphy. Murphy was small and skinny. The blue-eyed brunette man, who had metal earrings on her ears, nose and eyebrow, had a goatee almost 10 inches long, making his long face look even longer. The young man, whose entire body was covered in tattoos from his neck to his wrists, carried 2 pistols of the same model in both hands. The young man, who walked with a relaxed manner, was occasionally looking back to Mr. Turnip, who came after him. Mr. Turnip took off his white apron, calm and quiet. He was dressed in a sun-soaked khaki shirt and cargo pants under a camouflage vest. He was walking strangely quiet with his Vibram-soled outdoor boots. The young man was carrying an MP5 strapped to his body with a strap. A flashlight was attached to the barrel of the gun. He was the only one among them who seemed to know what he was doing. Right after him was Richard. The man, carrying a hunting rifle with a scope, was working as a worker at a petrol station. Beatrice had never heard the big, muscular man spoke. Beatrice caught this guy in his late 30s looking at James a few times. But the man was so expressionless that it was impossible to understand his intentions. She was going to say something about it. Steve raised his hand and the band stopped. That's when Beatrice saw the sign of the pharmaceutical warehouse at the corner. But Steve was looking up at the window of an apartment building across. As the young woman turned her head to where the police student was looking, she saw a young man hiding in the shadows, flashing to them with a lamp. The young man was pointing the end of the street and signaling them to go back. It was only 100 yards to the warehouse. As Beatrice angrily gritted her teeth, Steve signaled to them to hide. Beatrice noticed the soulless between them and the warehouse. They were waiting at the building entrances, between the parked cars or at entrances of alleys. They hadn't noticed them yet. Steve led them to the nearest building, to the building that the man sent them the signal. The group that had tried to be quiet before was now walking at their fingertips. At that moment Danny stepped on a can on the floor. The empty can began to roll on the floor with a loud noise that was not expected of it. Everyone in the group suddenly stopped and started watching the can, and then they looked at each other and ran towards the building. As they expected, the screams of the soulless started to come from the other end of the street. The building had 2 consecutive doors. Eddie was the first one who stormed through the first door. When Eddie reached the second door, he held his breath. The door, made of thick iron bars, was closed and did not open when pushed. He panicked and pressed all the bell buttons next to door, but nothing happened. Meanwhile the rest of the group entered. Danny, as the fattest and hardest moving of the group, had came in last. Danny closed the first door to the apartment, but he knew it wouldn't work. Because the door mostly made of glass and aluminum frames. Looking at the door that didn't open, Steve said, "Damn it." While another said, "We're going to die here." Beatrice was trapped in a narrow space. She was thinking of going out again, and the first soulless hit the glass with a big boom. The woman, whose face was shattered with deep wounds, first tried to bite the glass. When she couldn't do it, she hit the window in a big rage. But contrary to what was expected, the glass withstood the impact. Danny and Steve holed behind the door, preventing the woman from opening the door. "We're lucky," Mr. Turnip said, pointing to the tag on the corner of the glass. According to the label, this glass was specially made and was resistant to impact. Of course, the producers had not tested this with soulless ones. On the other side of the door, the numbers of soulless were growing, the hinges and frames of the door creaking with increasing force from the outside. Suddenly, the left corner of the glass cracked with a creaking sound. Beatrice choked, heard James praying right next to her, and the door behind them opened. All of a sudden, everyone who thought they were stuck between the 2 doors got in, though Danny and Steve were still holding the door. The man who opened the door got out after everyone had entered. He was all dressed in black. His long hair was falling on his shoulder. He had a black scarf mask on his face, a rifle in his hand that Beatrice had never seen before. Most of the older model rifle was wooden and looked similar to the infantry rifles used in previous world wars. As the man passed by, Beatrice noticed that she had seen this man before. He was the young man, warned them from the window with the light. As the young man hung the rifle in his hand from his belt to his back, he pulled a black pistol from an old model pistol holster. His voice was muffled under his mask, a little lisping, but commanding. "Open the door." Steve and Danny did what the long-haired man said in spite of the terrible death behind the door, and they got back of the door. The soulless who tried to enter through open door collapsed into the entrance one by one with the thunderous sound of the gun in the young man's hand. The young man had fired 7 shots, and there were 7 dead on the ground. Beatrice looked at the dead and the man in black in front of her with her ringing ears. "I told you to go back," grumbled the man who had led Danny and Steve through the iron door, and locking the iron door again. "We didn't have that much time," Mr. Turnip said, reaching out to shake hands. The young man looked at Mr. Turnip and shook his hand. He was wearing fingerless gloves with plastic protection parts on them. "Mr. Turnip," said the muffled-voiced young man. In response, "Crow," Mr. Turnip told, nodding his head slowly as greeting him. As screams came from the street, they all looked at the street and the long-haired man showed upstairs with his head. "That's the problem with Colt 1911. Everyone around here can hear the party started. Let's get out of here. The door will probably hold, but if I'm wrong, I don't want to wait here to see it." The dark stairs and the house they entered at the end of the corridor surprised them all. The man in the black suit's second-floor house was quite spacious. Many walls inside the house were removed and turned into a large studio. The ground was covered with repeatedly varnished wood. The library, which started near the door, covered the majority of the flat. At one end of the studio-shaped hall was a black and white photo of an Asian. The old long-bearded man wore what looked like a judo outfit in the photo. In front of this photo was a small wooden table and incenses on the table. On either side of the table were wooden shelves where Far Eastern weapons were placed. "The Crow is the most distinguished martial art master of the islands," Mr. Turnip said in his usual warm voice. The young man, who had waited for the last person to enter, and then closed and locked the steel house door, lowered his scarf, which had covered his face up to his nose, and greeted Beatrice with his head. The long-faced young man's owl chin was clearly protruding forward. His nose was long and shapeless, his eyes almost half closed, with no expression at all. As Mr. Turnip introduced the guests one by one, the young man looked at Richard, who was busy inspecting the house, for longer than the others, and said, "Welcome to my house." A long and thin table was located in the corridor leading from the hall to the kitchen, which he used as a dojo. Beatrice saw a blanket on the table and various metal boxes on the blanket that she had seen in war films. As Crow goes to this table and fills the clip of his pistol, which he emptied, he asked, "What are the wolves doing here, Mr. Turnip?" Beatrice was wondering what Crow meant when she turned towards Mr. Turnip. Mr. Turnip described the events, avoiding details as much as possible, when he saw that there were many people looking to him. As Mr. Turnip outlined the events, Beatrice looked at the photographs and the diplomas on the wall behind. Apparently, the Crow's real name was Robert Redcourt. One of the diplomas was awarded from their own university. Robert was a history teacher. The diploma next to was in Japanese. He was a 6th Dan in the art of war. The document next to was related to scuba diving. As Beatrice examined the diplomas one by one, she realized that she had learned the man's life piece by piece. Meanwhile, she was listening to Robert's voice. "I understand," said Robert. "Your situation is bad. Every minute you stay here, the patients will get worse. If it wasn't, I'd insist that you stay as my guests. But in this case, you must leave." "We know that," Murphy said, snorting. His voice was cocky, his demeanor arrogant and impatient. "But the door is full of those lunatics. And that's why I'm going to take you from the rooftops to the pharmaceutical warehouse," Robert said, filling his .45 flares within a new clips that were forming a small hilltop on the blanket. James curiously said, "Excuse me?" Returning to him. He was holding a samurai sword which he took from the wall. When Robert looked at him and the sword angrily, James smiled and put the sword back. Robert said, "Most of the buildings here are united. There are a few buildings and alleys between the warehouse and our apartment. If we wander a little, I can get you to the right building," he said. The Crow was waiting for everyone to rest. He pulled out an old black bulletproof vest from an old wooden cabinet and put it under his shirt. At this time, he continued to talk to Mr. Turnip. Beatrice could barely hear him from where she was. "As I said, the Queen broke us up. Most of us were in college," he said, smiling when he noticed Beatrice getting too close to them, looking at the photos. "You know, Beatrice, Hal's sister," Mr. Turnip said, including her in the subject. "Nonsense, he doesn't have a sister," said Crow, who raised one eyebrow and looked at the girl. "We're step-siblings." Beatrice shrugged, grumbling. "My father married Jack's mother." The Crow frowned. "Married a stranger?" He snorted. "Yeah, do you mind?" Beatrice said, grumbling again. Crow shrugged. "I don't mind. If Jack accepts you, it's up to us to respect you," he said, but Beatrice felt in every word that she could hold his displeasure like a pebble. "What do you mean by acceptance?" she asked in a harsh voice. "I heard about what happened at Gold Sand Beach," he said only as Crow stuffed supplies like flares, smoke grenades, first aid packages into an old-fashioned, shoulder-strapped ammunition bag. "If Hal, Calcifer and Mr. Turnip got you out of there, then this means they accepted you." Beatrice's eyes grew in amazement and she looked at Mr. Turnip. "Were you there that night?" she asked. Mr. Turnip, with a rather seedy look at the Crow with the tip of his eye, pulled an old pipe out of his pocket. "You can't smoke that thing in my house," said Crow, looking at the pipe, which consists of a flat cylinder mouth and again a flat tubular mouthpiece. "Yes, we were there." Mr. Turnip sighed, sticking his pipe back in his pocket. "We were trying to hold Howl." "Hold?" "Howl loses control when he gets angry," Crow said. "He doesn't get angry easily, but if you make him angry, the things you have to face are really huge issues," Mr. Turnip said, shaking his head. "He almost killed those 3 idiots that night." Beatrice sighed, not knowing what to say. She asked to Mr. Turnip, "What's this wolves issue?" changing the subject. Mr. Turnip was looking at Crow. Crow shrugged and pulled a second Colt 1911 out of his old locker and began to clean it up. "It's a group of young members of the clan." Mr. Turnip sighed, then stopped and carefully selected the words he would use. "We can call it a kind of militia force." Beatrice raised a single eyebrow and asked, "Civilian active soldiers?" Mr. Turnip shrugged. "We don't have an army. The cops weren't enough at the events that Jack's father died. So we founded a system like this." Beatrice curiously asked, "Does your mission have a term?" Turnip smiled. 5 years. Then we will be replaced by a new generation," he said, pointing to Crow with his thumb, who had almost finished his preparations. "We're going to retire like him," he said. Beatrice raised one eyebrow and said, "Are you a wolf too?" The long-haired man put a clip on his antique automatic weapon and set it up, saying, "No. The name of each generation is different. I'm a crow," then looked at James, who had been watching them from the edge of the window since the beginning of the conversation. "What's the state of the street?" he asked. "It's crowded," James said, looking out of the window without extending his head. "Then we continue through the roof," Crow aid, as hanging a machete on his back as straight as a ruler with the blade did not exceed toe inches in width. At the end of the stairs, they were in front of the building's door to the terrace. Before opening the door, Crow looks at them and said, "The reason you set off is noble, but you don't act like a team. I don't have time to teach you that. If you don't lift each other when you fall at outside, they'll hunt you down one by one. You either live together or die alone." For Beatrice, his face was black in the dark. When he pulled the scarf around his neck up to his nose again, he disappeared. The gray light filled the darkness silently as the building door opened to the terrace. Beatrice felt the fresh ocean wind on her face. The storm was approaching, and the first breath of it, the wind, was hovering over the islands. Beatrice was on the terrace when she heard thunder louder than the previous one. She looked around in astonishment, The terrace was covered in grass. On the edges of the walls were trees that did not grow much. It had turned into the backyard of a house with sun beds, tables and chairs. The ocean should have been visible from where they were, but the gray wall of fog prevented her from making sure of it. Crow signaled with head at them to follow him. When the small group arrived at the end of the terrace, they realized that the next building was only half a meter under. He kept talking with Mr. Turnip as guided them. Their rapid advance was cut by a 3-meter gap between the two buildings, but Crow leapt forward without hesitation and passed to the other side. This allowed others to move forward without hesitation. They had to go around some gaps and climb some buildings, but eventually they reached the roof of the pharmaceutical warehouse. The door was locked, but they had already thought about this. Mr. Turnip knelt in front of the door, pulled a box from his vest and a set of thief tools out of the box. A subtle whistling sound heard as Mr. Turnip struggled to open the door. Somewhere west, in the city, a flare rose to the air, emitting a blue light, and began to descend slowly, exploding. Beatrice had never seen anything like this during all of those events. From the look in their eyes she understood that Mr. Turnip and Crow knew something and asked, "What's going on?" Mr. Turnip grumbled, "Blue flare. A crow is fighting for life and death." He straightened up and threw his hand behind his waist. He pulled out an orange flare gun, and Crow held his hand and said, "He's a crow. You finish your mission. Leave my people to me," he said calmly. "There's at least 10 blocks there," Beatrice said, looking at where the flare was thrown. "You have no chance of getting there in time. We don't even know if you have a chance to get there," she said. Mr. Turnip was back in his work. "Dealing with the lock," he said. "You don't understand, Beatrice. Don't have that choice. If his brother wants help, a wolf or a crow, he goes there. Or die along the way." Beatrice looked nervously at the man in black. Crow, shrugging, pulled out a firecracker pistol from an old khaki green bag and fired it skyward. As lines of fireworks from many parts of the city began to reach into the sky, as if waiting for his sign, Crow began to run, taking his rifle from his shoulder into his hands, and said, "Good luck to you." Beatrice thought this was probably the last time she saw him. She wondered how anyone could connect to someone, or something, to run to their own deaths without such hesitation. This reminded her the totally nonsense events that she read in romantic novels. She would understand crows, wolves, and other members of the clan, their sense of belonging, and their loyalty to each after so many deaths and losses. Only when she became one of them would she understand. This is how the first book ends. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Thank you for sharing my dreams. I hope to see you in the next dream and book.